voice of righteous anger.
Hi, you want to get me ready for a Friday rant? Just have the entire world conspire against me 20 minutes before I'm supposed to be here. Wow. Even my hat's on cockeyed, for fuck's sakes. All right. No, we're in a good mood today, aren't we? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I am trying my best to not hurt people. It's been a day. The cleaning lady was here today, and I swear to God, every time I'm gonna have to tell her not to clean the computer room because she starts messing around with the computer room here, and I don't. She must just purposely loosen every single wire on the computer. Because once she comes and goes, then it's a complete shit fest. It took me 10 minutes to get the monitor to turn on. God knows how many times I unplugged everything and replugged everything in. We finally get that taken care of. We get things loaded up, and I ran through the door here. I was out a bit earlier tonight doing a little Friday night stuff. So I get home with 20 minutes to spare, plenty of time to get things set up. So I get things set up. Nothing is working. And then I get into StreamYard, and StreamYard was being a bitch. So I had to restart everything. And here I am. And I'm in a mood now, that's for sure. We're gonna have a rant tonight because I'm already in a good mood for this. This is our Friday Law Rant, and that's what we do. It's Friday. We rant about law-related issues and law-adjacent issues, and pretty much, depending on how off the rails we go, anything I damn well feel like ranting about. So, how are you all doing? I know you've been here, and thank you so much for waiting, but yep, this was all beyond me. No lies. I wish it was lies. I wish I could say, haha, it was a boomer moment. Ha ha ha. Let's all laugh together at my incompetence. No, this is a genuine rage fest I'm on here right now. Mods, welcome here, mods. You guys are mods. And Flux, congratulations, Flux, member for 2 months. Yay. We should be getting a lot of those notifications coming up, so thank you so much. Why is Farron away again? She went off to a concert with her sister. She's traveling, and let's just talk about that right now. Coming up 11 hours from now, I will be starting the Unexplained stream. I will be having a very, very, very special secret guest to be revealed at the time I go on air. You will not want to miss it. It is an absolutely amazing guest. We had to work hard to get this guest, so we'll spring it all on you 11 hours from now. You will not regret watching the Unexplained stream, where we're going to be talking about the Kellogg Ape Boy experiment. We're going to be talking about the Dark Watchers. We're going to be talking about the Black Dahlia murders. We're going to be talking about a lot of cool stuff 11 hours from now, so be there. But for tonight's just a rant. It's a Friday night, so Friday night rules apply. It's drinking, it's cursing, it's swearing, it's smoking, it's ranting, and I'm ready for all of those. So bring your boozy bucks and fill up the drinking coffers. It's not a drunk stream; it's just a drinking stream, where I drink to my heart's content. But as soon as we hit every $100 we hit in the super chats, then we just total amalgamated added not $100 shots. That's for next Friday. This is just whenever the total revenue hits $100, each $100 we just take a shot, and we'll see how long we keep going tonight until we run out of stories or run out of anger. And I don't think I'm going to run out of anger because it's been a day. All right, so the rules are, as always, please like, and again, we are always at the 50% mark. 152 viewers and 65 likes. So hit that like button while we're getting ready to go here. And you've been here. There's all 156 of you came here for a reason. So hit that like button. Let YouTube know that you like this place, and that's the reason you came here. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. And again, if you have subscribed, double check to make sure you're still subscribed. Hit the notification button. Join the memberships if you wanted. We're in the second month of our memberships. That's why we got the notice that Flux has started her second month of memberships. Deeply, deeply appreciated. I join you for a drink. but I am off to work. Well, I'm off work, so boom. Yes, boozy bucks, literally. I hope so. Black Dahlia is one of my favorites. Oh yeah, we're gonna be doing we're gonna be talking about the Black Dahlia for sure, and we're gonna have someone. The special guest is someone who has some knowledge of the Hollywood crime scene. There's a spoiler for you. Mimi, new member. Mimi, our newest member. So glad to have you here. All Mimi'd up. Welcome. You are a clean and sober person. Welcome to the clean and sober membership level. Oh, my Lord in heaven. My Canada 139.99. Oh, I see Canada is getting massacred by the dollar exchange rate too. Yeah, Korea is just getting pummeled. But wow, that was very generous of you. Thank you so much. It's not a one of those drinking streams, but dang, I deeply appreciate it. And cheer. We're not gonna. That's not the shot glass we want. We want the real shot glass. All right, with the always delicious, always drinkable Buffalo Trace. That's what we'll be drinking every time we get a grand total of $150. I'm sorry, $100. Anyway, cheers. Thank you so much, Maya. You rock. And for the record, this isn't my first drink of the day. I just came back from my second favorite whiskey bar in Busan. Out with some friends, had some really good drinks. All righty. Oh, and Flux, smoking and joking, Boozy Bucks. Pants are a prison. Thank you so much for the Boozy Bucks. Spatha, new member. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. I believe you were one of the lucky people that got one of the gift memberships, and you've converted that to a real membership. Oh man, that is so appreciated. You rock, if I remember correctly. If not, you rock anyway, because hey, cool. Tug has a clone? No. Leave the Tug alone, man. Hey, maybe we'll get lucky. Tug dropped into the last Friday Law Rants we had. And we had a good conversation with Tug. Always happy when the lightning rods, the superstars, pop on in. As we go through, I'll be sending out some invites and see if anybody wants to drop in and enjoy the righteous anger with us. But this is Law Rants, so most of what we're going to be doing is law related or law adjacent. Got to get myself in the mood. Got to remember everything that just happened to me. Ms. Amanda, good morning, Legal Vices, and good morning to everyone else. Well, it's morning for me. Oh, before I go, I don't want to sound like a callous asshole. I forgot to do this yesterday, and I don't want to miss the opportunity today. Floridians, are we coming back together? I hope all of you and all of your relatives, for all of you that are in Florida, are safe. Material possessions can be reclaimed, can be repurchase, but I hope you're all safe, and I hope everything is well. For those of you that were unfortunate enough to have you or your loved ones suffer any damages, I hope things get taken care of quickly. That was a bitch of a hurricane that blew through there. The one that we had here last month in Korea was really, 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 really strong, but we were lucky that it didn't. We had one 2 years ago that literally came straight at my windows. This one kind of came up from the south a little bit, so it was a kind of a glancing blow, and there wasn't a lot of damage. But you folks in Florida got punched in the teeth by this one. So I'm glad. There was a super typhoon here back in 2003, I believe it was, 2013. Mamie was the name. Typhoon Mamie. That was the. I've never been scared by a natural event before. Yeah, it was 2003. And it was so big that, the effects of Typhoon Mamie were like 3 days long. But yeah, it was a bitch of a typhoon. And it did a huge amount of damage. And it was I've never been that scared in my life of any natural event. So cheers to you guys in Florida that are dealing with this. And if you did have damage, I hope you get it taken care of. I hope everyone's safe. Just wanted to make that clear. I forgot to do that yesterday and felt like a dick. But I was thinking about you, and I'm thinking about you today as well. Jeff, are there other Mormons where you live? Yeah, there's several churches here in Busan. There's the Busan Mission. So there, yeah, little enclaves. All right. Just looking through here to see if is this live? Yes, Diamonds and Henna, this is live. Why wouldn't it be live? I'm always live. Checking. All right, it looks like yeah, Fort Myers Beach looks like a war zone. Yeah, wow. I mean, that was the news looked pretty darn rough. So here we are. It is now 12:23 a.m. on a Saturday morning here in Korea as we get ready to kick off our law rants. Where are we going to start today? We have to start where everybody else apparently is starting on these stories. Where do we all think that is? The one of the top legal issues, legal stories that LawTube is following that I've been asked by a lot of people to follow, but I don't think that it's going to be what. Oh Lord, what have I done? I may have boomered a lot of my show. Wouldn't that just be like me? Anyway, where we're starting, we are starting with the Waukesha Christmas parade guy. I debated whether, yeah, see that's there we go. Brooks is representing himself in the pretrial hearings the other day were hilarious. I disagree. I didn't find it very funny at all. But that's where we're gonna start. We're gonna start with some of that, and I might have a different view of that than y'all do. We'll just have to see. But this is an excerpt from the hearing he was at when he was making the motion and the arguments to represent himself. Hey, Jeff pronounced Waukesha right. It's been amusing hearing everyone. How would you pronounce it? How would you mispronounce it? Yeah, leave Brooks alone. He's just a free inhabitant traveling on the land. I'm not going to leave him alone here, but I know people are critical of the judge for allowing this. I know people are critical of him for doing this, but I may have a different take on this than a lot of the other people that are commenting on it. So let me at least bring up his rant here, and we'll watch this together again. This is I think it's about a 13-minute excerpt from the hearing to represent himself. So let's see. Whoops, that's not what we wanted to do. It's going to be one of those days, is it? I know we did wrong. Hang on. That was a boomer move there. Chrome tab. There we go. Judge allows the Waukesha parade massacre suspect to represent himself. Now, we all know what he did. Brooks, he drove his car into a crowd of people during a Christmas parade. He killed 6 people and injured up to 60 other people. He is looking at the rest of his life in prison. Again, I don't know what is going on in the Wisconsin area, but you folks ain't right up in that part of the country. The amount of weird shit that comes out of that area is beyond me. I guess I should say weird stuff. I need to curse less. But just the amount of weird stories that come out of that area are amazing. You've got multiple cannibals, multiple chopping up victim people. You've got I don't know what's in it. It's definitely the water, people. It's in the water. Yeah, but I don't know, but this was a pretty heinous, atrocious thing. There is no death penalty in the state of Wisconsin. It's life in prison without parole if he's convicted. And again, I really don't know what a lawyer for him could argue that would make it any better for him than if he did it himself. Yeah. Well, let's start this video. It's 13 minutes and 6 seconds long. Of course, we'll be pausing and commenting as we go along.
That it was their opinion that Mr. Brooks reasonably understood with reasonable accuracy.
Okay, and that's the standard. Essentially, that's the standard for whether or not someone is competent and able to represent themselves. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be a lawyer. You don't have to know the law. You just have to be reasonably able to understand the process and make arguments on your own behalf. It's a pretty low standard.
See why the evaluators were there, the limitations of the confidentiality associated with that even during those evaluations, if he was being difficult, that he was nonetheless able to communicate with them. He was articulate. His remarks were coherent, fluid, at times, though they were avoidant of questions asked. I would say this, my observations of Mr. Brooks and perception over the course of the proceedings throughout this case is strikingly similar to some of the commentary and observations by the evaluators, including even the angry outbursts that we've seen in court. The avoidance in his responses to questions.
Oh my Lord, he's already starting. All right. It's time to bring the hammer down on dude here. I really don't even know where to start. I mean, obviously he's undergone, I believe he went through 4, if I'm not mistaken, he went through 4 separate evaluations to see if the elevator went to the top floor, to see exactly how many bats he has in his belfry. And all of them came back finding that he was reasonably competent. But then every time he opens his mouth, it makes me wonder if he really comprehends the English language and figure out what's going on. Trent Thorough says, yes, Nick said he's probably be streaming Brooks' trial. I hope you'll join him. He said he wanted me there. He said he would send me the link. So we'll have to see. If he streams it, I'm there. And if he does stream this, my streams will probably be very, very short, very, very limited, because I'll be all night long with Nick. So we'll see what happens, and I'll let you know. But yes, he is his own worst enemy, even in the preliminary hearings. Listen to what she said, and listen to his objection. Not the sharpest tool in even the sovereign citizen shed.
To some of the commentary and observation.
She's saying he's competent. The fact that he's arguing indicates that he understands what's going on and that he has a concept of defending himself and sticking up for himself. That's what she's saying. She is saying he is a sane, competent individual.
And perception over the course of the proceedings throughout this case is strikingly similar to some of the commentary and observations by the evaluators, including even the angry outbursts that we've seen in court. The avoidance in his responses to questions asked.
I object to that because at the end of the day,
I understand you, Mr. Brooks, please stop. You can object. Your objection is noted. I'm going on. This is one of the expectations that I have, is you can object. It will be noted, but you can't keep interrupting. I need to have an accurate record.
Okay.
So your objection, sir.
See, she is in the middle of saying the fact he's making arguments means that he's smart, and that well, it doesn't mean he's smart. It means that he's competent to represent himself. He's like, I object to you're telling me I'm smart. he's he's objecting to this, but what he's also objecting to, and what he's going to say here is and the judge has all of this read. She's basically reading from a script. You know, she gets this written out and she reads it to make sure it's accurate, to make sure there's no. It's not an order. It's not a, you know, what it kind of is. It's an order allowing this, but it's not evidence. It's the court's decision. She's reading her decision. And he's objecting that you're reading from a document that I've never seen before. Of course you haven't seen it before. She's issuing it right now, you idiot. And this is where you start to go wrong. I mean, people should be allowed to represent themselves. That is your right. That is your constitutional right to represent yourself. You have a right to face your accusers. You have a right to put them to evidence directly by yourself. But for God's sake, shut up and listen. So here he is complaining that he hasn't seen this document. And that's his objection. And she's like, well, no shit, you haven't seen this.
Need to have an accurate record.
Okay.
So
you're
your
reading from
objection,
something-
sir, your
You're
objection
reading
is
from something
noted.
that I haven't been
This
privileged to
is a
read
prime
myself.
example of some of the difficulty with Mr. Brooks.
I don't think you have a PhD,
He
Your
can
Honor.
be, in my opinion,
What does that have to do with anything? Well, forget speaking over the judge, Mads. I mean, what does this have to do with anything? I object because you're reading your order that I haven't seen before. Of course you haven't seen the order. It's being issued now. And then he goes on to say, well, well, let's let him say it again. I think it's just funny. Somehow he goes from, I object because I haven't seen this document, and she just says, see, this is it. You have to, shut up and listen.
example of
And
some
he
of the
says,
difficulty with Mr. Brooks.
I don't think you have a PhD, Your Honor.
I don't think you have a PhD, Your Honor. What in God's name does a PhD have to do with anything involved in this case whatsoever? In fact, I'm trying to think if I know a single lawyer on planet Earth that has a PhD that I know. I mean, there are some, few, but there's some. I mean, relatively few. I know personally no lawyers that have PhDs, and if they do have them, they haven't told me. There's LLM. You get your JD, your Juris Doctor, not your Doctor of Philosophy, the PhD. You get your JD, your Juris Doctor. When you graduate from law school, you can get an LLM, which is the Master of Laws, which is sort of like a postdoctorate thing. But then there's also this weird thing, and I've been doing this law thing for 27 years, and I can't even remember what the highest law degree is called. There's one above an LLM that like nobody gets. And I can't even remember what the damn thing is called. But tell the judge she doesn't have a PhD. So I don't get it. Whatever.
Can be in my opinion, deliberately disruptive, but nonetheless, he maintains being competent at the most basic level in order to present a defense on his behalf.
Object to that.
Why is he objecting to that?
Earlier about some of the case law, or at least reference.
Why is he objecting to that?
Start with that, or I should say.
All right, we have to go back again. Tell me, why is he objecting to this? Oh, don't buffer on me. Don't do that.
On his
there we go.
Behalf.
Object to that.
Now, I talked earlier.
Right.
He maintains being competent at the most basic level.
She's saying he's shown that he is competent at the most basic level, and he's objecting to that. She just said he has the what he's doing. And see, this is what I mean by he's not, I don't think he's all there upstairs. Well, if he is, he doesn't understand that she's complimenting him. She is saying he is competent at the most basic level to represent himself. Saying he has translation, she is saying he has at least the basic knowledge, the basic ability, the basic requirements to defend himself. He is qualified at the most basic level to do it. And he thinks she's saying you are only the basic level of intellect to defend yourself. I'm pretty sure that's what he thinks she's saying, that you only have the most basic level of understanding. So he is objecting to that. She's saying you're at least this smart to do this, so you get to represent yourself. She thinks he's saying, well, you're just a basic stupid idiot. And he objects to her saying that he has the minimum level, at least the minimum level of competency. And the fact he's objecting to it makes me wonder, does he really have that basic level?
Deliberately disruptive, but nonetheless, he maintains being competent at the most basic level in order to present a defense on his behalf.
Object to that.
Now, I talked earlier about some of the case law, or at least referenced it, and I want to start with that, or I should say, start my ultimate decision at this point with the case law.
Now, this is what I like about her. She doesn't have to do this. She doesn't have to go through all of the case law she's going to recite. She doesn't have to go through with this. But not only is she doing it, she is saying it very, very slowly in very, very simple terms, as simple as she can make it. So possibly he can understand, but of course he doesn't. he doesn't. Oh Lordy. Oops, I just boomered there. I was clicking the wrong window.
The Sixth Amendment guarantees a mentally competent defendant the right to represent himself in a criminal trial, no matter how foolish that choice may seem. And
again, she's reading from case law. This is something another judge wrote however many years ago this case was. And as that's the old legal adage, anyone who represents himself has a fool for a client. And there's other judges in past cases that are saying, all right, you have the right to do this. As stupid and foolish as it is, you have the right. And again, he totally misunderstands what she is saying.
The Sixth Amendment guarantees a mentally competent defendant the right to represent himself in a criminal trial, no matter how foolish that choice may seem. This is a quote from FRIDAY versus California, found at 422 U.S. 806. The quote is from Imani versus Pollard, and the court in that case went on to say the following: the constitutional right, quote, exists to affirm the dignity and autonomy of the accused and to allow the presentation of what may, at least occasionally, be the accused's best possible defense. That's Imani versus Pollard, quoting the McCaskill case. A judge may not deny a competent defendant's timely invocation of his right.
Don't say words like invocation. He won't understand.
Under FRIDAY, a defendant's reason for choosing to represent himself is immaterial.
Mm-hmm.
Defending pro se will almost always be foolish, but the defendant has the right to make that choice for better or for worse.
Pro part.
Oh, God. That right there is the quickest way to identify a sovereign citizen. Sov sit, and again, I haven't deep dived. Meme raid. Hey, welcome memers. Meme copium. Your minions are now raiding the stream. That's great. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are having Friday rants, and we're glad you're here. 300 viewers right now and 162 likes. So that's your obligation. Everybody that's just jumping in here right now, make sure you go down there and you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so, because this is what we're doing. We're rocking it here. I'm angry. It's Friday and we are venting. Right now, we're venting at Brooks, who is making an ass of himself, trying to show how competent he is. And in the meantime, showing that he probably should have that competency questioned just again. Yeah, but as I was ranting, that is one of the quickest ways to identify a sovereign citizen. When they represent themselves, everybody else all across the Anglo-American universe will say someone who represents himself is pro se. Sov sits are the only people I have ever heard who have said that they are representing themselves pro per. Per se is Latin enough, but pro per is short for in propria persona, which means exactly the same thing as per se. They both mean by yourself but they do it because they have that weird, stupid shit they pull where they say, oh, I'm not the person. I'm not the legal entity. I'm the person and all this other crap. In propria persona literally means in their own person. And they say that to differentiate them from this legal entity that we all get at birth on our social security cards when they put our names in capital letters and all this other just insane crap that soft sits believe. This pro per thing fits right into that weird puzzle of these people. And that's how you can tell them real quickly. It gets my dander up as you can. The only people I have less patience for than sovereign citizens are flat earthers. All right, let's get back to Mr. Pro Per, who, and again, and he doesn't understand anything. A sov sit will never admit to understanding something. They will always say, I don't understand. I was informed. And this munch here, he pulls that a lot in the next 8 minutes. So let's watch him be an idiot. Like, subscribe, and do all that other stuff. Let's rant.
Wisconsin, just like in Ferretta, the court recognizes his right to represent himself. What this court needs to determine is whether Mr. Brooks is making a decision competently, freely, voluntarily, what we refer to in the case law as a knowing and voluntary waiver. That is why the court went through the advisement of the charges.
Okay, and this is an interesting thing that is strange to me. I don't know if it's Wisconsin specific or not, but most places where you I don't know if it's most places. The places I'm familiar with, most of them will allow you to. They may, not even allow you to. Most of them will assign at least a public defender to act as a standby counsel. You can represent yourself. You can make your own arguments and things, but if you get into deep waters or deep troubles or need something, there's a standby lawyer there that can step in and help you. But in Wisconsin, I guess, if you decide to represent yourself, you waive the right to ever have a lawyer represent you ever in the trial. Not only that, but you also waive the right to have a standby counsel. So once you pull this, I'm going to represent myself trigger, you're done with lawyers. You're done. And that's kind of harsh. I think that's pretty harsh. I think you should be able to have a backup counsel there in case you change your mind or you have or you know there's something that you need clarification on. But guess not in Wisconsin. That's kind of their thing. So I mean that should when they're telling you that once you say something, dude here is disappearing forever. Ain't gonna be no other dudes there. You are on your own. You are out in the middle of the ocean, the legal ocean, without a life jacket. Are you prepared for that, Brooks? You can't even get through this damn hearing by yourself.
Penalties that Mr. Brooks faces, why I gave Mr. Brooks form CR 226 and went through that with all of the advisements here today. That's also why the court went through the advantages of having an attorney and the disadvantages and challenges of being one's own attorney and representing oneself. I believe that the record demonstrates this court has warned Mr. Brooks about what he is getting into, the challenges, or at least some of the challenges that he may face, including on topics such as jury selection, trial objections, rules of procedure, etc. In the words of Imani versus Pollard, what this court needs to do is make sure the defendant makes the choice with eyes wide open. And that's quoting Iowa versus Tovar.
Well, see, and that's the thing is that people, Aussie overload. I'll invite you after we finish ranting on this story here. That's so not fair. The right to self-represent should not come at a cost or disadvantage. Well, I think the rationale comes in. You've got a free lawyer here. You're telling us you don't want this free lawyer here anymore. So if you don't want him here, don't come crying to us later when you really meant you wanted him. I think that's the rationale. I mean, I could be completely wrong. But I mean, that's at least to me what seems to be the rationale. You got the free guy. He's doing his job. You say you don't want him anymore. You want to be on your own. All right. You pulled the trigger. You want to be on your own. You're on your own. It kind of seems like tough love, tough justice. Well, with that in mind, let's continue here. We'll get to the super chats here in just a minute. Hang tight, super chatters. Because that's part of this Friday rant. Super chat.
I have made Mr. Brooks aware of the dangers and disadvantages of self-representation by going through not only this form, but by reviewing with him once again the charges, the penalties, the exposure that he faces. Ultimately, in the end, a competent defendant has a constitutional right to represent himself, even if the judge or anyone else thinks there may be no good reason for him to do so. I'm not saying you don't have a reason, sir. I'm frankly speaking to your mom at this point. He may not understand. Frankly, her understanding is not material. You have the constitutional right to make this choice. What's important for this court and why I also went through some of the other biographical information is you have a high school education. You've completed the 11th grade. You have an HSED. You are clearly literate. You've been able to communicate with the court efficiently and effectively. At times, you press the court when there is something you don't understand or believe is not going your way. But to me, that's a sign that you understand and are advocating on your behalf. Frankly, statements like I'm informed or I'm aware are the functional equivalent of you saying I understand. I cannot say that.
I'm going to object to that. Yeah. She knows he's been using this I don't understand. I've been informed, that kind of thing. She's saying, when you say I have been informed or it's been made known to me, that is exactly the same as saying you understand. And he's saying, oh no, I don't understand. I object to that. I don't understand anything.
This is one of
Never
those
once
narrow
said I
class of.
understand.
I never once said I understand. Yeah, you did. You said it in different words, dummy.
I object, which is my First Amendment right to be able to say what I want.
Mr. Brooks, your rights do not involve interrupting me. That's the,
I objected. I didn't
that's the
interrupt.
procedure.
I like how he interrupts to say he objected and didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt. I objected. Yeah, you objected when you interrupted, and then you interrupted her to tell her you didn't interrupt.
That we will follow. At trial, what's going to happen if you continue to do that is you will be admonished in front of the jury.
I don't think he cares. I don't think threatening him. I don't think threatening him with, I'm going to say you did a bad thing. I'm going to yell at you in front of the jury. I don't think he cares. That's not going to be a big deterrent for him. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see him admonished more than once in front of the jury.
That's fine.
If you continue that.
That's fine.
Like I said, this is not one of the narrow class of cases in which a defendant may not be competent to represent himself, because there's no evidence before the court to suggest he has a severe mental illness, which is why, of course, I looked at the NGI evaluations, because that is competent, recent information
That
before
has no
this court
relevancy.
regarding his mental status.
His mental status has no relevancy to his mental status. This guy, seriously, when he opens his mouth to say these things, you look at the evaluation she's talking about, you look at how she's talking about how he is fighting back, he's arguing, he's making these things, and he's competent, and then he's saying he's been assessed and he's been mentally evaluated, and then he starts talking, and you think, has he really been evaluated that well?
Status
has no
and his
relevancy.
understanding of what is going on.
That has no relevancy to
This
why we're
court
here
is then
today.
able to render the following. It is this court's opinion in finding today that Mr. Brooks understands with reasonable accuracy and is aware of the difficulties and disadvantages of self-representation, the seriousness of the charges against him, as well as the general range of penalties, and that he is making a deliberate choice today to waive his right to an attorney and proceed without counsel. This court further finds that Mr. Brooks is competent.
See, and that's why I think that they're saying you have this guy, it's a choice. You can't say I choose everything. I choose to represent myself, but I also choose to have a lawyer here to watch over me. I guess there, at least in Wisconsin, it's you have the choice. You have to make this choice either or. You can't choose the entire basket that's presented to you.
To proceed, whether he refers to that pro per, pro se, or simply self-represented. He reads, he writes, he understands the English language. He's been able to communicate with the court. He has no physical or psychological disability that impacts his ability to communicate with the court or to communicate a defense to the jury on his behalf. I've not been able to find on the record, and he has not advised the court of any disability, physical or psychological or otherwise, that would affect his ability to communicate with the court or to a jury. In the words of Pickens, Mr. Brooks has the minimal competence necessary to conduct his own defense.
No objection to being told you have minimum competency that time.
The proceedings, the nature and seriousness of the charge, the maximum penalties that can be imposed if convicted of these offenses. He understands that a lawyer may be of assistance, understands that a lawyer may be appointed if the defendant.
That right there is why these damn soft sits get under my skin. That is so unnecessary. Listen to that
Can
again.
be imposed if convicted of these offenses. He understands that a lawyer may be of assistance, understands that a lawyer may be appointed.
He understands. They're talking about the things he's giving up. He understands that a lawyer can be of assistance. I don't understand a lawyer can be of assistance. I was informed that lawyers. Damn it! This is why I do these Friday law rants. It's this stuff I got to get out of my system. I've got to get it out some way, and ranting at you once a week is a good way to do it. It's therapeutic. It's cathartic. I can't yell at him, so I can yell at you instead. Thank you for absorbing.
Said I understand.
And understands the
Jesus.
disadvantages of
Everyone said
self-representation.
I understand.
He is voluntarily and freely waived.
And I like how she's just like, I'm done with him. We're going over the top of him.
The
As a
right
matter
to
of
be
fact, I do not
represented by
understand.
counsel and is making a deliberate choice to proceed without counsel. And therefore, the court will grant the motion to withdraw brought by Attorney Perry and Attorney Keys. And from this point forward, Mr. Brooks will proceed as his own attorney.
So you won, dude. You won. Shut up. You won. Now you've got a lot of paperwork to do and a lot of things to do that you don't understand. And kickoff time is about 72 hours from now. Good luck. Good luck, Mr. Brooks. You're going to need it. And take as long as you can at trial, because you've got a special cell waiting for you for the rest of your life. And then you have a special fireside seat in hell when you die.
Does the public defender's office require any type of written order discharging?
No,
All right, the minutes on CCAP will be sufficient.
yeah, that's fine.
All right, if there is the need, just simply file an order under the local rule. And I'll
Like, do you
certainly
guys need
do
an
that.
order for ordering you to release
Anything
you? Like,
else,
now we're good. We're just going to
you need
walk.
From me today before I continue with this hearing.
From us,
No, from Attorney Perry and Attorney Keith.
from us, no.
All right, you may, you are discharged and certainly are excused from the remainder of this hearing.
Governor, can I just clarify, as to the
And they're like, yep, I'm gone. See ya. Good luck, buddy. I got better things to do. I'm out.
discovery, Attorney Perry, you indicated all paper discovery have been turned over, but not the electronic discovery, correct?
Not turned over, but it's, it will be, we'll make arrangements with the jail.
You're gonna turn over the electronic discovery? Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right, I know we have a number of outstanding issues. That documentation was provided to Mr. Brooks at the close of the hearing yesterday. Mr. Brooks, are you in a position to respond to that so that the court can?
See, they give him a bunch of stuff. You know, I don't know what it was, but they give him a bunch of papers, and now he gets to make his comments or makes his arguments against whatever pages or explanation of whatever the hell they gave him. Now he gets to say something. Do you think he's prepared? Do you think he's ready? Do you think he's going to be an awesome lawyer for himself here right now? If you do, you have not seen this channel or these types of videos before, because he is
outstanding issues today.
What are the outstanding issues?
Those are the documents.
So he's
that-
like, I gave you these documents. Are you ready to comment on these documents that I gave you? What's on the documents? All right, I don't know how much we missed. Yeah, it's being a little bit squirrely here tonight. But Yeah, so I don't know how much of it you missed, but he's arguing the judge gave him a bunch of papers. The judge, yeah, I'm just kind of guessing at how long I was paused. So yeah, they gave him a stack of papers and said, now, are you ready to discuss those things in the papers? And he says, what's in the papers? And she's saying, the papers I gave you, pal. So now he's just being an idiot again, a bigger idiot than he was a few minutes ago. This is her again saying, did you read those papers and are you ready to comment on them? And he says, well, what's in the papers?
Are you in a position to respond to that so that the court can address those outstanding issues today?
What are the outstanding issues?
Those are the documents that
Idiot.
I gave you yesterday.
The ones that I already had?
I don't know whether you had them or not, but I specifically gave you all of the pleadings that had been filed from the motion to withdraw forward.
He didn't
That was
understand a
provided to you
damn thing you
yesterday.
just said.
So what are the issues?
Are you prepared to address them today, sir?
What
You
are-
have two options, sir. We either address them right now, or I have to come back yet before the trial or decide all of them on the morning of trial, and I'd rather not do that.
That might be the way to go, because I don't know what issues you're referring to.
So you didn't read any of the paperwork that I gave you?
I think, Your Honor, that you should understand my position in the jail, that I'm not awarded adequate time out of my cell to get a lot of things done.
I'm in jail. I don't have enough time to get things done. What the hell else are you doing in jail? You literally have nothing else to do. You're in jail. What do you got? Fucking pressing social engagements to get to, pal? You got a night at the opera? What's the... You're in a jail cell. You're locked down. You are in a room with no exits. What do you got? You got nothing but time, pal. And she knows it. This, I'm in jail, so I didn't have time to read the papers. That pisses me off. He's just being a dick. He's being a jerk of the highest order.
There are a lot of things that I have to go through with
Mr. Brooks,
just receiving the
Mr.
paper
Brooks,
discovery.
All right. Yeah. So she's like, Mr. Brooks, you're out of here. Shut up. You're gone. You're done. Now, all right. We got some super chats that built up during that thing. Let's address these super chats. Jeff doesn't understand how hard it is to be someone's girlfriend. Yeah, he's got obligations. He denies the obligations and the alligators. I don't. Lord have mercy. All right. Now, super chats and starred messages. Paul Farrell, thank you so much for your super chat. I want him so badly to say the victims were impeding his right to travel. Oh, God. Yeah, that's the other super soft citizens. You know, I'm a traveler on the land. Are you stopping me, officer? You're impeding my right to travel. Yeah, the cop is impeding your right to travel. What the hell are you going to do about it, Mr. Soft Sit? Go ahead. Those are there's only two kinds of these sovereign citizen loser videos that I like. One type is when they do things in court and the judge just smashes them, just crushes their arrogant, stupid, idiotic arguments. The other kind of sob citizens I like, the sob citizen videos I like, are the ones that go something along the lines of, can you show me your license and registration, please? I do not consent to joinder. I do not consent to joinder. Step out of the vehicle, please. Are you impeding my right to travel? I am a free man traveling on the... Those are my favorite videos. Anything where it involves an officer breaking windows and tasers. I like those soft sit videos. God, soft sits, get my blood pressure up. Oh, Spooky Spoon, thank you so much for the next time hippo video. Thank you very much. Oh, you like the taser stuff, did you? There's more of that came from. Flux in the house. He said it's because he is a murderer. He was. If he said that, he's absolutely correct. Eva Blink. Eva Blink, thank you for being the newest member of the Vice Squad. Congratulations. Well, we're all Vice Squad members, but you're a member of the Vice. You're the Vice Squad's member. Thank you very much for being here. So glad to have you aboard. Thank you so much. Right-wing extremist in the house. I do not consent. Articles of Confederation, international maritime law, and I am so happy. I am so who was that in my life the other day that explained where that came from? Oh, it was potentially criminal. Sean, finally, I have been trying for years as a lawyer who is involved in the maritime law industry. I have been trying for years to find out why sovereign citizens keep relying on maritime law, why they keep asking the court if it's a maritime court, why they're talking about this shit. I couldn't figure it out, but he told me, and I was so happy that if you look in a lot of courts, they want a nice looking flag. They'll have the brass eagle on the top. They'll have the American flag, and they'll have the gold fringe around it. Like 200 and whatever years ago, the gold fringe around the flag was an admiralty flag. It was a maritime flag. It was an admiralty law flag. And so now I guess they're saying that 200 years later, any flag with a fringe on it is a maritime court. And so if it is in the courtroom, then that courtroom must be a maritime court. And so that's why they rely on maritime law. It makes the argument, even though I understand it more, it makes it more absurd than it was before I knew the answer to that question. Let's continue with the super chats. Flux, again, thank you so much. I'm having a hard time with this one. He deserves what he did to those 6 people. I do not argue. And his mockery of the court is sending my blood presumably through the roof. I hope he gets graped in jail. Chances are good. Chances are very good. Thank you for that. Right-wing extreme is wrong. It's totally necessary. The court has to know that Darrell Brooks, the corporation, again, this whole corporation, they say when you're born, you become part of the this corporate entity out in the universe, and and that's provable because they write your name in all capital letters on your birth certificate and your social security. It makes no damn sense. And he does not consent under international law. Now, again, going back to the issue at hand. I absolutely agree that he has the right to represent himself. I absolutely agree that he has the right to confront his accusers. He has the absolute right to demand that the prosecution meet their burden of proof, that they show their proof, they meet that burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he did what they are accusing him of doing. Absolute right. But the problem we have, and we've seen it time and again with these deranged individuals that act as their own attorney, when they start cross-examining or questioning victims and victims' families, then they have every right to do it. But it's a hard thing to watch. It's a hard, brutal thing to watch. They have the right to do it, but it makes me angry when they do that stuff. But yeah, so that's my rant on this. He has the right to do it. Go for it, bud. I know I'm going to get angry. There's going to be funny parts. Don't get me wrong. There are going to be some hilarious parts of this trial. Morbid hilarity. Yes. Morbid hilarity, but hilarity nonetheless. But there's also going to be some frustrating things. There's going to be some enraging things, and there's going to be some brutally unfair shit that happens, especially when he's cross-examining victims and other witnesses. I think it's going to be enraging. So let's see where this goes. As we talked about, As we talked about, Nick says Nick Ricada Law says he is going to try to stream it. He said he would invite me. If he does, I'll be there. Stay tuned for that. We'll see what happens. Deep breath, inner peace. Where are we at in the super chats here? Oh, just a couple of super chats away from another drink. Lucky me. Aussie Overlord, I don't know if you're still here, but I sent you a link to come and join the party if you are so inclined for a law related and law adjacent rant. Come and join the party. Deep breath. Got to cleanse the internet palate here before we move on to the next enraging vent case. Wow, damn. That hour went fast. I was going to try. How did we make a 13-minute video go an entire hour? I felt like 20 minutes. Wow. All right. Where are we going next? Statuesque Misk, welcome. Octavia, welcome. Merm says, can we use this Baldo to slap him? Be my guest. Go ahead. Use that Baldo to slap Aussie Overlord.
I missed out on like 30 seconds of the stream there when I switched over from YouTube to StreamYard. Why am I getting slapped with a Baldo?
Because you're Hayden.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
I
thought so. Yeah, I thought so. It's a good as reason as any to me, I guess.
Hey, it works.
Why don't we get to see your happy, smiling visage this lovely evening?
To be perfectly honest, I was not prepared. As I said in my message, I'm literally sitting here building a Gundam model. I shall fix up my green screen in about 2 minutes.
Well, stop building your goddamn model and get back here.
All right.
What Gundam are you building?
This is the RX-178 Gundam Mark II Titans version. So it's the bad guys version.
Cool. All right. Well, throw that green screen up and let's get on to our next rant. I'm holding up my rant just for you.
Oh shit! Okay, in that case, let me throw it all back in the box and I'll be right there. All right.
All righty. While we're waiting for Aussie Overlord to okay, enough Baldo jokes. While we're waiting for Aussie Overlord to slap up his green screen there and put away his goddamn in the box, Legal Vice's new hat. No, this is not. This is actually 2 years old. But I don't wear it often because it is absolutely, it's like thick and amazing leather. It's got this sterling silver feather as a hat band. It was made in Spain. It's handmade in Spain by a company called My Hats. Y Hats. Sorry, it's Y Hats. I mean, they're ridiculously expensive, but they're handmade, custom made hats. They're gorgeous. Y Hats.
All right, wait. Is this a hat stream? Do I need to choose between the pirate hat or the police hat?
Let's see. We're not talking about anybody from Fire. We're probably have a couple of cop stories. So yeah, put your cop hat on.
All right, cop hat. All right.
Why are hats? Hats are to. There you go. Officer friendly.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Dang! I wish I had like. I wish I had like some clip from what was that Al Pacino movie, Cruising? Yeah. Whenever I wear my Polish, oh Lord have mercy.
All right, so all right, that
don't do that.
All right, fuck it. Oh,
you can wear the hat, just not the stash and glasses. Wow, that kind of.
I figured you needed your blood pressure to come down at least slightly, so I'm always here for comic relief.
Wow.
Oh, far out. So that's next week. So that I mean, I watched that originally with the when Law and Crime had it up on their page. But I mean, Jesus, how can that guy be that stupid? It's just like,
Well, he's not being stupid. He's just being obstreperous. Hey, there's a good word we don't use much anymore, is it? He's
That
just
is
being
true.
a dick, because like all soft sets, you're just naturally dickish. And if you're the Moorish type, you're the Moorish dickish type.
So tell me this though. So Wisconsin, if you waive your right to counsel and you're self-repping, you waive all right to all counsel.
Apparently,
for
it's
the
a
period.
choice. Do you want the
Okay.
guy or not? You choose not, he's gone.
But like,
It's
and then
harsh,
you've got
but it
no
does-
choice to.
Apparently, yeah, it's like,
I mean, I can
do you want
understand.
this lawyer or do you want you? You can't have both. That's what it seems to be to me. That's how I understand it. Because they were talking about waiving his right to have a lawyer appointed for him and to have one argue for him if he wants to make the arguments himself.
Well, see, I always thought those those were two separate things, though. Having a lawyer appointed for you and the right to be represented. I thought that those were always two different things.
That's what it
I
is.
can understand them waiving the court-appointed one, but it doesn't sit right with me. If he's struggling and he gets to the point where he needs assistance, it doesn't sit right with me if he can't afford if he can't get a lawyer out of his own pocket.
Well, in all jurisdictions in the states, as far as I know, if you represent yourself, you are presumed to operate at the same standard as a lawyer. So I mean, you have to follow the formats, you have to follow the arguments, you're bound by the rules of evidence. You get zero special consideration. So
don't get me wrong, self-rep litigants, I'm totally with it. It's the stupidest thing you can possibly do.
Yeah, but I'm by extension though. So if you're assumed to be at that level, that assumes you don't need anyone's help because you're at the same level as that person. And say, do you want this guy to do it or do you want to do it? Make your choice or forever hold your peace, kind of thing. And I think it's tough love, but you know, in a way I can see it. I understand it a lot. I think it's harsh. I mean, you give the guy a lifeline, but you know, then you could also argue, well, another lawyer doesn't get if you're being charged with capital murder and facing the death penalty, and you go out and hire an entertainment lawyer. Yeah, that lawyer doesn't get a lifeline.
No,
he doesn't get to have a backup. Well, I guess he could if he wanted one, but you know, so I think it's harsh. And the reason I wish it was there was so there was someone to step in when he goes completely off the damn rails, which is going to happen.
Yeah, rather than waste the court's time and effort and all that sort of thing. No, I completely get that. Yeah. I just don't understand why, if he's self-representing, why he couldn't have the other guy as co-counsel. That's the bit that sort of weeds me out.
And just, again, I know zero. Well, I probably know like this much of what happens in Wisconsin, when in Wisconsin law, but the way it was presented there in that preliminary hearing wasn't exercising his right to represent himself. It was exercising his right to waive counsel.
Ah, okay.
And so if you waive the assistance of counsel, you're on your own, kind of a thing. That's how it seemed to be to me, because she kept talking. Are you mentally competent to waive your right to? Do you understand you're waiving your right to counsel? So I think that's how they couch it.
Cover
there.
us like that, far out.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to send you off on a completely separate rant. I just thought, so. How are you? How's your week been?
It's good. These things are so damn cathartic. I love it. All right. Well, we're going to bring up our next rant here. And again, this is Friday Law Rants. Our rants are law related or moderately law adjacent. Or if I just think something's funny, we're going to look at it. So, all right. What we want to talk about now is a big issue that came up very, very recently in the U.S. Are you familiar with the Adnan Syed case?
Vaguely, yes. I have seen it pop up a couple of times, and I've seen that there's been videos that have been done on it. I haven't watched them fully, but I do know some detail.
Flux in the house. Flux says Hayden is amazing.
Thank you, Flux. I try.
Flux, you're pretty darn amazing yourself. You know that.
That is true.
So Adnan Syed was convicted of some nasty stuff. A long time ago. when the earth was green, the prettiest animals you've ever seen.
Back before the unicorns didn't make it onto the ark.
Exactly. Baltimore. A Baltimore judge on Monday, and this was Monday as of September 20th, so a week ago, a little over a week ago, I guess about 10 days ago, a Baltimore judge on Monday ordered the release of Adnan Syed after overturning Syed's conviction for the 1999 murder of high school student Hae Min Lee, Korean American. Korea was interested in this case back then and now because it involved a Korean American girl. A case that was chronicled in the hit podcast Serial, a true crime series that transfixed listeners and revolutionized the genre. At the behest of prosecutors who had uncovered new evidence. Prosecutors uncovering new evidence after 22, 23 years. Read between the lines. This was evidence. It wasn't uncovered out in the wild. This, whenever
How dusty was the file that this supposed evidence was located in?
Exactly. When they discover evidence after 23 years, they discover it in the filing cabinet.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what that means. And occasionally it'll mean that they ran a new DNA test, which I believe they did in this case as well. But Circuit Court Judge Melissa Finn ordered that Syed's conviction be vacated as she approved the release of the now 41-year-old, who has spent more than 2 decades behind bars.
More than half his life behind bars, and they've had it overturned. Fuck's sake.
There were gasps and applause in the crowded courtroom as the judge announced her decision. Finn ruled that the state violated its legal obligation to share evidence that could have bolstered Syed's defense. That right there is a fundamental principle of discovery in every law-abiding nation based on Anglo-American law that I know of. You have an obligation to turn over everything to the opponent, whether it's good for your case or sinks your case like the Titanic. You have an obligation as a prosecutor to turn over evidence that would exculpate the suspect or the defendant, or would prove his innocence, or would be damaging to your case. You have a legal duty and obligation to turn that over, and these people didn't. I assume it's the same in Australia.
Absolutely, it is.
You have the same disclosure rules in civil and criminal things.
Of course, everything gets turned over, whether or not it's damaging to your own case or not. You hand everything over that's within your power, and that unless it falls under the legal professional privilege, parliamentary privilege, or very other limited circumstances, everything gets handed over.
Korea does not have that type of a disclosure system. We don't have that kind of discovery system. There's no mandatory discovery per se. So you can submit whatever you want. You can keep back the things that are negative to you, but if they ask for it and you don't give it, then the judge can infer negatively from that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you don't tell them you've got it, they don't know what you've got. So
so the other side has to come across it the other side has to come across it in another circumstance to prove that they had it. Far out.
But yeah, it's a gut-wrenching feeling when you have a great case and then you see one email where somebody says exactly the opposite of what your case needs to hear, and you think, crap, I have to turn this over to the other side. But you have that obligation, and especially prosecutors, they have to turn over all documents that show the innocence of the suspect. And they did not do that in this case. They hid evidence. Finn ruled that the state violated its legal obligation to share evidence that could have bolstered Syed's defense. She ordered Syed to be placed on home detention with GPS location monitoring. The judge also said the state must decide whether to seek a new trial date or dismiss the case within 30 days. And can you imagine being him and hearing the words, "All right, Mr. Syed, you're free to join your family"? Ugh.
What would terrify me is that hearing those words and then within the next 30 days hearing that they're going to push forward with another trial. And having that looming over my head, that would suck. But knowing that you could see your family, give them hugs, whatever, after 20 years of being in prison for something you potentially didn't do, that'd be an incredible, amazing feeling.
But minutes later, Syed emerged from the courthouse and flashed a smile as he was shepherded to a waiting SUV through a sea of cameras and a cheering crowd of supporters. Syed did not speak during the hearing, nor did he address the reporters outside afterwards. But after the hearing, his lawyer, Eric Suter, described his reaction to the decision, saying he said he couldn't believe it's real. Now, when we look at this, not only are the prosecutors screwing around with a potentially innocent man by hiding and burying evidence for more than 2 decades, think about the victim's family. Think about the family of this murdered girl. They thought for 20 years the guy that did it had been arrested, apprehended, tried, and put behind bars. Now you're telling the family that their loved one, they don't know who did it. This person you thought probably didn't do it because we were hiding evidence. Think about that from the victim's side, ripping their lives open again. Sarah Patel, a friend of Syed, said, "We're very happy and relieved that he's finally free. We've just been on pins and needles this whole time. Syed has always maintained his innocence. His case captured the attention of millions in 2014 when the debut season of Serial focused on Lee's killing and raised doubts about some of the evidence prosecutors had used, inspiring heated debates across dinner tables and water coolers about Syed's innocence or guilt. Last week, prosecutors filed a motion saying a lengthy investigation conducted with the defense had uncovered new evidence that could undermine the conviction of Syed, Lee's boyfriend, in 2000. I understand how difficult this is, but we need to make sure we hold the correct person accountable. Well, you should have fucking thought about that 21 years ago, Becky. Well, Becky, you were, we were thinking about whoever was in charge of the case back then, who they hid the evidence. Assistant State's Attorney Becky Feldman told the judges she described various details from the case that undermined the decades-old conviction, including other suspects, flawed cell phone data, unreliable witness testimony, and a potentially biased detective.
I'm sorry, what?
Is that all? You don't have anything else?
That's not as simple as a piece of paper getting misfiled in another file. That's like a file on its own. What the fuck are these people doing? That's monstrous.
They're framing a dude is what this is what the rush to judgment. This is where it gets you. And this is where so much police energy is focused these days. Police and prosecutors, they go, oh, he probably did it. And rather than getting evidence, rather than finding evidence of whether or not this person did it or looking for the truth, they say, we think he did it. And they build their entire case around proving that the person they think did it actually did it, rather than looking for justice, rather than looking for truth, rather than trying to say, okay, it clearly wasn't him. We got to go back to square one and find out the person. This is disgusting.
That is so fucked. That's I have no words, honestly.
I mean, that's all. The only things that undermined his case was other suspects, flawed cell phone data, unreliable witnesses, and a biased detective. Surely there's got to be more.
All of which was surprisingly not included in this information that was passed off. That's pathetic. That's been deliberate. There's no way there is no way that you accidentally hide that much evidence. I'm sorry. Like I was for a moment there, I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was a single piece of paper that had been misfiled in another prosecution file, whatever. But that's way too much for it to be coincidental or accidental. Yeah. That's not.
You don't have that luxury here, it looks like.
No.
After the hearing, State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby said investigators are waiting for the results of DNA analysis. We had DNA analysis back in 2000. I mean, it was starting to come into the courts during the O.J. Simpson trial in 95. And that was in Marcia Clark was trying to explain it to the jury during opening statements by saying it's like Jurassic Park. I mean, it was young back then, but it still existed.
It was still likely enough that they could have gotten a positive identification. I mean, what is it that suddenly they're able to test it against? I mean, if he's been in prison for the last 20 years, irrespective, if this information's been there, science has progressed in the last 10, 5, 15 years, whatever you want to say. This could have been done a decade ago. He could have been out a decade ago.
So they're going to wait for the DNA analysis before determining whether to seek a new trial date or throw out the case against Syed and certify his innocence. And then how do you make up for 21 years, the prime of his life in jail? You throw a few $100,000 at him and say, my bad. Syed was serving a life sentence after he was convicted of strangling 18-year-old Lee, whose body was found buried in Baltimore Park. The investigation revealed undisclosed and newly developed information regarding 2 alternative suspects. Read that again. Read that whole sentence again. It revealed undisclosed evidence. That literally, as you all know, means they had it and they didn't disclose it. That's a deliberate act. That is a deliberate act of hiding evidence of his innocence from his lawyers. Undisclosed evidence and newly developed information regarding, undisclosed information and newly developed information regarding 2 alternative suspects. 2, not just 1, 2. As well as unreliable tower data. Mosby's office said in a news release last week, the other suspects were known persons at the time of the original investigation, but weren't properly ruled out nor disclosed to the defense, said prosecutors. Not only did they not try to figure out if these people did it or not, they didn't tell the defense they existed. So the defense couldn't make that check. They couldn't make that determination, said prosecutors, who declined to release information about the suspects due to the ongoing investigation.
Oh, well, nice that they're doing the job now, for fuck's sake.
Prosecutors said the failure to disclose the alternative suspects to defense attorneys amounted to what is known as a Brady violation. But Maryland Attorney General, but Maryland Attorney General Brian Frosch, whose office represented the state during. So, okay, the guy was apparently the district attorney at the time during the appeals, or maybe with the attorney general's office in some capacity at that point, but he's the state attorney general now. The attorney general of the state of Maryland, whose office represented the state during Syed's appeals, issued a statement Monday saying, among the other serious problems with the motion to vacate, the allegations related to Brady violations are incorrect. Neither State's Attorney Mosby nor anyone from her office bothered to consult with either the assistant state's attorney who prosecuted the case or with anyone in my office regarding these alleged violations, Frosch said. The file in this case was made available on several occasions to the defense. So this is the attorney general saying, well, the prosecutor's office, they didn't consult with us. They didn't consult with me about releasing this guy. That shows you how fucking concerned those prosecutors are. They're looking at this document going, I don't really give a crap what the attorney general says. Get this guy out of jail right now. That's how seriously they took this breach. It's like, yeah, we have nothing to talk to the attorney general about. Get him out now. Prosecutors in their defense said they weren't asserting that Syed is innocent, but they lacked confidence in the integrity of the conviction. That means same fucking thing. They're not saying he's innocent. They're just saying they lack confidence in the integrity of the conviction.
There were 2 other fucking suspects. If that's not enough for reasonable doubt on a fucking life sentence, and they're saying, oh, and they're not asserting that he's innocent, are you fucking kidding me?
Well, tell me, what is the difference
Uh-oh. All right. 1, 2. I'm just going to count until he. Is it me? or is
I'm
it him?
back. That's me.
Okay, it was you.
Yeah, it's Friday in Korea. Every single male child in Korea is playing some form of online morp game.
Okay, fair enough.
So there tends to be huge amounts of packet loss on the weekends here.
Gotcha.
We should be up. I'm running a packet loss test as we speak. I've got it on my computer speed dial. All right, we are good to go. 0 packets lost now. All right.
There we go.
Back to what I was saying before.
Yeah, we lost about 20 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Prosecutors said they weren't asserting Syed is innocent. Tell me, what is the difference between saying innocent and lacking confidence in the integrity of the conviction? One is a really freaking convoluted way of saying, looks like he's innocent to us.
Well, it looks like there's a possibility that he wouldn't have been convicted. I mean, look, it's a distinction without a difference. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
The state's attorney office said that if the motions were granted, it would effectively put Syed in a new trial status, vacating his convictions while the case remained active. As well it should.
Mm-hmm.
Syed was led into the crowded courtroom in handcuffs Monday, wearing a white shirt with a tie. He sat next to his attorney. His mother and other family representatives were in the room, as was Mosby. In 2016, a lower court ordered a retrial for Syed on the grounds that his attorney, Cristina Gutierrez, who died in 2004, didn't contact an alibi witness and provided ineffective counsel. So his own lawyer was a fuck up.
He has had a massive, this has just been a clusterfuck, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Jesus, no wonder this was a prime target for a podcast series. Fuck. Oh, good. I thought you frozen.
No, I was frozen in shock and rage. But after a series of appeals, Maryland's highest court in 2019 denied a new trial in a 4-3 opinion. So they said, "Oh yeah, you get the new trial." Then you apparently, I guess he lost the appeals because he was still in jail, and then the court says, "Nope. No new trial. You don't get a new trial." The Court of Appeals agreed with the lower court that Syed's legal counsel was deficient in failing to investigate an alibi witness, but it disagreed that deficiency prejudiced the case. Okay, so they're saying even though there's a witness that can place him somewhere else at that time, we're not going to talk to them, but we don't think that prejudiced the case.
See,
how does it not prejudice the case?
It's a thing that fucks with my head. It's the same as when you got people on death row, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I've seen it on TV before where there's been this point where beyond appeals, it's past the point to consider someone's factual innocence while they're on death row. Yeah. This literally seems like the same sort of thing. They're saying, okay, there was deficient counsel. There's possibility that there's a witness that could have exonerated this guy, but we're going to ignore it because we don't think that it prejudiced the case enough.
Well, it's even, I mean, the gist, the final gist of things like in the death penalty appeals and things is you can come in with someone who said, yes, I did it. Here's the weapon I used, and it has the DNA evidence all over it. There's a good likelihood the court would say, sorry, too late. We're just not going to go back and do this again. You had your chance to bring this up earlier. It's frustrating. It's part of the broken system.
That's fucked. That really just is. I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. There are various scenarios where I could fully support the death penalty. There really are. But where there's those kinds of situations and circumstances, until those are ironed out, I have issues.
Well, this is the only thing that I don't know what happened here. The court said Syed waived his ineffective counsel claim. And if he waived his claim, I don't think he did it consciously, and it's probably something his lawyers did.
You think?
Yeah. The U.S. Supreme Court declined to review Syed's case in 2019. The true crime series was the brainchild of longtime radio producer and former Baltimore Sun reporter Sarah Koenig, who spent more than a year digging into Syed's case and reporting her findings in almost real time in hour-long segments. The 12-episode podcast won a Peabody Award, and was transformative in popularizing podcasts for a wide audience. Now, here we go. Now we're getting into the family stuff here, the family of the victim. Mm-hmm. During the hearing, Hae Min Lee's brother, Young Lee, see, I live in Korea, I can pronounce these correctly. During the hearing, Hae Min Lee's brother, Young Lee, spoke to the court saying he feels betrayed by prosecutors since he thought this case was settled. This is not a podcast for me. This is real life, he said. Speaking outside the courthouse after the ruling, Mosby expressed sympathy for Lee's brother and said she understands why he feels betrayed. But I also understand.
Save it.
Yeah,
Jesus
but she also
Christ.
Understands the importance as the administrator of the criminal justice system to ensure equality and justice and fairness. So this is entitled to the defendant as well. Yes. So here we have this guy, and this was the 20th, so there is now 19 days from today for the prosecution to decide, are they going to just cut him loose, give him a certificate of innocence, or are they going to recharge him and retry him for this crime? This should have happened at the original trial. All of this should have been there. It disgusts me when prosecutors are more concerned about the win, more concerned about closing the case and putting things to rest than finding the truth. You should be fighting for justice and truth and the American way, just like frickin' Superman. But you're not. Defense lawyers, the public prosecutors, they don't lose their jobs if they get conviction rates really, really high, because it's just kind of basically understood that everybody that goes through the public defender's office is by and large guilty, with very few exceptions. Prosecutors, however, if they don't get that check mark in the win box, they lose. They can be fired from their job if they're the DA and they don't get a lot of convictions out of their lawyers. They can lose the next election for being soft on crime and being incompetent. They need those wins. They need the W's, and they'll do shit like this. I'm sure everything down in Australia is so fair, and over there nobody would ever consider doing anything like this there. Or is it the same rage I have?
Oh, no, it's the same rage that you have. Honestly, that shit goes on in every court on the face of the planet. Let's face it. What worries me here is that the way that the prosecutors are already, the way that the prosecutors were talking, the way that the district attorney was talking, was it the state attorney's office or something?
Yeah, the attorney general's office.
I would put even money. They're going to retry him, even if it's just a safe face, and that I think is pathetic.
I'm about 50-50 on this, because they have to for the face saving reasons, but then they can go, look, we are not looking good right now. This guy's been in jail for 21 years. Let's just cut him loose and move on to the next case. So I'm sitting about 50-50.
Okay. But
prosecutors, you cannot do that. If getting that W means more to you than putting an innocent person in jail, it's the old adage, we talked about it last night. It's better that 100 guilty people go free than one innocent person be convicted.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole lot of innocent people in jail because of shit like this. Deep breath, end of rant. Got that out of my system. How you feeling there? Are you ready for more rants?
Yeah, let's do it. Just let me get the kink out of the shoulders. Oh, there we go. All right. What else?
All right. Gotta do a little bit of grifting here. Aussie Overlord has an amazing channel where he talks about Aussie law related things, pop culture related things, and after a certain period of time on Sunday night, really naughty, dirty things. Stuff that would make Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law blush. Stuff that would turn up on Nick Rekieta's stream. That weird dildo company thing with like the claws,
the
and
dragon
the dog
dildo.
muzzles. Yeah, that showed up on Nick's stream. Did you see that?
I didn't see that. Did it? I must have missed that one.
Yeah,
oh, that's hilarious.
That was introduced into Nick's stream.
Oh, lovely.
By somebody. So yeah.
by somebody, right?
Yeah, well, it wasn't me. It would have been if I would have been on the stream. That was for sure. But yeah. Wow.
No, look, I'll be perfectly honest. The greatest, I think the greatest compliment I've ever received is that my show is what Nick's would be if he wasn't such a shyster lawyer. Like being compared to the Pope like that is easily my highest accolade. So by all means, guys, I'm about 340 subs away from hitting the 4K mark. So after this, if you want to go and look at some of my stuff,
we have 346 people here right now. So assuming that a lot of you haven't subscribed to Aussie Overlord, get over there and subscribe to his channel. Give him a listen. I think you'll stay.
Cheers.
So I enjoy going on his streams. I enjoy having him here. We mesh. We got a good vibe going, and that's what makes LawTube good. We're only 1 hour difference in the whole world time zone thing. So
it does
one
make
of
it
us isn't asleep.
Being that close. That is true.
So always when you do the streams with people in the States, someone has just woken up or nearly falling asleep on either end of the conversation. But yeah, so go over there and hit his subscribe button and like every single video he's ever done. It'll be worth your time to watch. And while you're here, hit my like button too and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Where are we sitting on the grift tonight? We are a couple of small super chats away from another drink. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Super chats are not necessary. We try to read on nights like this. It's kind of hard to read the regular chats because we're talking to each other. I'm reading the articles, not reading the chat, but I try to do my best. We still hit some of the comments. The best way to do it is the super chats. Not only do you come up in these bright colors that catch my attention, but you are guaranteed to get an answer to your question or to have me comment on your comment, and it continues to feed my booze habit. So yeah, more super chats not required, but never turned down. And hit the invite button, the notification button. This is not my first drink, by the way. I kind of hit the whiskey bar and had 5, perhaps 6 drinks before I came home to do this. Let's go sub this kookaburra.
The irony is I probably just laughed quite similar to a kookaburra.
Wow, I didn't
Worth
know
it just
for the kinky
yeah.
corner. That's his Sunday night naughty stream. Joe Choi is subbed. You're already subbed to both as well, Memento Mori. That's because you're awesome.
Very much so.
Oh, Coco B and 666 Full says no is not going to be trial again. He's been innocent since day one. You can still be innocent and tried. And if he was innocent since day one, that's already happened once. There's nothing to stop him from doing it again other than common sense.
That's the unfortunate result of it. And honestly, it does sound like the prosecutors and the state attorney's office in this instance are vindictive enough to take a crack at it, even if it's just to save their own face, honestly. So I won't be surprised in the slightest. But he's being innocent.
Like I said, I'm 50% in this category. I bet they don't, because it's probably all different lawyers in that prosecutor's office now. It's been so long, and there's such a groundswell behind it. And, I'm kind of I'm 50-50, but I'm leaning towards not.
See, that's just it, though. With this particular chat here, with it being all new people in the office, that to me could swing either way as well. Because all of a sudden, it's a whole bunch of brand new prosecutors saying, okay, it wasn't us. It's not our problem. It's not our fault. We'll do this right and see. And we won't lose any skin off our backs because of it.
But at the same, I mean, they were mentioning the groundswell, all of the cheering, all of the cameras. So they know there's a grassroots or a groundswell of support for this guy.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm very much hoping that they don't. I'm just saying, if they do, I won't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way, but I'm kind of leaning, if you can, okay, I'll say I'm like 51% that they won't do it.
That they won't.
Yeah, and 49 that they will. So yeah,
fair enough.
Let me pour a little bit of a palate cleanser here. What's your BAV at this point?
Look, I'm still chugging the Basil Hayden. Nice. If and when people eventually, I haven't had to chug any absinthe tonight. Let's put it that way. Thank God for that. So, and I'm just washing it down with a Coke.
Merms, darn, currency is down still. Yeah, currency is down here in Korea, like way bad. And we are a couple of more of these size super chats away from another shot for me. So yay for me. Wait, there was another comment I was looking at. Oh, thank you for the super chat, by the way, Merms. You rock. Someone asked a question.
Can I just jump in?
Yep. Let's see. Eric, go ahead first. I'll shut up.
I was just going to say, Smoky Blue Days. Lindy Chamberlain, we will be covering that in the relatively near future.
What are we covering?
Lindy Chamberlain, the dingo ate my baby case.
The what?
The dingo ate my baby case. She Lindy
okay, that's slightly
was,
better. I heard the "Did you eat my baby" case, and I'm like, the what case? But I mean, it's only slightly better than the dingo ate the baby case.
Lindy Chamberlain's daughter Azaria went missing while they were out camping and whatnot, and for a significant period of time, Lindy Chamberlain claimed that a dingo stole Azaria, and they found bits and pieces of remains and the baby's suit and that sort of thing. And Lindy spent quite a bit of time in jail, and she was finally acquitted. So, but yes,
so the dingo actually ate the baby.
We don't actually know. There was enough to prove that she didn't necessarily. There was enough to raise reasonable doubt that she was the killer.
Did she eat the baby?
God, I hope not. But yes, that is a case that we will definitely be covering at some stage. Because
do we like her, or is she a monster?
Depends who you ask, to be honest. I mean, I've struggled. I sort of flip flop. I'll be perfectly honest. They, as people, like the way they were portrayed in the media, they were not likable people. But it was it was a nasty case. So it was not as if they were ever going to come off as, saints sort of thing. So, but no, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. I just want to specify I will definitely be covering that. It's one of Australia's major cases that, yeah. Anyway, sorry, you were saying?
Wow. Who was the dingo accomplice? Oh, wait. Damn it. I just got rid of that. And I got to go scrolling back up here again. There we are. Adrian the Vegetarian. See, Arian the Vegetarian. Jeff, have you seen what Megan Fox has been covering about the legislators in Oklahoma voting on bills that fund gender reassignment at OU? There's a ton to rant about there. Yeah, we'll let her.
That's very true.
We'll let her rant about that. Fedorovsky says, I'm having a nice glass of Redbreast Lustau Irish whiskey. I have not had that. I have had the Redbreast 12, the Redbreast 12 cask strength. Those are the only Redbreasts I've had, and I love Redbreast. Lustau Irish. Lustau. I'll look for it. Anyone else drinking? If so, what? I've got the cask strength maker's mark here, but the guy that gave it to me, the somewhere between where he bought it and giving it to me, the label fell off. So I literally have no idea what the ABV is on this. But it's a high percentage of alcohol.
I thought you were going to say that the neck of it went missing.
Yeah, in Amber Heard, actually. Because that's the bottle she said she was savaged with, a Maker's Mark bottle. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. This is the bottle she didn't know if it was broken off inside of her or not. I think you'd know.
You'd notice.
Yeah. But for the shots, we're doing a nice, easy to drink Buffalo Trace.
I'm half tempted to go and grab the bottle of Blanton's and crack it open, to be honest. Because I've got the Basil Hayden for the shots, but
yeah, don't. If you just do like a bottoms up one shot of Blanton's, I will get on the next plane over there and beat your ass for alcohol abuse, abusing the alcohol. You treat that Blanton's with respect and sip that one, young man. I will not have you disrespecting and abusing my alcohol.
Fair enough. I've got some very nice new tumblers that I bought because we were celebrating the 25th anniversary of one of my local stores. So I've got some very nice new commemorative tumblers that I can use. But yeah, I think at some stage I might go and crack that open. But continue, my good man.
I will. MM says 110 proof. Well, see, that's the thing. That's the beauty about that's the beauty about cask strength. Every cask is different. The cask strength just means they pull it straight out of the barrel and put it into the bottle. So every cask strength isn't 110 proof. Some are more, some are less. If you happen to hit 110 on the, if you happen to hit 55% is actually pretty low. The last cask strength makers I had, I think it was like 57, 58, something like that. It was pretty damn high. But yeah. Steph. We have Steph sightings. Stefferson. Steph the mod. You rock. See, Steph the mod, she's a lurking mod. She sits there, she bides her time, she steps out into the open, does her deed, and sinks back into the bushes to observe. And occasionally she drops these awesome super chats. Here's the rest. Well, Steph, not only did you give the rest, you put us halfway to the next you put us halfway to the next drink. Woohoo! All right. We will have this shot here, the celebratory shot, and then you go grab that Blanton's. I'll do this shot and set up the next rant.
Fickle.
All righty. Steph, cheers. You're in Hawaii. You're enjoying it. You had pineapples today, so kudos for that. Fresh pineapples. Cheers to my mod hiding in Hawaii. I'll be happy to get you back on the mainland where you're at least in a more relevant time zone. Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. That's good. There we go. The next rant, let me give you a little preview here of our next rant. Our next rant involves a particularly scummy human being, a particularly offensive, filthy, scummy animal that just needs to be removed from the human gene pool. He's a man that tried to kidnap a little girl. Yeah, we're not real thrilled with him. I'm just lighting me up a cigar here while he grabs a very, very, very nice bourbon. I've got a couple of bottles of it back there, but I don't want to open them because they're expensive to replace. What letter do you have on your Blanton's bottle? That's the burning question I have.
Sorry, in terms of letter, I mean, it's private reserve single barrel.
Look up under the horse's legs. There's going to be a letter.
A.
See, if you look at every bottle top on a Blanton's bottle is different. Hold the little horsey up to the camera there. There's 8 letters in the word Blanton's. And starting from the starting gate, what they have on top of, they have 8 different bottle tops, one with each letter of BLANTONS on it.
Mm-hmm.
And each letter, the first B is the position of the horse's leg at the first 1/8 of a mile on a race. The L is the second letter, and it shows the horse's legs position at the 2/8 of a mile position. So every 1/8 of a mile is the running horse's legs position, and you have each letter. So people collect the BLANTONS, and there's 2 N's, and each N is different. And so if you collect all of them, you can send them to the Buffalo Trace distillery, and they will give you a nice little plaque to put them in. Nice little display case.
Shit, consider that done. That's awesome.
Weirdly, I've had 4 bottles of Blanton's, and 3 of them have been the same N, and that pisses me off.
Serious?
Yes. All right, random weird whiskey news for today.
Oh, that almost felt sacrilegious. I'm not gonna lie.
All we've got our rant out of the way for whiskey. Sorry to bore you all with knowledge of random Blanton's things. The consultant says, my father collected the whole set. I currently have an L. All right. We're going to go on to our next round. And again, Steph, thank you so much for being Steph. You're the Steffiest Steph that ever Steffed. How is that?
Ooh, that's nice.
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
You almost
gracious.
persuade me to reach back there and grab one of my bottles and open it.
Oh, that is delicious.
There's my Blanton's shelf right there behind my humidor. But yes. All right. Our next rant involves, as I said, a particularly vile human being. A guy.
Thank you for telling me to get the Blantons. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to need it.
A guy who tried to kidnap a little girl.
It's not quite as bad as half the news that I read on a night, but have at it.
It gets bad.
Oh, spoke too soon. Okay.
Man accused of impersonating a parent. Attempted kidnapping at Zinnia school appears in court.
Motherfucker.
A Fairborn man accused of impersonating a parent and planning to drug and kidnap a child at an open house event for a Greene County school appeared in court Monday morning. He's lucky he made it to court. Reed Duran, or Duran, however the fuck he wants to pronounce it, was arrested on August 22nd after an incident at St. Bridget's School. According to police, Duran went to the school attempting to impersonate a parent with the intention of trying to kidnap a child. As MM says, something wall. Yes.
Oh, we've got a new one. Long walk in the outback with a kangaroo.
That's right. News 7 was in Zinnia Municipal Court Monday when Duran appeared in person for a bond hearing. Prosecutors were going to ask the court to deny bond, but before they could, Duran's attorney asked for a continuance. The judge agreed to a continuance, meaning Duran will remain in jail without bond. We did not object because the defendant must remain incarcerated until the next hearing takes place, David Hayes, Greene County prosecutor, said. In a 911 call released from the incident last week, St. Bridget's principal, Terry Adkins, told dispatchers that there was a trespasser at the school. This lowlife scumbag needs to be dealt with severely. And I object to him wasting any more of my oxygen. Let him ram this trial through, get him to jail, and let nature take its fucking course. That's what I have to say. So, in the 911 call, he said they had a trespasser. I have a gentleman here. Gentleman, come on. I have a gentleman here that has trespassed into our school open house, asking questions and claiming to be the parent of a daughter, and he is not, Atkins said. So I need the police officer to investigate and inquire. He's posing a threat. Just tell the other parents, let him take him out back. When police arrived on scene, they interviewed Duran in the school parking lot where he gave different stories about why he was at the school before admitting that he came to kidnap a child. Now, all right, I'll put on my defense lawyer hat for a minute. If you're going to drug and kidnap a child and you're confronted by the police, don't tell them that. Shut the fuck up. but I'm glad you did because I'm not your lawyer. I'm really glad. Oh, I just overmodulated my microphone. I'm really glad you did tell them because that makes their job a hell of a lot easier, you dirtbag. He then voluntarily agreed to come to the Xenia Police Division to speak with officers. Now, it still gets worse. This dirtbag makes it even worse than it already was. When in an interview room, Duran attempted to stab a Xenia officer with a pen. The incident was caught on surveillance camera. The videos were released as part of a public records request made by News Center 7 last week. The videos released Thursday by Xenia police show a man, later identified as Duran, grab a pen and attempt to stab an officer. Story continues.
Duran
later. Oh, yeah.
Mm.
And my mic is possessed by the devil because it keeps turning the gain down all by its mysterious lonesome. All right. Duran later told an officer that he went to St. Bridget's School attempting to find a small child to obtain sexual favors. Fucking dirtbag.
I'm going to need more of this.
Yeah. According to an affidavit. He told police he planned to drug the child with a tranquilizer-laced starburst and abduct them when they passed out. This is the wood chipper. Yeah, there we go. Even Kaiser Pineapple was saying, feet first into a wood chipper. We're thinking along the same lines. This is
only
just,
after he's been injected
wood chipper defense.
Only after he's been injected with that drug that makes your nerves extra sensitive.
Yeah. Where you can feel everything, but you can say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want for this creep. So Hayes told News Center 7 that because Duran's original plan and attempt to injure and fight with officers, they plan to argue that Duran should be held under condition of no bond. Well, yeah, I would concur with that. I don't think this asshole should ever be out. And God bless him if he's lucky enough to survive until his trial. We have to
they'll have him in solitary. They'll have to. There is no way he'll survive till trial. He goes into Gem Pop, he's dead. That's the long and the short of it.
We have to prove by clear and convincing evidence that the weight of evidence is great and the individual does represent a danger to the public. I think you can probably prove that he's a danger to the public when he said he's trying to drug and grape young children. You fucking dirtbag. And I believe that's the case with Mr. Duran, Hayes said. Duran's case is expected to be presented to a Greene County grand jury Wednesday. That would have been 2 days ago. If the grand jury hands up an indictment, his case will be transferred from municipal court to common pleas court. Well, I object to people like that. Like I said, if it is a legitimate trial where there's, why is my mic possessed by Satan? I really want to know. I need to figure it. Just started automatically resetting itself the other day, so there's clearly been some setting tripped. All right. Let's get this out of the way here. If it's a legitimate question of whether someone is guilty or not, give them their trial. But I know I talk about the prosecutors having the burden of proof, the prosecutors being required to discharge their burden of proof. They have the obligation of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that you did it. But when dude comes and says, yeah, I did this, I don't want him wasting any more of my tax dollars and or oxygen.
Whilst I understand that, given that there's circumstances where people have been mentally ill where they confess to doing certain things, I still think there needs to at least be a pre-trial hearing. After that, if he's just that wacko that he's confessed to it, I agree. Go straight to a guilty charge. Get him into whatever.
You're a generous man, Hayden. You're a better man than I am. I will concede that point to you. You are a better man than I am.
I'm not trying to be. Honestly, in this circumstance, as the daughter of a 4-year-old girl, I can honestly say this guts me. But at the same time, we can't, like, rule of law has to apply to everyone equally. Otherwise, it's worth nothing.
Yes, and you're parroting what I said last night. There's lawyer me and there's father me. Lawyer me says, yeah. Father me says, me and a couple other dads will take him out back.
Agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed.
Have you seen the video of the guy that's being walked, I believe, through an airport? And he's been accused of I believe was murdering and raping a child, and dad was was like pretending to be talking on a phone.
I have not seen that, but it doesn't surprise me.
I don't think we can monetize that, but if you
I was going to say, don't bring it up. I'll have a look at it later.
But literally, I believe it was in an airport. Dad was on the phone. He was pretending to talk on the airport phone. They're walking the guy by. He just hangs up the phone, turns around, and boom. Case dismissed. He just hung up the phone and blew the guy away. Just looked him right in the eye and pulled the trigger.
Gary Plouch. Okay, Baton Rouge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Christ.
It's a short video. I'm going to bring up the video of our lame guy here attacking the police with a pen. You mean nope. Courtroom. Yeah, like I said, that's the lawyer in me says yes. Due process, protect the rights of everybody, including the innocent. But dad me would take a little different view of that.
Oh, Dad me would break my moratorium on guns, end the guy's life, feed him into a wood chipper, and not lose a wink of sleep.
Not a bit. Where are we here? We need man allegedly. I like how they have him on video attacking police, and the video is titled "Allegedly Attacks Police." Man, allegedly attempts to attack cop.
News reporters still have to cover their own asses so that I don't get sued. But still,
yeah, that's law and cuck for you.
Yeah,
but yeah, this is the 3-minute video of him. See, and do the right thing, buddy. Turn that pen on yourself, not the officers. All right. Why there's a pen there is beyond me, but he's thinking the cops are idiots and aren't paying attention. They're paying attention. Go ahead, buddy. Reach for it.
Unit up here.
How'd that work out for you, stick boy? You whisper thin little loser. How'd that work out for you? Let's watch that again. That was fun.
9-5, a unit up here.
damn.
Put your hands behind your back now.
Okay.
Stop. Put your hands behind your back now.
Okay.
You kidding me right now? Put your hands behind your back now. Trying to stab me, really?
What are you trying to stab you with?
And now that cop's probably going to
kidding
get
me?
in trouble for leaving a pen on the table.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, bring his lunch?
No. Right there.
Yeah, no, I know where it is now.
God, that's
but
good.
it was on the table.
I went and watched that airport video too. Holy fuck.
That was satisfying, wasn't it?
Stand up.
It really was. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not usually big on violence, but that yeah, that was vindication. That's all. That's what that was.
Yep. New angle.
Jesus.
But I mean, the cop's not a small guy either. But that was some
No.
quick reflexes.
Yeah, that was
some
impressive.
good reflexes there. See, that would have been the perfect opportunity just to kind of,
Yeah. Yep. Oh
Bang.
my! How did that pen wind up in his jugular by accident?
Exactly. Oops. He fell on that pen 17 times backwards. What a tragic accident.
Up here.
And then out the window down the hallway.
Put your hands behind your back now. Stop. Put your hands behind your back now. You kidding me right now?
Are you kidding me? Really, dude? He thinks he's Hannibal Lecter.
Put your hands behind your back now. Try to stab me, really?
What are you trying to stab you with?
You kidding me?
Okay, he may be mentally ill or German. I can't figure out which. He's wearing flip-flops and black socks. He's either mentally ill or European, one of the two. But no, seriously, again, this is where I'm conflicted. The lawyer in me says yes, prosecute him, but the father in me says if I was in that school and I found out that that's what this dude was here doing, I would say that it would be likely that one of us would. There's a possibility one of us would leave the school, and at least a very good likelihood that both of us would be on our way to jail.
I would argue that there'd be at least one father. I mean, look, it's a school of however many kids. I would argue that at least one father is willing to take the fall.
Yeah, well, like the video you were watching with the guys. Okay,
Yeah, he definitely considered that it was worth it. And I'm not going to lie, having looked at that video and the fact that and the circumstances around it, that was very satisfying to watch. Like, he was very clearly not doing a good job of pretending to be on the phone, though. I'll be honest. Yeah, that's basically it. And then boom.
But, yeah.
So, oh my god.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just where I come down. I mean, this dirtbag is going to get justice somewhere along the line.
Oh, that's guaranteed.
And by
that's
justice,
really the only thing that's causing me.
Yeah.
And
And by justice, I mean either deleted from the prison population, or he'll have a brand new set of wheels he gets to call his own for the rest of his life. And unless he's in administrative protective custody for the rest of his life, or however long he's in prison.
That should not happen. Like, there's no way they're going to have him in solitary for that entire time. And look, even if there is, I mean, there's still stories of people copying it in solitary. Like, they still have to walk down the hallway sometimes,
Yeah. Well, in Utah, there is a separate facility for sex offenders.
Really?
Yeah, they have their own. They have a completely separate facility because of exactly that problem.
Isn't that terrifying that they even have to have that? Like, there are sufficient numbers of people that have been convicted for that they have to have a separate facility. That's.
I think we need some Chopper Reed in our life right now. What do you think?
I'm inclined to agree. Yeah.
I think we need that public service announcement.
Yep.
That's what we need.
That'll make me feel better.
Those of you that have seen it, you know what I'm talking about. This is Chopper Reed, a legend in Australia, a legendary criminal who preyed on other criminals. His grift was kidnapping gangsters and holding them for ransom. He would kidnap people, hold them for ransom, and or steal their stuff and torture them with blow torches on their toes and things to get his money. He shot his friend because his friend owed him money. He was so crazy. Yes.
I was just going to say, and on at least one occasion, he himself dealt out prison justice to one of these twisted fucks.
And he started a prison war all by himself, he and his prison gang. And then he got a brilliant idea that he was going to literally cripple everyone in jail on the same night. And that was so crazy. Even his own gang members said, okay, that's a little too crazy. And they stabbed him, which resulted in having 16 feet of his intestines taken out. He wanted to get out of this particular cell, this particular wing of this particularly bad Australian jail. They said you can't unless it's for medical reasons. So he literally had his friend cut both of his ears off just to get out of the prison block, because he was fearing an ambush. Chopper Reed is a badass, and he made a public service announcement. And if you go back a couple of weeks, Hayden and I, as well as Meme Copium, got together and we did a little show on Chopper Reed. So go back and watch our Chopper Reed show. It was good. But this is a public service announcement that was eventually pulled from TV because of vulgar language. But again, from what I understand, it resulted in a significant decrease in sexual violence crimes.
Fucking oath it did.
This is Chopper Reed's public service announcement against this kind of behavior.
My name's Mark Brandon Chopper Reed. A lot of people think I'm a tough guy. I'm not a tough guy, but I've broken a lot of men that thought they were tough guys. The lowest thing in jail is a woman basher and a rapist. If you bashed a woman, well, you're a weak, gutless individual. If you come to fucking jail for bashing a woman or raping a woman, you will get fucking dealt with. You will fucking suffer. We will break your fucking neck, you low, gutless, weak fucking mice. Be afraid. Because if you come to jail, you're going to have every bloody reason to be afraid.
Chopper Reed, legend.
May he rest in peace. Although he's probably not.
I don't have anything left in my glass. All right. That's where we're going to leave that sick idiot. Not Chopper, the other guy. I want him to go to jail so that the Chopper Reeds, wherever he is, can deal with him. Okay. There we go. That was a good rant. We've got a couple of starred comments to read here. Fedorovsky. Oh, we already read that one. Sorry. And Merms. Oh, we already read Merms too. Oh, no, we didn't. Thank you, Merms. Congratulations to Satan for possessing Jeff's mic. Good job, Satan. Thank you so much for that, Merms. You rock. All right. How are we doing, chat? Are we entertained? Are we ranting enough for you? Are you satisfied with the rants? Do you want more? Our next rant, if you want it, we're 2 hours and 13 minutes into this. We can cut this off right now, or we can tell you a law-related story that deals with baby shark, baby shark, baby shark. Do you want to hear the baby shark law story? Or do you just want to wrap it up? We have 2 votes for more rants, and to bring it, rant on. Now, we could sit here and rant for hours on baby shark, baby shark, baby shark. That's enough to get me to rant for at least a good solid week. But now you can't have it both ways. Memento Mori wants more, but no baby shark. Sorry, this is a package deal. This is more rants. It's law related, and it involves baby shark, baby shark, baby shark. You can't have one without the other. Ranty rant, 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 ranty rant, 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 ranty rant. That was good. Nice one, Dragon Axe. All right. Oh my God, maybe not, says Jessica Channel. Vicky T, bring in the sharks. This is a happy rant. Well, it's not a happy rant. It's got a.
How does Digger 420 not know what? How does Digger 420 not know what Baby Shark is?
Oh, come on, Dig. Dig, you asked to be one of the mods. You got to know it. You go and listen to the Baby Shark, come back and report, and then you can be a mod.
I should tell you what, I'll see if I can find the video of one of the best renditions of Baby Shark I've ever seen. Okay. Give me a minute, but you continue talking.
All right. Puffer P smiles. OMFG. I'm so traumatized. I almost exited and unsubbed. I have faith. Stop singing. Stop singing what? Baby shark, do-do-do-do-do, baby shark, do-do-do-do-do, baby shark. That song? Never. Now, all right. Isabel, you too?
It's traumatizing for parents. I can only imagine.
Come on.
Oh, as in they don't remember, they don't know it. Oh god.
That's like 4 people in a row that have must not have you. My kid's 21 years old, and that fucking song is everywhere. Oh, all right. Aussie Overlord coming to the rescue.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you're here?
Oh, that's funny. Because I just did that.
That's sorry, I loaded that earlier. That's not Baby Shark.
Oh, I thought that was like leading into Baby Shark. I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Are we still looking for the Baby Shark?
Almost there.
Should we do the story and play the video later? Or no, I think we need to do the story. I think we need to no, keep bringing this up because we definitely need the video to see just how bad this story is going to be. And I'll bring up the original version so that we can appreciate the beauty that is the apparent remix we're going to see. And again, this is a rant. This is a law-related rant. And I am a maritime lawyer, so the Baby Shark song is apt, says Merms. I agree with you. Baby Shark, Baby Shark original. This song has been around for 6 years, people, and it just got really super popular a minute ago, like about a year ago, or 2 years maybe.
6 years, Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, look, I know I've personally been listening to it for about 3, because my daughter got into it when she was 1, so I can at least attest to that.
See, I think I got caught up in it last year when the rest of the world got caught up in it, and it became super famous for some stupid reason that is just beyond me. Now I need to find out where my where my StreamYard window went. There it is. I have like 12 windows open here. All right. This is the original Baby Shark. For those of you that are, MM says Baby Shark unsubscribed. Bear with me. Don't unsubscribe. It'll be mercifully short. We won't watch the entire hour. We won't. Oh, it's only 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Why does it feel like it's going to get yeeted? We just got the warning. You're about to be deleted, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. We're going to get a copyright claim from this. So I'm going to have to go back and delete all of that shit by hand. Yeet, 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 yeet. Nice, Eva Blink. That's a good one too. Ms. Amanda just says, no! Dirk Diggler, what the hell did I just walk in on? I hate you, Jeff. Mighty Meat, fuck no, dude. Yep. So I still think Eva Blink wins. Eva Blink wins with yeet, 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 yeet. So, all right. You, my cats are not happy. I'm not happy. I deserved the imminent yeet warning from that. So, all right. Have you found the metal version or whatever? Is it the metal version you're looking for?
It's mildly metal. I've got it on my phone. I'm just trying to transfer it to my laptop so I can. So just do what you like with the story, and I shall.
that's how we're starting this rant, and we'll end it with another one. And if you're watching this in replay, clearly that section is not going to be there because they've already sent me the yeet warning, which means it's going to get copyright claimed and I'm going to have to delete it. So imagine, if you will, that what you were just listening to was baby shark, baby shark, baby shark. There, it's had it. Sorry, I had to do that one more time. I promise, I swear to God, I will never do that again. Like literally ever in my life, on stream or off. All right. This is the story of the law-related baby shark. And see, I did it for you everyone here, you see the reaction that this song gets from people in chat. Everybody hates it. It's earwormy. People are freaking out. Now, here is the story. Jail employees charged for playing Baby Shark on repeat.
Cruel and unusual punishment. I love it.
But this story has a fucking dark ending to it.
Oh, shit. Okay. Hang on. Let me pour some more Blantons.
I need to pour some more too. How are we on the okay, we're about $30 shy of a third just rando shot. But until then, I'll enjoy the Maker's Mark cask strength. Cask strength unknown because it has no label.
This shit's good.
It is. All right. Ex-jail employee charged for playing Baby Shark on repeat. Oklahoma City. 2 former Oklahoma jail employees and their supervisor face misdemeanor cruelty charges. Cruelty charges after investigators found they forced inmates to stand handcuffed for hours and listen to the children's song Baby Shark on repeat, a prosecutor said Monday.
Holy shit, let the poor bastards out. They've done their due diligence.
At least 4 inmates were secured to a wall with their hands cuffed behind them while the song played on a loop at a loud volume for hours, the Oklahoman reported. The separate incidents occurred in November and December, according to court records. Aussie Pineapple Slushy, you say that's hilarious. Wait until you hear how this story ends.
Oh, someone's clawed something out.
All right. Here we go. I got this with hair that's tickling my nose. All right. The misdemeanor charges were filed Monday. Again, thank you, advertisement. That helped. The misdemeanor charges were filed Monday against former Oklahoma County jail employees Cornell Gregory Butler Jr. and Christian Charles Miles, both 21, and their supervisor, Christopher Raymond Hendershot, 50.
Okay,
It was
so this brilliant idea came from the mind of two 21-year-olds, is what we're saying.
I would guess. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Is this how we got Noriega out of his house? Essentially, weren't they playing Metallica? I think they were playing Metallica for Noriega, if I remember correctly. But it's unfortunate that I just love this. This is the DA. It was unfortunate that I could not find a felony statute to fit this fact scenario. Even the district attorney wanted to bring felony charges against them for playing Baby Shark on repeat for hours. I would have preferred filing a felony on this behavior. Butler and Miles are accused of imposing the discipline, and Hendershot is accused of knowing about it but not stopping it, the newspaper reported. Court records do not list an attorney for any of them. Sheriff P.D. Taylor said Monday that Butler and Miles resigned during an internal investigation and that Hendershot retired. We don't tolerate it, Taylor said of this mistreatment. We always did an excellent job policing ourselves. The Baby Shark song gained huge popularity 2 years ago after the company Pink Fong released its first video online. The video has since been viewed more than 6.5 billion times.
And like half of that's for my daughter.
Oh God, I feel so bad for you. Well, see, now what happened? What happened here? Now is where our story takes a dark turn. One of those people that was chained to the wall and forced to listen to Baby Shark on repeat loudly for hours filed a lawsuit against the peeps. He filed a lawsuit. But then, just recently, a new story came to light. And that would be, where is it? Here we go. This is the dark turn. Share. Dead Oklahoma inmate was suing over Baby Shark claim. This is one of the guys. An Oklahoma City inmate found dead in his cell over the weekend was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the county alleging that in 2019, he and other inmates were tortured by jail employees who forced them to repeatedly listen to the children's song Baby Shark for hours. John Basco, 48, was found unresponsive in his cell early Sunday morning. Oklahoma
Did they try
County
playing the
Detention.
song?
Oklahoma County Detention Center officials said in a news release. He was pronounced dead after jail workers began life-saving efforts, they said. Basco's death is the 14th this year at the jail.
Whoa, okay.
Which has faced criticism over inmate deaths, escapes, and other incidents. So we have a jail cell where 13 other people have died this year. Now, dude that's suing former jailers ends up dead in his jail cell.
That's a little too convenient. When there's 13 other deaths, that's, yeah, no.
Wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
Jail spokesman Mark Upgrande said that there were no obvious signs of foul play and that investigators will look into the possibility of a drug overdose in jail. The state medical examiner's office will determine the cause of death. Basco, who was booked into jail Thursday on a drug trafficking complaint, and this was September 13th. So that was what day was September 13th? September 13th was
Tuesday, 3 weeks ago.
So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. He was in jail for only 5 days.
And then all of a sudden he's wound up dead.
Yep. He sues them. He gets picked up again, goes to jail, and mysteriously dies 5 days later. He was among a group of inmates suing the county and federal court for allegedly being handcuffed to a wall and forced to listen to the song Baby Shark on repeat for hours during a separate incident in 2019. Jail lieutenant retired and 2 detention officers were fired in connection to the incidents, and all 3 faced misdemeanor charges. Basco's attorney, Cameron Spradling, told the Oklahoman that he found the circumstances surrounding Basco's death, quote, disturbing, and called for the preservation of all evidence as the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation's probe of it unfolds. I'm really bothered by this, Spradling said. One of the Baby Shark victims is conveniently dead within 3 days of his arrival. I guess, okay. Within 3 days of his arrival at jail. How does that happen? District Attorney David Prater just lost one of his witnesses for the upcoming criminal trial. For me, this one does not pass the smell test. Oklahoma prison records show Basco had a long history of criminal convictions in Oklahoma County dating back to the mid-1990s, mostly for drug, property, and firearms crimes. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for a second-degree murder conviction in 2000 and was released in 2007, records show. So here we have the rant of Okay, you're an asshole if you're tying a guy to the wall and making him listen to Baby Shark for hours on end. You deserve to be fired. You probably deserve to be up for some sort of violation of the Geneva War Crimes Convention. But it's really suspicious that 3 days after this guy ends up back in jail, that the dude who is suing former jail employees, including a former superior, ends up dead in his jail cell alone 3 days later. That, I think, does not pass the smell test, as his lawyer said.
So much for no foul play. It doesn't sound right in the slightest.
It doesn't, does it? And that's why they're saying the making a murderer, Stephen Avery, they're saying that's why he's back in prison. He gets out and sues them for millions of dollars for wrongfully putting him away for 18 years. And then mysteriously, a short time later, he ends up back in jail on another murder charge. Yeah. Hugh Neutron says it's not foul play, it's just straight up murder. Wow.
I'm sure they're going to be investigating that one really hard too. Like, that's just, I mean, what happens in this sort of circumstance? Is there procedures in place to make sure that the third party steps in to conduct the investigation, or is it going to be people within the prison?
I would hope it would be the DA and people. I mean, that's wild. I hope it'd be the outside. I don't know, but geez. Wow. End of that rant. That was a lighthearted rant, but a rant nonetheless. What do y'all think of that one? Bet you didn't see that one coming, did ya?
Prototypo. They would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling sharks.
Nice. That was pretty good. I like that. All right.
So they don't do anything. 14 inmates have died this year. Want to talk about the last 5 years? God, I'd hate to see what the murder rate the death rate in that prison be in the last 5 years.
Yeah, and this was it wasn't even October yet. So you could
Jesus, so what's that over 9 months? So that's math I can't do because I'm too far gone. 14 over 9. 1.5 deaths a month over the last 9 months.
That's probably a lot.
Yeah. That's a lot, especially for a prison where they're supposed to be keeping people safe for themselves, I suppose.
I mean, jails are usually much rougher than prisons, because once you get to prison, you're settled in and you're resigned to whatever your fate is. But that's still, I mean, I would guess that like more than one a year would be a cause for concern. I'll give you one. Just for statistical reasons, I'll give you one death. After one, I start asking
the margin
questions.
of error. Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Well, when they wall off Detroit and just dump all inmates in there, it'll be fine. I don't know. How'd that work out, Australia?
Pretty well. I mean,
Fair
eventually
enough.
we settled into. I mean, look, it took 100 years.
Is that
we
we
sort of
have
have
civilized Detroit? Are you saying we can civilize Detroit?
Yeah,
It just might take 100 years.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Let it evolve, and not only will Detroit be full of hot women because it's survival of the fittest in evolution, but
fair enough,
it'll be full of criminal descendants who are strong-willed, rebellious, excellent at cricket, or in your case, like NFL, but still.
And in legal vices, have you ever been arrested? I've never been arrested, but I came real fucking close 3 times.
Okay, you can't let that go. How did you almost get arrested? What can and can't you say?
Well, the first one was I still to this day don't know what happened. I was driving down an interstate highway in the middle of winter. It was January, February, something. It was Saturday morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. I was going from my hometown of Logan, Utah to Ogden, Utah, which is about an hour drive. And it was snowy. It was fucking cold. So I was planning on taking about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. And I was really tired.
Okay.
So I was, I was just slamming Mountain Dews. I'd pull over on the side of the road and sleep for a bit. Just kind of rest. Well, not really sleep, you just kind of rest. All I know is I was just driving, concentrating on the snow, trying to see through the snow flurries. I'm assuming you've seen snow, Hayden, down there in your little
Yes, I've seen
wasteland.
snow.
I know. I was just teasing. Like you'd like to live on. You have a little shack on Ayers Rock or something.
No, so surprisingly, our snowfields here actually, I think, supposedly get more snow than some of the Swiss Alps. So, yeah,
you're like right next to Antarctica.
Yeah, well, there's that too.
God, this like these little hairs are just like curling. It's gonna. I can always tell when it's gonna rain because it gets humidity. The humidity goes up and the mustache starts curling and it pokes like up my nose. That's really bothering me. All right, there we go. We've groomed it out of the way. So I'm going, and also I'm like just trying to focus on the road because I can't see because the snow's there and they haven't plowed the streets and there's a few cars. And then I looked up in the rear view mirror and I just saw a sea of red and blue flashing lights, like a literal ocean of red and blue flashing lights. I'm thinking, holy fuck, these cops are after somebody. I better pull over and get out of the way. I pulled over and so did they.
So did they.
And then some more red and blue lights came from the other direction on the other side of the interstate. And so I'm like, oh, this is cause for concern. And I was 17 years old at this point.
Oh shit. Yep.
And I'm just doing what I was told. Turn the car off, hands it to 2 and 10 on the steering wheel. And
Adriana, baby cop, baby cop.
Baby cop. Yeah, well, that's kind of where this is kind of, that's pretty fitting for this guy. Now, because this is Utah and this is my brother's car, well, we'll get to that part. Oh, fuck me. This was a day. This was a day. So I'm waiting for the cops come. I look over in this side mirror and I see an officer with a shotgun sort of pointed in my general direction coming up on the right side of the car. Other cop coming up the left side with his handgun half out of his holster. And it was like something out of the Blues Brothers. I see the other cops across the highway laying across the hood of their vehicles. And I'm thinking, okay.
Who the fuck are they mistaking you for? Jesus.
No, apparently they weren't mistaken. Apparently they had me. I don't know. It was weird. Okay. And I don't know if the guys across the highway had weapons drawn, but they were kind of leaning across the hood of their vehicles. There was the cop, the 2 cops that were together behind me, and then there was a few more back there. And I'm following all their commands. Yeah, turn off the vehicle's already off. It's like, roll down the window. Okay, you put your hands out the window, get out of the vehicle, and I'm just like, question mark. Oh, okay. Well, I skipped a part. They said license and registration, because he's kind of, you know how they stand. There's like the window up here, and they're standing just behind the window, so they it's harder to blast them through the door. License and registration. I say, it's my brother's car. The registration is in the glove box. Can I get it? They say yes. My brother's car that I borrowed that morning.
Oh no, what was in the glove box?
Oh, a 38 revolver. Which ironically, if any of you saw the discussion I had with Ian Runkle last night, and I mentioned the 38 accidentally pointed at my head and misfired.
Was that
it's the
same gun?
Same 38? Yeah, it's the same 38 I was talking.
Shit.
Were you watching that?
I did see that.
Yeah, so yeah, the one that accidentally ended up being pointed at my head and then accidentally misfired somehow. Yeah, that was the same handgun. It was in the glove box. And I'm thinking, okay, this isn't good. I hope Mr. Shotgun can't see it. And I can't say there's a gun in the glove box because it's not mine, and I don't know how. It's not my car, and I don't know how it got there because it should have been back at the house. And so luckily I just got the registration out and shut it. And I gave him the registration. Okay, put your hands out the window. They made me open the door from the outside. They reached my hand through the window and open the door and then get out. They had me walk backwards. Mm-hmm. And then they started running me through a series. What's in the glove box? So they had me run through a series of sobriety tests. They had me do the put your arms out and touch the tip of your nose. They had me walk a straight line. Then they had me recite the alphabet. And the police report said that, I mean, the adrenaline is through the roof at this point. And I'm like, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And they criticized me for that in the police report, saying I recited the alphabet correctly, but at a high rate of speed. And I appeared to be nervous. Yeah, because there's probably about 8 guns pointed at me right now. And so then he sat me up against the back of the car, did this sit here and wait. And I assume he ran everything he could possibly run on me. And then he came back out. And for those of you in Utah, this was just north of the Woods Cross exit, southbound on I-15. Like I could see Woods Cross High School across the highway off to the left. So I got a lot of people from Utah here on my stream, and they will know exactly where that's at. So yeah, Woods Cross exit, Woods Cross High School, just off the highway into the left there. So they start telling me that people have been pulling off of the highway, reporting me swerving in and out of traffic, changing lanes illegally, stopping in a travel lane. And I mean, this is back before cell phone, so they actually had to get off the highway to make these reports. And I'm like, dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. None. And but they kept insisting. And Rose says, "Whoa, sorry, Jeff." So yeah, I'm sitting back there, and I'm just like, okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm coming from Logan. I'm a little bit tired, so I've been pulling over to the side of the road. It's snowy and you can't really see the lines. Maybe somebody thought I was parked in a travel lane, but I was as far to the right as I could get. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Camulus Mara says North Salt Lake. Yep. So yeah, they just kept hammering, I could take you into jail right now. I'm like, probably. But I kept my cool, and the guns went away, and he kept me outside for a ridiculously long time. And it was, like I said, it was like 5:30 in the morning, and it was probably closer to 6. And they charged me ultimately with reckless driving, 6 illegal lane changes, parking in a travel lane, obstructing traffic and something else I can't think of right now, which basically meant I would have had 1 billion points on my license, and I would have had I wouldn't have seen my license for at least a year or two. Isabel Rainey says, "Don't want to say this sounds like a setup, but like almost." I honestly have no explanation for this. I just kind of think I was as far right as I could get without being in a snow embankment and never seeing the light of day. And you couldn't really see the markings on the lanes for the highway because of the snow. So I think people were just saying that I was parked in a travel lane. So they clearly assumed I was drunk. But that's what I got charged with. And my dad told me something the day I turned 16 and he gave me the keys to a car. He said, if you ever get into trouble, don't waste your one phone call on me. He was very much if you get yourself into a situation, you get yourself out of it. So I didn't tell him about that. Well, after they wrote me up the ticket and said, well, I'm not going to run you in, they followed. And this was, they followed me like through, it was in Kaysville. So it was like, through Bountiful and into, and a few exits, like they followed me for about 5 miles. 2 cars did. The other guys all just like went their separate ways. And so I didn't tell my parents anything. They found out because the court sent my summons for my arraignment to the house. Mom said, "Oh, yeah, Kaysville." I can't remember if it was the Kaysville courthouse or the Woods Cross court. I can't remember which one it was, but I mean they're just like neighboring towns. But my mom said, "Oh, something from a court addressed to my son. I better open it and read it." And the shit hit the fan, of course. My dad, why did you tell me this? You told me not to tell you. I didn't mean it. I was just like, well, it sounded legit to me. But I said, I got it covered. I got it cool. So I went there for the arraignment and pled not guilty. They gave me a court-appointed attorney, and I lucked out. How'd that go? Huge. Ooh. Because they didn't assign someone from the local town district, the public defenders. They gave me probably the number 2 criminal defense lawyer in the state of Utah who was doing his pro bono hours. Oh, way to luck out. Yeah. So, I mean, I was it was my first year of university and I know who this guy was because he was on TV all the time. I'm thinking, sweet. Yeah. All right. Then set the trial date, got to the trial. And I was all ready. I'd done some of my own research. I talked to the lawyer for about 10 minutes before the trial because he's got pro bono hours to do, but he ain't doing any more than he has to. Yeah. And I mean, this meant nothing to him. And they're like, well, this is the deal. This is what I was doing. And he's like, all right, got it. So we sat there for most of the day listening to these trials, these hearings, and this judge was just being brutal to these people. The one case that sticks out in my mind was some cheerleader it was homecoming, and I wasn't homecoming because it was the middle of January. For some reason, the cheerleader had to do something. She had to unload some boxes from a car. And so she parked in a handicap parking spot for like 5 minutes to unload these things and then moved her car. But during that 5 minutes, someone tagged her for parking in a handicap spot. And it sounded legit to me. And the guy's like, well, yeah, I understand. But the judge's like, I understand, but you did park there. Huge fine. Next. And it was like that through the whole day. I'm thinking, well, I'm just screwed. But the cases drug on and on and on. And it was like 10 after 5 p.m. by the time that I got there before it was my turn. Before I got to your case. Yeah. To sit in the box. And
so by that stage, everyone's sick of it. The judge just wants to go home. How did he handle it?
When I went for the arraignment, the judge was reading the charges, and when he got to the officer, the guy's badge number was like W6 something. And the
Mhm.
judge says, "Oh, Officer Whiskey 6," because W is the whiskey in the NATO, whatever the hell you want to call it. They say, "Yeah, we he said, oh yeah, Whiskey 6." I'm like, okay, cool. And he said like in that, like the Whiskey 6 kind of way. And I'm thinking, okay, so this is obviously one of these
They know
officers
each other.
who he definitely, I mean, this officer definitely had the I got something to prove guy. He was he had that vibe. And it seemed the judge knew that. So we get to we get to the trial and it's 5:15, and by that point they call me at 5:10. We get up there to get sworn in, and the officer was there. Surprise! I was hoping he wouldn't show up, so they'd have to dismiss it, but no, he showed up. And the judge says, "Okay, I've read the complaint. Now it's 5:15. My wife will have dinner on the table in the next few minutes, and she's expecting me to be there. Now, officer, I have a question. Exactly what traffic was he weaving in and out of on a snowed-in interstate at 5:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning in January or February, whatever it was?" And the answer was something like, traffic. And the judge says, "Look, son, would you be willing to plead to going 75 and a 55 so we can end this?" And I said, "Where do I sign?" So I ended up paying like $50 at the end of the day. Yeah, he just said, "Would you be willing to plead to 75?" And that's when the interstate speed was 55 miles an hour. I'm like, "Yeah, where do I sign?" And then he said, "Okay." He said, $50 for the traffic offense. And he said, "You also had the services of probably," and I said, "Yeah, I know who he is." And I know who the attorney was. "And you should probably cut him a check for $25 for his time." I said, "Yeah, okay." And the guy's like, don't make me go to the bank for $25. Kind of. So that was the first time I came very, very close to being arrested.
Oh, holy shit.
The second time I was 18 on a motorcycle trip. I was just said, "I'm gonna go on a motorcycle trip." So I got to Oklahoma, which is is the third state over from Utah. Like, and I was in the panhandle of Oklahoma, and I always had my handgun with me on my motorcycle trips, which is a dumb fucking thing to do if you're crossing state lines, by the way. But I was 18 and I was an idiot. And I had several police friends, because there's like 3 things you do in my hometown. You work for the university, you work for the construction company, or you work for the police. That's just kind of what you do in my hometown. So like everybody on my block worked for one of those 3 people. And so I was always talking to what do you do if you have, because of this incident where I found the firearm in my brother's glove box. By this time I had my own lovely Smith & Wesson 1911 tritium sight thing. It was kind of cute. I liked it. So I asked the police, I said, "What happens if I'm in this situation where I have a firearm with me and I get pulled over?" And the officer I asked, Officer Walcott, says, "Well, you want to let them know you have it before they find it." That's fair enough.
Exactly.
So I had it kind of strapped to the side of my seat behind my thighs. And I was just going through Oklahoma. I was speeding. Cop pulls me over, and I thought, aha, I was told to let the officer know. And I'm such a fucking idiot. I'm seriously just a fucking idiot. I was a frazzled, brain dead 18-year-old. So forgive me for what's about to come out of my mouth. Yes, exactly.
How did you phrase it? How did you phrase it?
Exactly how you think I did. He pulls me over. I'm like, okay, I should tell him I have it before I have it. And he comes walking up, and I say, "Officer, I've got a gun. That's not how you want to phrase that. That's exactly what I said. Officer, I've got a gun.
You might as well have said, and I'm not afraid to use it. That's what the cop would have heard in his head. You might as well have said it out loud.
No, I had no license to carry this thing because Utah, like people, you hand them your license and firearm, cleat things. No, Utah was like you had to have a concealed permit, but you could open carry. But that doesn't mean Colorado and Kansas had the same laws, or Oklahoma, but I didn't check. I was just a fucking idiot. So yeah, I said,
means you don't say to the cop, "I've got a gun."
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't get past that.
Yeah, in retrospect, I could have phrased it better. All I know is I was instantly looking down the barrel of a very loaded firearm.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet.
And I quickly went, no, under this, it's over here on the side. And he just looked at me and said, "Boy, are you looking to die?" I said, "No.
I've got a gun and I'm a sovereign citizen."
Yeah. Thankfully, Oklahoma was an open carry state as well, luckily, so I got to keep it. And then I got the "don't be a fuckwit" lecture from this overweight, Smokey and the Bandit looking mofo Oklahoma cop. Yeah, I was not a bright kid.
Did you offer him a donut?
You should have.
Might as well have at that point.
No. Adriana says Jeff was so innocent. No, Jeff wasn't so innocent. The third time I came very, very close to being arrested was actually, was it before both of these or just before, or was it in the middle?
Oh, Jesus Christ. So it's all within the space of a year is what you're saying.
It was between these two. To the best of my recollection, it was between these two incidents. This one didn't involve a firearm.
Explosives?
Now, to understand something, you need to understand a few things about my hometown in order to understand this story. It's a small place, relatively. There's 70,000 people normally. When it's the home of Utah State University, so when school's in session, there's about 100,000 people in town.
Right.
But it's a fairly good sized town with 70,000 people, but it's also a very small community. And it's like you are no more than 2 degrees of separation from anyone in that town. Anyone in the city knows somebody that you know, at least back then in the late 80s. This one was bad enough that, like, I don't know how it is in Australia, but when you submit your application to the bar, you have to like report criminal histories, arrests, investigations. This was serious enough. I alerted the bar to this, and I was like, "Oh my God, they're not going to let me into the bar because of this story."
This is going to be a counterfeiting story.
Legal vice is
I'm
not.
Sorry. I'm sitting here trying to.
Yeah.
Go on.
Did I do a Sean? I didn't do a Sean Connery, did I? What do you mean, nice Sean Connery? I have no idea what that means, but hey, if it involves Sean Connery and it's nice, I'll take credit for it. But it's also a very Mormon community. And like I was 7, I think it was still 17 when this happened. No, I was 18. I was 18 when this happened. So it was probably about 7 months before the pullover on the highway story. The one, the one that I had to do the 75 and the 54. It was a bit before that. it's a very Mormon community, and we have this. All right, all of you, because I know I've got a bunch of Mormons and former Mormons, and I got a bunch of people from Utah, so they can all corroborate this. There's a program in the Mormon Church, in the LDS Church, called Family Home Evening, which is where every Monday night the family's supposed to stay home together and have lessons and games and do things. But there's also something called home teaching, where certain members of the congregation are assigned to visit other members of the congregation at least once a month to see if they need anything, sort of, shepherding the flock kind of a thing.
Okay.
You're like the contact. If they need anything, if they need help with anything, everybody in the family's okay, kind of do a checkup thing. And like being my age, lost and found, thank you so much for being a new member joining us at the clean and sober level. Someone says the Sean Connery thing is a hat reference. Raiders of the Last Crusade. Could be, but hey, cool. Yeah. So like when everybody that was an adult at that point, like a legit adult, the town was much smaller then.
Right.
So kind of everybody, like when I was 17, 18 years old, everybody that was in their 50s and 60s, they all everybody went to school together, or they played football against the other guys in town.
Right. Okay. Yep.
So it's like the most incestuously weird place ever. Like just
literally everyone knew everyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I had, we'll just say in the high school, I had sticky fingers. And I was in the sound and light crew at my high school, and we, through one means or another, obtained the master keys to the entire school. We needed certain keys to get into certain places to do lighting and to get parts and things for stage and stuff like that. And that sort of led to us acquiring an entire set of master keys, which led to me and my two best friends, the three amigos, having a free run of the school. Lots of things disappeared from the school. Nothing serious. There was just a certain period in my life where I never bought a pen or a notebook, but I always had pens and notebooks and batteries and candy and stuff, and drank more soda pop than could ever be imagined, and may or may not have paid for any of it, but it was petty stuff like that. Yep. And then I graduated. We all graduated, and one of my friends went off to England on his Mormon mission. Another one of the friends, he was still in town. I was getting ready to go on my mission to Korea, and out of the blue, like a year and a half after I graduate, just hear, get the ding dong on the front bell and on the door. And there's two guys in suits outside the door. I'm thinking, oh, Jehovah's Witnesses. They were too old to be Mormon missionaries. So I'm like, all right, the Jehovah's Witnesses are here. So I open the door, and then I just see lots of badges. Yeah, they apparently, if you take stuff from a school, that somehow that involves the feds.
Was it a state school?
Yeah, it was my high school. So apparently, because they get government funds, so apparently it's not a local issue anymore. Because they get. Yeah, I was in danger. But we got you need to go down to the police station for questioning. And at that point, I was working. That was during. I started working as a radio DJ when I was 16 until I was 19, and then again from 21 to 23. So this is when I was working at a radio station in Logan called KVFM, 94.5 KVFM, top 40 station, whatnot. So I worked there, and I went down to the police station. And when you go, another quick backstory, when you go home teaching, when you go do the shepherding with other members, it's always, they assign two people. There's like a senior companion and a junior companion. And you go visit them once a month. That plays into the story. So we go to the police station. They put me in one of the typical little rooms with like a shitty desk and a bright light, a bright exposed bulb. It's a "we have ways of making you talk" room. Yeah, and just totally out of central casting. The two policemen come in. I guess the Fed guys were just making their rounds. So they sent me to the local police for investigation. We've got member for 2 months, Rose, clean and sober. Legal Vices rocks, his rants. Bravo. Hail the unbreaded. Thumbs up. Sub, become a member. Lots and lots and lots of emojis. Thank you so much, Rose. You're the best. Thank you so much for 2 months as a member. Deeply, deeply appreciated. So yeah, I go down there. The detective, and it was total central casting, good cop, bad cop guy. Like, we know what you've done. We got to let me talk to him. Let me talk to him. Okay, look, we've talked. You're not the first person we've talked to. People have told us what's going on. We just need to tell us what you know about stuff missing from the school. We know everything's been missing. We just want you to tell us your side of the story. I'm like freaked out, and of course, I did not shut the fuck up. I did not ask for a lawyer. Because I was scared shitless and I wasn't thinking, and
Okay,
whatever.
so presumably at this point, you were not told that you were under arrest. You weren't Mirandized.
Yes. Yep.
Gotcha.
So I was still technically a witness, but as I've always said, the things you say as a witness, they can bring you back the next day and go, oh, by the way, we want to talk about those things you said yesterday, but in a little more detail. Oh, by the way, here, sign this paper about rights and shit. It's just a formality. Just go ahead and sign it. I'll talk to you. So yeah. Anyway, I was in there for questioning.
Sean, Jeff, we know the kids were dancing and listening to swing music.
Just having a hoedown in the barn. Swing your partner, Alaman, left in a do-si-do. Yep. I was a square dancing motherfucker. I was a square dancing motherfucker in my day. Oh, wow. All right. So, Hayden, do you have Sean's contact details?
I can get in touch with Sean if you'd like.
Send him an invite. I know when you were on my stream the other day, you gave it to me in private, but I forgot to copy it before I closed the window. So I don't have your email anymore. But anywho, yeah, so they're like, just tell us what you did. And I was telling me, I don't have any idea I know there was a lot of Mountain Dew and like some notebooks and some pencils and tape, batteries. And they're like, yeah. But what about the TVs and the VCRs and the lighting? And I'm like, whoa. What? Huh? And they're like, don't play this. I'm like, no, literally, like the worst thing I ever took was probably a 6-pack of Mountain. I took a lot of 6-pack of Mountain Dews, but that was. And apparently, someone was lifting VCRs and TVs and shit from the school. I'm like, I don't have anything to do with that. They believed me, and but yeah, so I reported that away with that. Yeah, so I had no clue what that was about. That was fast. How did you do that?
What, is he here or is he already here?
Yes.
Oh shit! There you go.
Was that like a Discord thing, or what magic did you do?
Discord magic.
I need to figure out that Discord shit. Hey, welcome, Sean.
Hey,
Sean.
I was making the joke. The police were sitting there talking. You're like, listen, Jeff, look, we know you kids as soon as you busted out the 6-pack of Big Red. You guys were just having a fun time.
Yeah.
Somebody started dancing, and someone threw on a swing record.
We know you Mormons
you guys
listening to music.
Yeah. You're dancing and listening to music. We know you can't do that. Just tell us about it. Where are the records, Jeff?
Yeah, well, good thing they didn't know what me and what's her name were doing up in the school rafters above the gym and above the auditorium, and the catwalks.
So you mentioned it. You did your Mormon missionary work in Korea.
Yes, sir.
Oh, cool. So you already had experience.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was here. Yeah.
Neat.
I was here for 2 years as a Mormon missionary in Busan. And then I went back to Utah State. And just a couple of months after I got there, the head of the psychology department at Utah State was a Korean that was born in Busan and went to Busan National University. And so he sort of spearheaded some sister school relationship with the Utah State University and Busan National University. And they were going to send over a bunch of students from Busan to USU. And like, well, we need somebody to go back over there to at least make it seem reciprocal. And they said, do we know anybody that would be interested in going to Busan, Korea for a while? And my advisor in the philosophy department said, wait, I
knew
think
all
I know
about
a
the dancing
guy.
and the
Yeah.
You got volunteered.
yeah.
Yeah. So I said, hey, I'd love to go back and be a guinea pig. So I was here for a little over a year, and then I went back, took the LSAT, went into law school. Well, I finished my last year of university. What was the timeline? Okay, I came here my second and third year of university, and I studied for the LSAT. So I took the LSAT, then my final year of university started. Then I went to law school, and then I got hired here. But yeah, so I was there in the police department. They believed me, but I'm like, well, if you don't believe me, you and I said, you can talk to my boss at the radio station. And the guy was like, yeah, I can do that because he's my home teaching companion. I'm like, yeah, this is Utah. Like the cop knows my radio station boss. And I said, yeah. And, I'm friends, with the principal of the high school son. So you can talk to him. You can talk to the principal of my high school. And the other guy is like, oh yeah, we went to school for however many years together. And I'm thinking, well, I better keep my mouth shut because my father went to school with my principal. That's just like that's how small the hometown is. Like literally everybody I went to school with, our parents went to school together. You couldn't get it. And I was so happy when I came back to Busan, because Busan, Korea as a missionary is much different than Busan, Korea as a university student. It's a totally different world. And so I'm so happy to come back here. I'm like, yes, now I can do everything I never could do as a missionary. This is awesome. And I get back here to Busan, Korea. I'm here for like 2 months, and I get a letter from my dad. Remember when we had those things? You had to write by hand and send them. I get a letter from my dad in the post office. I'm old. So this would have been 91.
I shouldn't tell you how
Year of
old
my
I was in
birth.
91. Okay, well, I'm not that young, but close.
You have gray hair. You can't possibly be that young.
I was 6.
Hey, I've got gray hair.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I was 20. I was 21. So he says, "Oh, you'll be so happy to know that that Steve is going to be the new mission president for the LDS mission in Busan." And Steve is a guy that's worked with my dad for like 30 years at that point.
Oh no.
So it's basically like my dad's best friend is now coming to live literally 2 miles away from my house. And I'm like, fuck! I can't even get away from them here. But yes. So that was a story. Now you've killed my rant vibe. Now I'm having fun.
Sorry for lowering your blood pressure.
Charvon Sabretooth says Jeff was recreating a scene from Footloose by dancing in the gym, sliding across the floor in the shower of glitter. Interestingly enough.
Oh, here we go. Yep.
The warehouse dance scene in Footloose was filmed not very far from where I was pulled over by Officer Whiskey 6. That was filmed in Utah.
Swear to God, the entirety of that
it's all related.
It's all interconnected. It's all
this is
like
Dirk Gently's
the most incestuous place I've ever heard of.
Yeah, this is Dirk Gently's holistic detective agency stream here, which is a great book that everybody should read or watch. The Netflix shows. They were great.
I was going to say.
Yeah, they're
I've seen the Netflix.
Oh, it's Douglas Adams.
There you go. Oh well, in that case, it gives me a new Oh, it'll probably be an audio book because I'll listen to it in the car. But
yeah, it's way totally different than this. But the Netflix series really caught the essence of the books.
Oh, good. Okay.
But I mean, they're totally different stories, but yeah, they're great. So yeah, Mexican Vader, everything is Utah. Connections. Nothing beats the tractor chicken scene. It must have been awkward running into Steve in the red light district. No, we did not run into the mission president in the red light district.
That you know.
Oh, thank God for that. That you know of.
Yeah.
Okay, more random stuff. Have both of you seen? We've lost Sean again, but have you seen
I'm here.
Napoleon?
I'm still here with you.
Have you seen Napoleon Dynamite?
Yes.
Hell yes.
One of the greatest movies of our time. There's this scene where they're doing the 4-H project at the chicken ranch, and they're the guy's like making them eat like drink glasses of raw eggs and whatnot.
Mhm.
I've actually worked at that chicken farm.
Did you throw a football
Yeah,
over
of
that
course
mountain?
You have. No, that was filmed in Preston, Idaho, which is like 25 miles north of my house. And it's right next to Franklin, Idaho. Like Franklin and Preston border each other. And my aunt lives in Franklin, Idaho. And in that scene, they had the camera panned about 2 inches to the left, my aunt's house would have been in the movie. It's
Seriously?
bright, yeah, it's like this bright yellow house, and yeah, it looks kind of like the Goodwill store where they went and bought the suit and thing. That's called Deseret Industries. It's like it's a Mormon church owned like Goodwill place. And then the supermarket where they're buying lottery tickets and the La Tienda. Everybody from Utah, lottery is illegal in Utah. And the La Tienda is the closest place over the Idaho border where they sell lottery tickets. And so there's like a convenience store in there where they were buying stuff. And that is the place where everybody in Utah goes to buy lottery tickets. So when the lottery is really high, you'll just see lines of Utah license plates lined up there. But so, yeah, I that's the Napoleon Dynamite collection. I remember there was something, it's like in the New York Times, there was a big criticism of Napoleon Dynamite. Like this show is demeaning to country people. It's showing them as bumpkins, and it's passing a bad impression of them. And I was like, no, this is like every fucking day of my life. This is a documentary. Yeah, I'm like, this is a documentary. I'm like, get off your damn fucking cultural high horse, you New York Times. No, this is literally, because the guys that wrote it, they went to Brigham Young University, and that's from their neighborhood. That's like Napoleon Dynamite is a legit documentary of how I grew up. Like those guys are the same age as me. It's awesome. right between Bedford Falls and Banksville. Bedford Falls. There you go. Oh, I've ashed on myself.
Careful.
All right. Well, we wanted Sean on here to rant with us. I think we need to get our dander up and rant some more.
All right. Well, hang on. I found the Baby Shark video. I put it down.
Oh,
the
that's
bottom.
right. Okay.
He can suffer with us through this. Oh yes, this is good.
Were you there for our Baby Shark story, Sean?
No. Nar.
Nutshell, 2 21-year-old prison guards and their 50-year-old supervisor, he just approved it and didn't stop it. But these 2 young guys, as punishment, they would chain a few inmates, handcuffed behind their back, chain them to the wall, make them stand up, and force them to listen to Baby Shark on a loop for hours on end. And they were fired for cruelty. For playing Baby Shark on a loop.
Oh, that's actually like how they break terrorists nowadays.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the comments.
Oh, that reminds
Isn't that
me,
how we got Noriega to leave his house?
Yeah, they busted out like
it was Metallica though, right?
Yeah.
But so these guys sued them. They sued these 2 guards. And one of the guys was out of jail by that point. He got put back in jail. So the guy that is suing former jail workers and a supervisor for I guess intentional infliction of emotional distress. It didn't say what they were being sued for, just that they were suing them for doing it. This guy that was suing the jail herders got picked up again, went to jail, and was mysteriously found dead in his cell 3 days later.
Yeah, that's a coinky dink, isn't it?
And he was the 14th, and this was September 20, whatever it was. He was the 14th person to die in that jail this year.
Well,
dun dun dun.
Yeah, no, that's not a surprise at all.
Yeah.
Is it in the South? Because that makes sense.
Where was it? It was Oklahoma City. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
KL
Not
Burke
good.
says, Jesus Christ, you're still on. It's only been 3 hours and 20 minutes. This is a short 2-hour stream for me.
My regulars are freaking out because it's like 4:30 here, so they're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you still doing? No. all
Well,
good.
and I've got a stream coming up in 7.5 hours.
Fair
well,
play to you.
Hey, you
I
got
just
you
had a
and
couple
Farron,
more
right?
stories to get through. What was that?
You and Farron, right?
It should be, but Farron's still enjoying her vacation. So I have a very special, a very, very special guest coming in today. Well, we were going to talk. Well, my very special guest was going to talk about the Black Dahlia murder, but now they want to talk about Jeffrey Dahmer. I'm thinking we can.
Have you
Okay,
seen
let's
that
do a
series?
Jeffrey Dahmer rant. I
Have you
haven't
seen that
watched the
series?
new one
Oh,
yet.
it's good.
I've seen everything else. But we've got people in America simping for Jeffrey Dahmer now.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
No, it's mainly people are
Oh.
simping for the guy who stars as him. Because Jeffrey Dahmer was kind of like a guy, he got kind of jacked and everything like that for 1991 standards. But he did, and it was, but I mean, yeah, he was kind of like, he's kind of cute looking and everything. So yeah, women were all about it. But hey, that's what women do. They do crazy stuff.
But, okay, I thought they were kind of simping for Jeffrey Dahmer. I thought so. It's actors portraying them. It's a recreation thing. It's not a documentary.
That's correct. Well, it's like a docudrama.
Okay. Arian the vegetarian. My dad taught me to swim when I was little at the Lauren Farr pool that's in Sandlot. Yes, Sandlot was
cool.
also filmed in Utah.
What?
Cool.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
And the original the Stand, the original Stand TV miniseries, that was also filmed in Utah partly.
Oh,
yeah.
But no, a
Con
lot
Air.
of women. Well, Dahmer had a lot of women write to him.
Yeah. Well, there is that thing where like you're an absolute creepy scumbag and you get it. You get lots of these people that want to marry you and do things to you.
Oh, they filmed.
But you do things to them.
Yeah.
They filmed Con Air out in Utah.
The scene where they're landing when they're landing on the salt flats out there, that's out in Wendover. Wendover, Utah, and Wendover, Nevada is the greatest place ever. That's actually where the Enola Gay Museum is that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. That's where the Enola Gay is. But yeah, that's like the hangar where they all land and they pull everybody out of the plane out in the middle of the desert. That's out there in Wendover, Utah. Wendover, Utah straddles the border with Utah, Nevada. So there's the Utah side and the Nevada side. Gambling is illegal in Utah.
I was gonna say, is there the gambling side and the gambling and stripper side than the Utah side?
Dude, it's better than that. There's a casino called the State Line Casino.
Nice.
The parking lot is in Utah. The front door is in Nevada. And there's a big line across the parking lot.
See, no, it'd be funny if it was actually on the state line. You're gambling and you walk across the gambling floor, and then all of a sudden it's just an empty room.
Yeah.
That would be.
Well, they could just put the buffet there, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the State Line Casino is great. You been to White Sands? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I think you guys were mentioning Adnan Syed earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was on with Nick last week, and he because he was doing the flash cast. And on there was Mike from Sword Scale. I hadn't met him yet,
Hmm.
but he's really cool. He mentioned, I guess, the whole thing with some of that evidence being withheld. It wasn't exactly how the papers, it was known, but he had an attorney at the time who was suffering from like terminal brain cancer.
Oh,
And hadn't
Jesus.
told anybody. So a lot of this was like information just known to one person and nobody ever found out about it.
Well, and that's the deficient counsel that the judge decided wasn't sufficient to prejudice the case.
Mm-hmm. Well, that wasn't
What
known
the
right.
fuck?
That wasn't known right away. That's all come out now.
Okay.
So, yeah. So
Wow.
it was known, but the one attorney never told anybody.
I think you should tell people
No.
things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it sounds like if there's something eating away at your brain, it's kind of hard to
Yeah.
make that decision.
Wow. But so do you think they're going to refile? What's your gut feeling?
No. It looks good for everybody, or it looks good all around. And here's the thing too. I remember just because they, he could have done it, and there's a lot of evidence that points toward him, but I mean, dude's done almost 25 years at this point also. So
Yeah, it's more than half his life.
Mm-hmm.
So we can only hope that people use common sense, basically.
Well, I think it's indicative of what they're planning on doing when, like I said, the AG is saying, well, they didn't even talk to me. And the prosecutor's like, yeah, he just needed to get out of there right now. It was so egregious. We didn't even need to talk to you. That's the vibe I'm getting from it.
Yeah.
Well, I like it. But we didn't talk to me. It's like, well, yes, it's not like you're going to say, oh yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Seems like you were the one to put in there. You fuckwit.
Yes.
Super Iron Bob, thank you so much. When MD had gambling and VA didn't, when Maryland and Virginia, for those of you they're out of the know, there was a casino on a pier far enough into the Potomac to be in Maryland. No, riverboat gambling is a thing.
Yes,
that's
that
where
is
the
a-
soft sits can that's where they can claim victory. Mississippi River is no man's land. That is a navigable waterway, not claimable by anybody.
Or if you watch Ozark,
shit.
if you watch
Ozark, yeah.
Ozark, that's a legitimate thing. They can have riverboat casinos, so that's why they're casinos on a riverboat in a pond.
Yep. The cops hated it because they had to drive into Virginia and into the pier for complaints. Thank you so much. Oh, and that puts us over the shot limit. All right.
Oh,
that gets us another accumulated shot. So why not?
Yes, Crown Target. We know about Maverick. One of the best films ever made.
Yes, sir. With random, unknown, vaguely Mideastern bloc speaking accent country. Wonder who it was. I loved it because it was so damn over the top, but it was still entertaining as hell. And why? Very little CGI apparently in that movie. Because I saw it with a naval submarine commander, and he's like, "Oh no,
really?
that was all. That's all legit."
Oh,
Planes.
we're talking about Tom Cruise Maverick, not Mel Gibson Maverick.
Oh, okay. Shit,
I'm like-
Maverick. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm like,
All right.
wait, I'm like, it's a good movie, but not that good. But all right. Like, I guess you really like James Garner's performance.
Yeah, I'm thinking,
Because we
Ace.
talked
I'm
about
pretty sure
riverboat
that Ace
gambling.
getting thrown out there was definitely CGI.
Oh yeah, there
That's
was
why I'm
riverboat
telling you
gambling.
something.
There wasn't there. I was like, Maverick, sweet.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got you, Goose. You can be my wingman anytime, Ice Man.
Yeah, you jumped way too fast. You jumped topics.
Don't get me wrong. We're happy to talk, Maverick. But yeah, we would. Oh god,
That one
Actually, I
scene
mean-
where the Soviets bombed that riverboat casino, that was awesome.
And before we
will
move too
say-
far away from the segue as well,
Mm.
from Dharma, the documentary. Have you guys seen that there's a new documentary coming out about Barney the dinosaur?
Fuck that. Fuck that.
I heard there's
That-
some dark stuff around that.
That
I'm
is my
official-
generation's baby shark. That's what I told my
I'm aware.
ex-wife.
I love
I'm still fucking calling dibs on this because I sat and watched the trailer on it because he's one of the things that I grew up with having to deal with as a kid.
Oh, so you were
92
the,
right
you were
through
the
to two-
kid.
Yeah. So 92 right through to 2004. And some of the shit going on in the background behind that. I mean, the death threats to his family, to all sorts of things. That honestly, that just looks fucking horrible.
That's just
Well, then, like the original Elmo guy, didn't he turn out to be like a pedo?
Sounds about right, but I can't confirm.
Yeah, I think like yeah, he ended up like being a pedo or something. Allegedly, just in case he wasn't.
Yes, cease and desist. It'll be cease and desist, Elmo.
Elmo has a cease and desist order for you. That means shut the fuck up.
Elmo, see you in court.
Yeah. Elmo's a furry.
Don't defame Elmo.
Sorry, we broke Hayden.
Just as I got the blends to my lips too.
Now that would be a sad thing to waste coming out of your nostrils. So
yes,
we'll wait for
it
you
would.
to swallow. Yeah.
Got me coughing a little bit as it is. Anyway, sorry. You were
Barney
saying something else.
Barney was not the original furry. The original furry was HR Puffin stuff. That's going back.
Oh God. I used to catch that because they had reruns on Nick Jr. when it turned into Nick at Night.
So and they say Sid and Marty Krofft were like the ultimate like 70s. Every show they did had these massive drug undertones to them.
Oh yeah. Looking back on that show now, oh my God.
And tell me, Shaggy, what the Scooby snacks weren't like edibles? Like from
I don't know if they were edibles. It was definitely he definitely had the munchies the whole time. I mean, you have to have the munchies if you are desperate enough that you try a dog biscuit and decide that it tastes okay to eat on a regular basis.
Yeah, like Sid and was it Sid and Marty? Like fuck me, Sid. Did I say Sid and Nancy Krofft? I hope I didn't say remember. Sid. It was Sid and Marty Krofft. Sid and Nancy. That'd be like Sid Vicious. I was thinking of the old Sid Vicious movie, but no. Sid and Marty Krofft, and then Hanna-Barbera. They were like all. There you go, Garrett Pace. Great space coaster. Get on board. Oh yeah. No.
Sounds worse than the Magic School Bus.
Nothing.
I was going to say that's where my mind went straight to the Magic School Bus.
that was my son. He had this even when he was like 4. He had this thing for Ms. Frizz. Horn dog at 4. HR
in
stuff.
hindsight with the Magic School Bus, there's some creepy episodes.
But there's some informative shit there too.
Well, yeah, no, they become like tadpoles, and then they get like their salmon eggs. And then they get fertilized. So it's like really creepy. They get like nutted all over, and then they. No, really, they do.
He's not joking. A male salmon swims along.
These kids get
and
violated by another fish. Yeah, he just bukakis the whole class.
He did not bukkake the whole class.
Yes, it did.
I'll see if I can find it. I'll see if I can pull it up.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I will see if I can pull it up. Hang on.
They become little tadpoles and minnows. And then they become full salmon.
Go away! You're not welcome here anymore.
Then they go inside. They go inside each other, and there's like no consent, or it all gets weird.
Now, greedy bloke, you, my friend, are old as fuck. If you're remembering the banana splits,
like the ice cream.
No, it was like this. They were Bears, I believe. They were like this rock band called I had a Banana Splits lunchbox when I was like in kindergarten. Yeah, there was like the Banana Splits and the Hair Bear. That's old. That was like Lidsville. That like the precursor to HR Puffin stuff was a show with Charles Nelson Riley called Lidsville. Oh God, my chat is older than shit. I swear to God.
I put the video up. It's about halfway through, so we were only like having to deal with the first 30 seconds or so.
All right. Turtle Dove, Electric Company with Morgan Freeman. Yes, the Electric Company was one of Morgan Freeman's entries into life.
Yeah, that was his big break, wasn't it?
Yeah, he played Dracula.
I have seen episodes of that. That is pretty. That was kind of like the Sesame Street precursor, wasn't it?
Well, they were together. There was 3 shows: Sesame Street, Electric Company, and a show called Zoom out of Boston. Come on in, zoom, 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 zoom. Come on, give it. The fact that I can fucking remember this song 50 years later. That was an earworm. Zoom. Oh, they had. We'll see. Like the Electric Company was more kind of urban inner city than like Sesame Street was kind of your Brooklyn, Bronx kind of, the everybody sits on the stoops and hangs with Snuffleupagus.
Sesame Street was Flatbush or Electric Company's Flatbush Avenue compared to Sesame Street.
Yeah, but like Electric Company was more like the funk, the vibe, the jazz kind of, the fusion jazz. That was more urban inner city thing.
The place where the people at Sesame Street didn't go.
Yeah.
Big Bird, that's far.
Big Bird and Snuffy don't go down that street.
Nah, everybody in the Electric Company had like razor blades in their hair and stuff, hiding the razor blades in the froze.
Yes.
But no, Morgan Freeman played. That was his first role. He played Dracula in the Electric Company. Yeah, see?
Law.
KL Burke knows what's up. I'm going to zoom. That was like totally it.
And I wanted to suck your blood, and I did. Oh, yeah. Andy wanted to suck that blood as well, but he just knew he couldn't.
Yeah, and like at the end of Zoom, there's the banana splits. But yeah, at the end of Zoom, they would like invite the kids to send in emails. And that was like always the taglines, like what box 350, Boston, Mass. 02134. It's like, I know what the fucking zip code is for Boston, Massachusetts because of that fucking song 50 fucking years ago.
Well, hey, do you remember Bananas in Pajamas? Yeah.
I still have to sit through that because if you go on CGI now, and my daughter makes me sit through it.
They're big in Australia. Like, they're Australian, aren't they?
I don't know if they're originally Australian, but they're very big here. They're on pretty much every single day on ABC, and we've got it like pretty much every episode on streaming available. So
yeah, they're coming down the stairs. Bananas in pajamas.
Captain Kangaroo
are getting eaten by grizzly bears.
I don't know that one, huh? But I do know Captain Kangaroo. Captain Kangaroo had Mr. Green Jeans. Captain Kangaroo was a good guy. Buck Rogers in the 25th century with what the fuck was that robot's name? Twiggy. Hey, Buck. Oh, see, this is what happens when we get liquored up and we run out of stories. We're not even going to get to the rant of the Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh assassination attempt. Damn it. We'll save that for the next law rant, because how do you beat a headline? We can't even. I'm in such a good mood, I can't even rant about this anymore. The headline is Brett Kavanaugh assassination suspect said he was a sissy slave and a trans gamer girl named Sophie in online posts and asked to take out high value targets. We'll save that for next time.
I just heard a whole heap of words, none of which made any sense to me whatsoever.
Let's repeat it so you can.
That's a beautiful way to try to avoid a prison sentence.
Brett Kavanaugh assassination suspect said he was a sissy slave trans gamer girl named Sophie who was asked to take out high value targets.
Yes.
We'll save that for next time.
Yes.
I think I got it the second time around.
His furry overlord made him do it.
Oh, Brandon Garcia. Thank you so much for the super chat. Wait.
Hold on. We got to hold the super chat. We got to watch these kids. We got to watch a bunch of
Sean wants to watch the cartoon kids get nutted on by fish.
Yeah.
All right. So Brandon Garcia, thank you so much. Thank you for making me feel young. I have no idea what we're talking about. Perhaps fuck the Wiggles. Well, no, they never. Don't do that. They like that.
Wiggles.
They like the Wiggles.
No. Now they're the Wokels, and I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm not having it.
I'm not having either of them. Don't fuck them because they'd like it. Add to the stream. All right.
Hold on. Someone's asking. I was born in the 80s. Yeah, I was born in 85.
You missed a good part of the 80s.
I
Okay, so we have a big sturgeon here.
Yep. I think it's supposed to be a salmon, but yep. All right. Yeah.
Okay, it'll pass for a salmon.
Yeah, just take it, kids.
That was
And
the
the teacher's
longest
just
minute of my
supervising it.
life.
It was 30 seconds.
Yeah.
There was some really. There were worse episodes than that, though. But that's
But
just.
this is yeah. There's so many of them now that are awful in hindsight.
Yeah.
Wow. No, we just had like really racist.
Imagine
like,
that
Bugs
permission
Bunny and Elmer Fudd stuff.
Yeah. That
Yeah, but at
permission
least you
slip,
can just put it.
what's going to happen?
At least with the permissions.
Yeah.
At least with Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd, now they can just put a warning at the start of the video and play it as it is. There is no way in hell my daughter's ever seen this.
I used to read these books with my son. Somehow we missed this one. Wow. Oh my God, that's gonna get me a copyright strike too. Take it off the screen.
we were oh no, it shouldn't by now. We were commenting on it.
But see, that's the problem with this. It's so much easier just to hit the trim button than it is to protest it.
Oh, come on. You got to take a cut. Have you been copyright struck yet?
Not struck. I've had like every other day I get a claim, but
okay,
I've
well
never
the
been
claim's no big
struck.
deal.
Yeah.
You got to get struck. It's like Goodfellas, man. You got to take your first pinch. Like I got mine. Long Cry came after me. I was like 800 subs, so like that was even cooler.
Really?
Well,
I do a lot of lawn cuck things, and they've never come after me.
The problem
Really?
was it was a trial I was following, and it was the horse trainer guy out in New Jersey. What was his name?
Rings some sort of weird.
John Barrisone.
That rings some
like
sort of
that.
weird bell.
Yeah. Well, he got not guilty by reason of insanity, but it turns out the people he shot were just they were insufferable. They were insufferable scumbags. So I think the jury said, okay, not guilty by reason of insanity, and they deserved it.
Some
but in the middle
need killing.
Hey, well, he didn't kill him; he just shot him. But sometimes that happens. Sometimes, hey, he deserved it. It's a defense, and it can be. So, at some point in the trial, this boomer New Jersey judge was like, I don't like people talking about the trial. I think he was getting upset people were commenting on things. He's like, if I hear about people talking about it somewhere, I'm going to just kick everybody out. And he claimed that like even somehow he knew about the long crimes chat. So their chat got shut down. And at one point, I guess one of the witnesses came into the chat and was talking after they were done testifying. It was an entirely weird thing. So Long Crime got all spurgy and they copy struck me, and I tried fighting it, but I didn't really have any. I also didn't really know how to do it at the time. I also didn't really know how to do it at the time because I literally just started. So, yeah.
Now, for the people that don't know, here's a couple of clips. This is Morgan Freeman and Rita Moreno on the Electric Company. They were two of the cast regulars.
Oh, is this back when like Rita Moreno was hot?
Yeah.
Shaking her Cuban goods.
Very good. I no longer feel bad.
Stanley. Hi.
That's high tech there.
Have you been?
Yeah, this is the computer.
Fine, thanks. Great. I'm happy to hear it. And I want you to lay some words on me. So what's been happening? Giggle's been happening. Glows and glimmer. Ooh, all the good sounds. How about some good jeu? Gary, George, Giant.
Here we go.
Save your strength.
See, this is what I mean by it was inner city funk. Easy Reader. Morgan Freeman.
Right. Reading stuff.
Easy Reader.
Out of sight. What's happening, Carmelita?
Well, I have been talking to Stanley.
It's like teaching kids racial stereotypes too. Jeez.
Sock it too old easy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Sock it too old easy.
He was laying a lot of words on me, so he'll be with you in 1 minute. Okay.
That's cool.
This is how we talk
cool,
back in the day,
baby.
kids.
It's cool, baby. Come on.
Sock
now.
it to me, baby. That's nice right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say he does look like Jimi Hendrix.
Well, this was like Jimi Hendrix was still fucking alive when did
he died?
Jimi Hendrix
died
in 71, didn't he?
I thought he was a little sure.
Because he played at Woodstock, so that was 69. So
yeah.
Jimi Hendrix.
69.
70. Oh wait, no.
1970. Oh, so he'd like been dead a year
September
at this point.
70.
Right wing extremist is great. He says, "Sorry, this computer doesn't speak jive."
That's cool.
You have to upload the content pack for that.
Yeah.
You got the next one.
What's cracking?
Wait a minute. You don't smoke.
Well, yeah, I know, but when I itches,
Not like
I
that.
scratches. And when I'm bored, I reads matches.
Oh.
Close cover before striking. I say, is that heavy? Is that heavy?
Easy. They named you right.
So he's a vampire too?
Yeah, that's the next clip. Is him as a vegan vampire that sings.
I was gonna say, so he's a jive speaking vampire who's like, I don't smoke, baby. I just do
don't smoke.
LSD.
I just suck.
Lick these stamps with me.
Lick these stamps. Morgan Freeman as Count Dracula.
Blackula.
I'm Vincent, the vegetable vampire. In the night time when tomatoes start to squeak, it's only Vincent, the vegetable vampire, sleeping in the garden of your tree. Vitamins, I get my vitamin bigger. And vegetable
I like this.
vitamins, that's right. So Vincent, the vegetable vampire, I'm sleeping in your garden at night.
Oh no! He moves a lot for a vegetable vampire.
Is he gonna bite the neck of that cucumber?
Yes, actually. No, he didn't. The vegetable
I
vampire.
bite these eggplants.
Thank you for creeping up my night, and Jesus be with you.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
No.
I remember. Yeah, I remember.
I'm just waiting to use this particular. I don't know why, but I've never found it. We need to artificially create a situation where I can use this.
Ape has never killed ape, let alone an ape child.
That's just locked and loaded, waiting for something.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. You were saying?
I feel like you could have used that with Baby Shark earlier. I'm just saying. You could have steered the conversation towards that. If I'm honest,
I have a ridiculous amount of absolutely useless video clips locked and loaded here.
I'm not gonna lie. Ever since you pointed me in direction of that website, I've been sifting through to find some good ones.
Oh, the Play Me.
I've run out. Yeah, I've run out of buttons on my Stream Deck.
Yeah.
Is that going to be your next? Hayden needs a couple of Stream Decks.
The next
you're going to need a production assistant now.
This is the one I use most.
I am filled with scotch and bitterness and impure thoughts.
That's the one I use most.
What's the one where I'm full of piss and vinegar, and not so much vinegar?
What's that from? What was that?
I've got no idea.
That was from a show called We Bought a Zoo.
Oh.
Yep.
This is my critique of people. We should have used this earlier for the cops.
Coward without the moral courage to prevent an atrocity. You offend me.
Yep, that would have worked quite well.
I have so many useless these things. Hey, we're past the 2-hour mark. We'll get back on track just after I use this one for no good reason whatsoever.
We're past the 2-hour mark. I just want to say, fuck.
We've been saying that since like the 12-minute mark.
Well, have you seen that where CNN's doing a thing and the guy's like, "You're on private property," and he's in the background trying to get him off his property, and he gets closer and closer and he steps in front of him and grabs the microphone. And he says, "You are on private property. Fuck." On live broadcasting. I can see if I can find it. It's great.
I've never used this one, but I'm going to anyway, just because I can.
Nazis. I hate these guys.
Oh, it's like we've got a video clip of our former prime minister, probably about I'd say 8 months ago. He was giving a press conference. He was dumb enough to do it in a new subdivision, and the guy next door walks out his door and tells everyone to get the fuck off his lawn mid press conference.
Oh, I would so do that if that happened at my house.
How did Eddie Izzard get involved in this conversation?
Fucked if I know.
What? How? Oh, was it? Okay. All right. Now I know. Okay. All right. Never mind. God.
Oh, I found this guy. It's funny.
Now, Reading Rainbow.
Oh, that
LeVar
was
Burton
good.
was the shit. He should be the new Jeopardy. He and Blossom should be hosting Jeopardy together.
Oh, I don't like Blossom. When she starts talking about my problem would be if I'm on that show and she tried to make a joke, I'd be like, "You're not funny, Blossom." She's like, "My name's Mayim." It's like, no, it's not. I don't care.
Blossom. See, I've been in love with Blossom since I was a kid.
Like a lot of kids,
because she's age appropriate, and I have a weird nose fetish.
There were some age appropriate for a lot of I'm sure like.
I broke Hayden again. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I do. I have a weird nose fetish. Like big noses turn me on in a big way. Because like everybody's nose is different. It's like fingerprints, man. Like no noses are the same.
Show with Joe and Nick.
Yeah. Well, what about Nick's nose? Does that do for you?
It's got a dick like attached to it somewhere, so that's off limits. It's got to be a woman's nose. Yeah, only women's noses are attractive.
See, like Blossom's nose, you can like ice climb on that thing. Get some axes out and.
When I was a teenager, Blossom and I had a lot of intimate moments together. Just she wasn't there to enjoy them with me.
Yes. Well, no, that's the thing. It's like Blossom. Nobody cares. Go back to the retarded song sitcom. Fuck is wrong with you? D, what's wrong with you, bro? He's telling the truth.
Jeff gets a bit weirder by the minute.
Yeah.
Hey man, everybody's got their thing. Feet, I don't get feet. Feet freak me out. Noses, on the other hand.
Feet, yeah.
No, it's like my friends. We're out in bars and they're like, dude, what about her nose? Like everybody else is like looking at tits, and I'm like, yeah, that's a nice nose.
I assume most Korean women don't have like they don't have.
There's 40 million people, 20 million women. Yeah. They all have the same exact fucking nose because they all go to the same fucking plastic surgeon and go, oh, I want this nose.
Oh, I've never seen an Asian person with like a huge nose.
They've all got these same plastic surgery, which may. Well, no, I had the nose thing before I came to Korea. I just like noses. Yeah, I'm weird.
So, anyways,
no, armpits are nasty. Oh, 6. Yeah, 6. 6 was. I like the 6 was even more tomboy.
Yeah.
What a fucking stupid name.
I have that guy screaming "fuck" on TV.
Is this it?
Yes. Let me play it. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm sorry the quality, but I think this was done back in the time of potatoes.
Yeah.
The 300 block of Mason, there were 10 acres there. Firefighters say that
You're on private property. Fuck.
Okay. The wonders of live TV. The winds worked in favor of them, and in some spots, they also hindered them. But he talked about how they helped.
Leave.
Yeah. I forgot he didn't grab the mic, but yeah, I love how he does it.
No, not Barbara Streisand. Barbara Streisand never did anything for me because she's just kind of
her face looks.
Yeah, the rest of her is not enough. Like a pretty face with a big nose, done.
Her face is all like her face is wide. Even in the pictures, like her and Robert Redford in that whatever movie that was.
Well, because Robert Redford has a really wide face too.
Yeah, but he does he looks normal. Comparatively speaking, what movie is that?
It's no Ty Branca.
Oh dear God! Hey, you guys might be a little bit old for it, but there's just for some reason that's brought it up in my mind. Did either of you watch How I Met Your Mother?
No,
I have never. Is that the one with Bryan Cranston? That's Malcolm in the Middle.
No, that's that was Malcolm in the Middle.
But they both have Neil Patrick
Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah, he's in both. So
okay, Jennifer Grey, smoking fucking hot. She got her nose job and you never heard from her again. And she regrets her nose job. From Dirty Dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ferris Bueller, she had that amazing nose and she hated it. She got it fixed. Then she was just like everybody else and she faded into
She was
fucking
fine.
obscurity.
That nose helped her kill a lot of Russians in Red Dawn. So I don't know what the
Oh, she was in Red Dawn too. Yeah. Wolverine.
Best documentary ever made.
No, actually,
came out on the day of my birth.
Wow, seriously, cool.
Yes.
I came out on Huey Lewis's birthday, but that's different.
Have you ever seen Red Dawn, Hayden?
Sorry, Red Dawn.
The great
no, I don't
American,
think so.
the American spiritual journey. I know, like
it had
Gallipoli
Corey Feldman.
For Australia, I know like Gallipoli is kind of like a spiritual thing for Australians, like the Mel Gibson one, but like for not the shitty Hugh Jackman thing, that was awful. But for America, it's or if you're from Finland, like the Unknown Soldier book and movies, but for America, it's Red Dawn. It's very spiritual for us. It's if you haven't seen it, it's great.
Russia invades the
I won't
US
make a joke
and
about
bunch
looking
of
up.
teenagers. Yeah, teenagers save America from Russians.
Yeah,
but no, it had
not
Chris
just
Hemsworth.
teenagers. Oh no, that's the shitty one. That's
That's the new one, isn't it?
Yeah, Patrick Swayze, Charlie Sheen, Leah Thompson, Jennifer Grey.
Was Corey Feldman in it?
No, the guy who does Soul Man. What's his name?
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, and then I mean
Patrick Swayze, Jennifer Grey, C. Thomas Howell.
Yeah, Conan's dad in Conan the Barbarian. He's in it.
Shit,
Colonel Strelnikov teaching everybody about the riddle of steel with a machine gun.
Harry Dean Stanton was in it.
Yes. Somebody saying I said Leah Thomas, not that Leah Thomas, not the swimmer. Leah Thompson. Leah Thompson, I'm sorry.
It's ma'am.
Yeah, she scares the Russians off. Like, oh my God, what the fuck? And they just run away.
Now the Russians are like, dude, you should have seen our 76 Olympic swim team.
Yeah. Are you sure you're not on the East German swim team, man?
Legal Vices, there's an Australian version called Tomorrow When the War Began, says Mr.
Yeah.
Oh,
the Chinese
yes,
invade.
that's yeah. Yep.
Well, no, the interesting thing is when I was at Utah State University, we had these convocation lectures where they would bring people in, and they brought in the former head of the KGB, Oleg Kalugin, and Caspar Weinberger, who was the former head of the CIA.
Caspar Weinberger.
And they were talking about, this. I mean, this was like 87, so the Cold War was still it's 88, I think, before the Cold War was still going hard, and they were talking about. And this guy was saying the Soviet army has the U.S. way outnumbered. Tanks, ground troops, everything. Soviets could come in and invade the U.S. anytime it wanted to. And they each talked about their first strike capabilities and whatnot, and how, of course, nuclear weapons just neutralized everything. But the former head of the CIA, the KGB, said there's one reason why the Soviet Union did not and does not invade the United States. It's not the military, because we've got you outnumbered. Nobody would launch nuclear weapons because that would just ensure that the entire world dies. The only reason that the Soviet Union did not exercise first strike capabilities against the U.S. was guerrilla warfare.
Oh.
All the Americans have guns. They would take to the mountains, and we could not fight the guerrilla war.
I thought they'd be scared of getting captured and having to deal with any American's random kinkiness and getting stuck in a basement with them somewhere.
And Baby Shark.
Baby Shark.
Yeah. I mean, like, just think about it. Like, they might get captured by a furry. They might get.
We didn't have furries back in 87.
Oh,
88.
honey, yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Furries were just unshaved vages back in the day. They just looked like furries.
Speaking of beavers, I've put a video down the bottom. You may or may not want to play it on stream, but you boys have to see this before we leave. It's a clip from the show. They're talking about it's two of the main characters talking about a TV show where one of the girls had a pet beaver, and she talks about how much wood they feed their beavers and a few other things. Okay,
All right, we'll watch that
remind me
later.
Yeah.
We'll watch that later.
Although now I was going to say,
remember
now
when we were ranting about law stories a while ago?
Yeah, you guys haven't had any rants. Like, what were you guys going off about? I missed it.
Oh, we
if you want, I can certainly look up some stuff. I missed some of the stuff that I was going to rant about yesterday.
No, we're
Is your
all
blood, is
having
your blood
fun
pressure
here.
fine now? All right.
Great Primus song, Why Known as Big Brown Beaver. Well, I know I got a big brown beaver, and she shows it to all of her friends. It's a great song.
Brenda's beaver needs a barber.
No, that's an actual book. That's like a
Okay.
children's book, sort of.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, it's almost as bad as Go the Fuck to Sleep.
It's kind of in the same vein.
Okay.
But what's your favorite reading of Go the Fuck to Sleep?
Probably the one that I gave to my sister for her birthday a couple of years ago.
Who was reading it?
I did.
You did. Okay.
Yeah, she was just at that age where my parents were like, "Yeah, okay, as a treat." She's in her teens. Let's be honest. There was nothing weird about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Bryan Cranston does a good reading.
Yep.
But that's not the best one.
Ooh,
Samuel L. Jackson is the best reading of Go the Fuck to Sleep. Hands down. But all right, I guess.
All right, hang on. So.
No, this is a legitimate thing. Where are we at here? All right, so forget ranting. We got our 3 or 4 rants out of our system, and that's why I specifically said law stories, law-related news, and just whatever happens, because I knew this would happen at the end.
All right.
Reach Around Books presents Brenda's Beaver Needs a Barber. Brenda has a beaver, and she's ready to confess. As soft and sweet as it may be, her beaver is a mess. Brenda's beaver's big. Brenda's beaver's hairy. Every guy who's seen it says that Brenda's beaver's scary. Brenda took her beaver for a swim down at the lake. By the looks that she received, she figured that was a mistake. She stuffed that furry mound in a swimsuit. Stuck out all around. It was any...
Oh shit, I think he froze.
No, I think he paused. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, he's definitely frozen. That's happened a couple of times.
Oh no. Yes, it's too edgy for Korea. Yeah,
yeah, so that's
oh my god, that is awesome. That's entirely made for adults too, and it just got passed off.
Well, it's from Reach Around Publications.
Oh, okay.
No, there's a whole series of those books on Amazon. A whole series of them. They're hilarious.
Now we know what I'm adding to my Amazon wish list.
And now we know what we can't show on YouTube at any time of day. I apologize to my chat, but okay, I haven't lost any subscriptions yet. How about Curious George meets Brenda's beaver?
Okay.
Curious
so
George
from Reach Around
explores
Books,
under the sink.
Susie likes to look at balls. Spank the monkey lends a hand. Put Tony's nuts in your mouth.
Yeah, that's a good one. And D's Big Nuts is a good other one. D's a chipmunk.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yes, Linda's tight clam needs loosening.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Do you want to play with my balls? You know, there's put Tony's nuts in your mouth. There's a whole series of these books. Wow, we're too much for Sean. Even Sean is fucked off after that one.
I love that you can buy them all in one box set.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Legal Vice says, why are you apologizing? What are you apologizing? We're a bunch of degenerates. Well, at least I am. Well,
Peter pitched a tent.
Well, the super chats have definitely dried up, so whatever.
Dried up like an old woman.
Yes, HM, those books are like good STIs. You got to catch them all.
Yeah, you gotta catch them all. It's like Pokemon.
Oh, God. Wow. I bet the sun's coming up where you are, Hayden.
I can't hear the birds yet, but they won't be far off.
Well, it's 4:18 here, which means it's 5:18 there.
Yeah.
That's only how far ahead you guys are.
What
What
time
time's
are you
it there?
at?
What's that?
It's
Where
like
are you
14
at?
hours, isn't it?
No. I meant like I know you
Oh,
guys
between
are that
us.
far ahead.
Oh,
I
yeah,
meant from
yeah,
between
yeah.
you two.
Yeah, he's 1
Yeah,
hour
there's
ahead.
only an hour. Yeah.
Wait,
there's
you
only an
mean
hour
this
between us.
world's that big?
It is.
I just thought you guys lived across that big lake thing out to the east. No, I didn't realize that Korea and Australia were.
Yeah. No, the time zone's very similar. If I was in Western Australia, we'd be in the same time zone.
Well, that's pretty trippy.
So
a lot of Asia, like all those areas are. Oh, cool.
yeah, sort of. It all sort of overlaps.
Huh. Interesting. I did not know that. Oh, Jeff is frozen again. Arnar.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, you missed it. You missed it last night. I
happened?
was talking about the Nord Stream pipeline. I said I started off the show with a thing saying somebody
He's
accidentally. Yeah, it's ours now.
Oh yes, all right. We have control.
Yes. So I made when I listed off things to talk about, I said, somebody accidentally put a hole in the pipeline.
There he is. Yeah.
And I was showing.
Sorry.
And
what?
I was showing from the Nord Stream pipeline's website, and somebody said all that means is no stream in Australian, and I was like, nerd.
Ooh. Nice.
I was like, that was like a dude's moment, but I was like, that's a good one.
That's nice. That's good.
Yeah.
See, he's locked and loaded for that one.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Me, I've just got weird nausea quotes. Wow.
Oh no! I mean, I've been playing around with the soundboard, sort of trying to move things around because, as I said, I ran out of buttons, so I got rid of a few. Some of which I probably could have used tonight, which is annoying. But
all I need is like a couple of buttons to play some effects and a voice modulator. That's all I need.
You need the
you just need the voice mod software.
Jeff,
what was that?
You need to do the Price is Right when you get it wrong. Wah, wah.
He's got that one too, don't you?
No.
No.
The Price is
It's
Right.
different. Yeah. The Price is Right is a lot more dramatic than that.
Yes.
Oh, hang on.
It's like
I'd say the Price is Right. I don't know if you guys have that. You guys might have. In Australia,
we've had the right Price is Right.
Well, I was gonna say in Australia, do they say, "Nah, mate, you're asking too much"? Is that what they call it?
Where are we?
So, Hayden, do you think this couch is worth $300? Nah, mate, you're asking too much.
It's like, fuck off, mate.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck off! I ain't paying that.
Yeah, cunt.
That'd be the great.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
All right.
Welcome back to tonight's episode of Fuck Off. I ain't paying that. Your host, Hayden Glaister.
You schmunt. Alright. So
it's Farron that has the Price is Right one. But no,
Oh,
I was
he has
looking at
it?
like
Oh.
the was it Roadcaster, Roadstream, whatever it is, like Nick has and Megan has. That's like $1,500. I don't need 4 audio channels
who's
and all this
Megan?
other crap.
Megan?
Reporter Megan Fox.
Megan. Oh, yeah. Roadcaster's like, dude, just get like a $25 or $35 Amazon special. Get
Well,
the
there's like
Roadcaster.
there's like a Streamcast or something like that, but I just need something that can make wacky voices. That's all I want.
Oh.
Like God voice, robot voice, squeaky voice, and that's kind of all I need.
I tried.
Well,
using
I mean,
the
if you
voice mod's a little weird for me to figure.
I was gonna
out.
say,
yeah.
Oh, you still having trouble with it?
Yeah, I was trying to line stuff up.
Well, everything sounds too cheap and robotic. Everything sounds almost the same, and it really messes with my system when I load voice mod. It messes things up for me, so I deleted it. Become a member, everybody. Become Legal Vice's member.
Oh, right-wing extremist is correct. Yes, the people that would fight after somebody would bid like $501.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's just.
Did you guys see that
That was a
documentary
dick move.
with a guy who knew all the prices?
Oh yeah,
And he would sit in the audience and encourage people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Roadcaster Pro 2 is about $1,500 in Korea, because you get this plus the shipping, and the exchange rate is shit, and then you have to pay a 30% tax on it when it goes through customs.
What?
Seriously?
30% tax?
Yeah.
Jeez.
On
You guys have an
electronics.
income? Is that how? Like, do they have an income tax in Korea?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. They certainly do.
Well, and then what about all the is there bets? Like, is there sales tax and everything too? Also?
No, there's no sales tax.
Oh, that's nice.
But like the sin taxes are ridiculous. Alcohol, like generally whiskey, will have 162% tax on it.
What?
Jesus.
No, it's about the same as Australia. Like the prices in Korea are almost the same as prices in Australia. So everybody's like,
of course, because we got GST on top of everything else. So by the time you actually add the stuff, gotcha.
Nobody can understand what you're saying.
So do you go to like North Korea and try to buy booze and bring it back? Like,
I've actually
you'll trade people. You'll sneak them over.
I've actually had North Korean liquor once. It was pretty wild. It was like blueberry vodka, kind of what it like really bad blueberry.
Did it taste like antifreeze?
Blueberry antifreeze, yeah.
Yikes.
Have you ever gone to North Korea?
Oh no.
They probably take your visa away if you did that too.
Well, basically anyone that goes there is told very specifically, don't go there.
Sure.
Because we have no diplomatic ties. You go there, don't call us.
You're on your own.
We can't do anything for you.
If I had the money, I think I would have gone when I was in college.
And that's when people
I think it'd
go
have been
there.
cool.
And then you end up dead like that one guy.
See, he did it all wrong.
Weinberger.
You have to be like part of.
Well, first of all, you don't fucking steal things from North Korea.
Yeah. I guarantee he could have asked them, like, "Hey, can I have some of your like dear leader propaganda?" And they'd be like, "Here you go, man. Take all the shit you want."
Hell yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I read some guy's thing, and he said as long as you're like you're down with everything they do, they're cool with you.
Yeah. Auto warm beer. Warm beer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got zero sympathy for him. I got zero sympathy for that stupid cow that's off in Russia for the next 10 years. Don't go fucking around with other countries' laws. You know it. She's been there for 4 years. She knew it was illegal to have anything related to anything that vaguely resembled THC, CBD, anything.
You shouldn't talk like Britney about that.
It was an accident. I didn't mean it.
Yeah. Although it's going to be great. I think I've mentioned this already more than once. She'll get paroled from prison to go fight in Ukraine.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not. But it'd be funny. All the
Nice.
Ukrainian guys are running away. The 5-foot-tall Ukrainian guys are running away from her. And
She-Hulk comes after him. She just sits there and like twerks in front of him, and they run away. You know.
But she's going to be like, it'll be like
that one.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Brandon, let's go. Here I am for the bang gang.
Jesus.
Bang gang. Hey, Lesk, thank you so much for putting me on the road to drunkenness. You rock, Brandon.
Sober up.
Okay, well, save those shekels for next Friday, Brandon. Let's go. You're going to need them because you're going to put me in a coma next Friday, or you're not doing your business right.
Yes.
And which, by the way, you're all invited to my next Friday's Fuck It Friday stream.
Okay.
Lovely.
Oh, God, that's smooth.
After the week I have next week, I might need it.
Yep, because it's we're having my 25,000 subscriber stream next Friday.
Congratulations.
once a month I do my Fuck It Friday where we just talk about everything. It's like all of the stupid stories that aren't law related. That's not a cow, it's a bull. It's bull. But yeah, the Fuck It Fridays are fun because it's just I grift hard. It's the $100 shots. Everybody gets me liquored up and we just talk about dumb shit until I decide that I'm ready to die. Brendan Lesko is like, see, people think I'm putting this money towards other things or spending it. I'm just putting it in like a new liver fund for the day when it becomes necessary.
Well, I'm sure in Korea you could pay for a liver and get one.
Mm-hmm.
All the kinds of stuff could show up.
Whew. That was
a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brandon Lesko. You're Brandon Lesko. Whew. Oh, dang. We're only like $10 away from another collaborative amalgamated grifty shot thing, but whatever. And I got a 3-day weekend, so that's nice.
Oh, what holiday's coming up?
Oh, fuck if I know.
Korean Independence Day.
Which one is? Yeah, is like one of the 4. Actually, it kind of is.
Oh, actually, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
because I know for the longest time Korea had a dictatorship.
Yes,
going
until 1988.
Yeah, do they look fondly upon those days? Like we needed, like are they like, yeah, it was maybe not the best, but we needed it, type of thing.
Like Monday is National Foundation Day, so it's like it's the day that the king was born out of a turtle egg on a mountain. Actually, over in this, it's one of those legendary like birth of a nation days, but not like the I was just going to say not that birth of a nation.
Yeah, well, like when you're talking about a king and a turtle, like that sounds like the Mount Paktu thing for Kim Il Sung, where he was
kind of, pretty much. No, it's like the same story, but he was involved. Brandon Lesko. Oh wait, don't you owe us a special bottle of booze for the next stream? We're doing good stuff, right? Is this $10? Because that means you have to drink again, but I'm not good at math. Yes, it does. Okay, see, that's the deal I made last time. Because me being a whiskey snob, I shoot nothing better than Buffalo Trace, and it's usually a lot worse. Like mellow corn. I mean, just rot gut shit.
That's not rot gut. It's like, well, I was drinking till I got rid of it. J&B, or you should do some Cuddy Sark.
Yeah. I mean, like that's the level stuff that I would just drink because I'm a whiskey snob, and there's no way in hell I'm drinking any of that on a drunk stream. So, but I promised them that that moving from here on out, 1/4 of whatever I get from my grift stream, my Fuck It Friday gift stream, I will invest in a bottle of whiskey. This time, because I got about $800 last time after the thieves took their 32%. So $200. I'll be having a bottle of exquisite Compass Box Hedonism.
Get some like 18-year-old Macallan. Drink that. Start slamming that on stream.
Yeah, it was kind of like that was like a little bit out of the price range, but so that's kind of the deal moving forward. So if somehow I make $10,000, next stream has got to be a $2,500 bottle of whiskey, which would crush my soul more than you can imagine to shoot that would be kind hilarious. Of whiskey. Yeah, so I had to, and like Macallan 18, it's good, but like Compass Box Hedonism is amazing. D what super sticker. Thank you for the boozy bug sticker. Keep it up. That's what she said. And we got another Winston. Thank you so much. Now we all know why you like Nick so much. Noses, or we're both terminal alcoholic, or a combination of both. All right. I know another shot here. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I was just curious, and I feel like you're trying to get drunk, and I'm like asking like some serious questions about.
No, I'm not trying to get drunk. I'm trying to stay sober. But
but everybody.
What was your serious question?
Well, no, about like how do the Koreans view? So the Koreans view kind of the
dictatorship days.
Yeah, the dictatorship as like, well, we kind of needed it. Look where we got to now.
Yes, it's weird looking from the outside in, But from the
Well, heck, and guys, if you don't know, like what happened in South Korea in the 80s, like the North Koreans infiltrated and attacked their White House and killed a president. Like all kinds of crazy stuff happened in Korea in the late 80s.
Yeah, there's actually, if you go around to some of the coastal cities,
The Blue
even
House.
today, they have these information boards set up on like how to recognize a North Korean submarine. And I actually, when I was a missionary, we were kind of hanging out in a bus terminal in Masan.
Yeah.
Which is kind of it's like right next to the ocean, next to Chinhae Port, and we, like me and my missionary companion, were just sitting there, and we actually watched like they were the
Coast Guard.
Anjungbu. They were they're basically like the Korean NSA, Korean CIA. We were there when they took down a North Korean spy in the bus terminal.
That's cool.
Because it was like we were just like sitting there, and then suddenly, like about a third of the people in the bus station just swarmed this guy. It was like, wow. Flux says, "Did you miss my last super chat? Put a shotometer on screen." I don't know how to put a shotometer on screen.
You're gonna have to do layers things, yeah.
Can we do that in StreamYard?
You could do. I don't know if it's interactive as Streamlabs.
Well, I thought of
Hayden
like
would
putting
have to talk to you
a
about
little
it.
board behind me, you know, like
Hayden,
a whiteboard or
Hayden,
something.
you're mute.
Thank you, Boomering.
Oh, I thought he was just pretending to be deaf.
I still haven't worked out how to do it in StreamYards.
Streamlabs
yet. So
you got to go talk to those girls on Twitch, whipping out their tits. Like, how do you make your meters work for the pricing?
Oh God! See, now I've got to go. Thank you for that, Sean. Because now I've got to go and do homework and go and watch a bunch of Twitch streams for chicks flipping their tits out.
Yeah,
so I can see exactly what they're doing.
You're gonna have to tell your wife, look, Amaranth, this is me learning how to do it, honey. Don't get mad.
You just have to like learn to cross your eyes and stick your tongue out.
Yeah.
Like that. I can't. That hurt my eyes. But no, I did not miss your last super chat, Flux. I just hadn't got to it, but I'll get to it now. Flux, this is just great. You would say that. I'm not even. I was going down the beaver route again, and I'm going to ask you, Flux. Never mind. Caitlin Williams. McDonald's new Happy Meal. Take a look. Love you guys. Yes, the adult Happy Meal has just been announced.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, there's an adult Happy Meal now at McDonald's.
Oh, I'm so looking at this.
What's in it?
I was excited because they brought back the Pokemon cards.
Probably like
or something.
A Big Mac, large fries, a Coke, and a vibrator, or a dildo, or something. That's your like special adult toy. I don't know.
Everybody gets a dildo.
Yeah, there's a dildo in every box. Adult Happy Meal.
What?
I just saw the title. Let's bring it up here.
From October 3 to October 30, you can order a Cactus Plant Flea Market meal box that comes with a meal and one of 4 toys: the Hamburglar, Birdie, Grimace, or Cactus Buddy.
Grimace. I'm Grimace. I identify as Grimace.
Do you think the Hamburglar was a booty goon when he was in prison?
Probably was.
I'd say so.
I mean,
he was
he's
spitting
got that
in
look.
the buttholes.
He's got that look in his eyes. He's got the 1,000-yard stare. Like, what happened to him when he was there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely.
He's like Andy Dufresne at the beginning of Shawshank. Andy may have put up a fight against the sisters, but usually to no avail. This was a long, hard first year for Andy. I didn't think he would survive. The Hamburglar's just he's a damaged man.
He's seen shit.
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
Yeah. So
somebody say to make Baldo and fries.
Oh, geez.
Baldo and fries.
Please put this small amount towards a bottle. No amount is a small amount, Diamonds and Henna, and it will definitely go where it is needed.
No
Thank
such
you
thing as
so much.
no such thing as a small super chat.
No, and seriously, I've been doing this for 4 months now, and it still freaks me out that people throw their hard-earned money at me, and I appreciate anything. I mean, just it's overwhelming when I think about it. I'm like, what the fuck? But I appreciate it. That's why every stream I say that the super chatting is not a requirement. There's so much going on. It's hard to pay attention to the stream. I try to, but the colors catch your attention, and it's people throwing their money at you. You have to pay attention to that. And like a certain someone who I dearly love and like and respect the you have to have a minimum super chat amount to get me to address you. That's not what I do. That's what somebody else does. That's just not my thing. I'm just, anything. I'm grateful for it. I think we're caught up on super chats now. Good. We're still a long way away from the next one. No, okay, Flux. All right. Yeah, we the beaver comment. Flux is laughing. The beaver is the best. I agree with you, Flux. That is one place we would never ever argue about. Okay, we were saying. Have you looked up the adult Happy Meal yet, Hayden?
Boomer it again. Mate. Come on, mate.
Hell.
Oh, you were talking. All right. Grimace is a strange name for a food mascot.
Not for McDonald's.
Okay, well, I have here's another fun fact for all of you people out there. It's something that I do every time I go back for vacation. KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. The world's first Kentucky Fried Chicken franchise is in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Really?
Yeah. I should do that for like a video thing. But yeah, like every year I pay homage and I make I'm a huge KFC guy. And so I make my pilgrimage there every time I go back on vacation. They've got one of the Colonel Sanders white suits in a glass case there. They got like a briefcase and some pictures and things. It's like this KFC museum, but it's like in the shittiest gangster part. Like you take your life in your own hands going there, but it's worth it.
Oh God.
Now, I know in Japan they love Colonel Sanders because they view him as he really was a colonel. He was somewhat of respect and an important man. Is that the same way in Korea too, or no?
No. Okay. It was so Colonel Sanders was a Mormon. No, he was not. The deal was he was definitely from Kentucky. He made his chicken in Kentucky, but he was going around the country marketing it. And a Mr. Harmon, who had a Harmon's restaurant in Salt Lake City, met him. I think they met in Chicago or someplace. And he's like, hey, that's really good chicken. You should franchise this. Let me buy you. So like Harmon's KFC in Salt Lake City was the first franchise. It wasn't the first Kentucky Fried Chicken. It was the first franchised Kentucky Fried Chicken. All right. Well, now we get two Brandon Lesko things here. God damn it.
Yeah.
Lol. Enough for a shot. Yes.
Oh, it is when you mix that with the other.
Yeah. And another one. Been spending most of my life living in a beaver paradise.
Oh no. R.I.P.
Rip
Coolio.
Rip Coolio. He's gone to the gangster paradise. And we were just talking. See, I think I killed him. I kill people sometimes.
Oh, there's a lot of names. There's a lot of names I want you to mention. I'll give you the list.
I'm like Arya Stark.
Your Death
Joffrey, Cersei, the Mountain. Just like
this stream is Death Note. This will be beautiful.
Okay, so all right, I gotta do a shot for Brandon.
Keep my name out of your fucking mouth, then.
Slap. And by making those two things, Brandon has actually put me ridiculously close to the next one as well. But Brandon, fucking thanks. Whatever. I got no cheers at this point. Just thanks.
So are your dogs in there just looking at you like, oh no, what's gonna happen?
I shut the doors so they couldn't come in.
Oh.
I took them to work with me today, so they would like be really tired. Yeah, so they'd be really tired and just sleep and leave me alone while I do my stream.
But
otherwise, we just hear them going under the desk.
Well, see, if you fall over and if you were to die right now and pass out, if they came in and ate you, they would get really intoxicated.
No, I've actually thought about that. Like, I really need to make a death packet and give one to my family and one to my office. Because like my best friend in the world, my best friend of 16 years, like just literally boom, dropped dead of a heart attack on June 13th, 2020.
Oh,
Jesus.
He was like my best friend for 16 years. He ran the cigar lounge here in town. After he retired, he opened up the cigar. That's where I live. I call it my second home. We were getting ready to go for a dinner, and I was on my way there, and his wife called me. He's like, help, this happened. He was just smoking a cigar, getting ready to go, and he just said, oh, I'm having trouble breathing, hit the deck and gone. that fast. 57 years old. Just he's out. He's like, oh, I'm kind of having trouble breathing. Boom, done. And where was I going with that?
You were talking about somebody looking after your dogs.
Oh yeah.
I was just making a joke. Your dogs were going to get drunk from eating you once you die.
No, but I was thinking after that, like, I don't think anyone in my office, they know where I live, but I don't think they know like the exact condo number where I live, and they certainly don't know how to get into my house. They have no contact with my family. They have no contact numbers for anyone in the States, and none of my family in the States has any idea, you know, what my assets are here, where they are, my passwords, my bank accounts.
They'll call South Korea. It's like, hey, you know, my cousin Jeff. Yeah, where is he?
Yeah.
He's a white guy in South Korea. This can't be that hard.
Yeah, well, I think if he was under pressure, my son may be able to identify the building where I live, where I work, but not the. I'm sure he can't remember the office number. So I'm thinking I need to give like these.
I swear to God, I thought you were about to say if he was pressed that he could identify the body.
Although you've been in Korea long enough, you might have like relatives here too. You've been there at least 18 years, right?
34.
Yeah, so you've been here long enough. There could be, yes, hello, Dad.
Yeah,
they'd have to call Andrew.
Yeah, and nobody I know. No, there's two people on
Yeah,
Earth.
you kind of should have that like sorted out for everybody.
No, because I was like thinking if I just stroked out and died right fucking
Well, if
now,
you got hit by a car,
anything.
Yeah.
If I just got yeeted by life, the universe, and everything, nobody would have any idea. Like I was literally thinking this, that I just need to let my parent, you know, my father and my sister and my son, like know how to get a hold of my office, know like what my bank is, what the bank account number is, things like that. And you know how to get a hold of my office to help sell my assets here so that they can take the cash and run. And vice versa with the office. If I die, how they can tell my family I'm dead. Because I was thinking that
I'm more worried about your dogs than anything.
No, I was saying, like if I just went right now and just bit it, and I tell people this
awkward stream ever.
It would. But like if I did,
it'd be
just it'd be good content
if we had to. Great content if we had to spend a week trying to chase you down and work out.
The stream would just keep going.
Yeah, imagine if it happened midstream and then you've just got like a bunch of us flying to Korea. Everyone's got our phones on and we're doing like this race to find Jeff first.
Yes, right now it'll be a 3-day cheer.
Well, if you I mean, you could go back through you could go back through my pictures and my videos, especially the typhoon one, and I mean, someone's like, you need to take these videos down. I looked for like 2 minutes and I found out where you lived. I'm like, yeah, anybody can find if they try hard enough. I mean, seriously, you could easily find the complex where I live. But there's 1,000 condos in this complex. But yeah, you know, I literally thought if I stroked out and hit the deck now and was gone, my boss would probably be knocking
on wood as you say this.
Yeah. Well, I think does press board count?
Sure.
That's all I got.
Can we stop saying stroking out? If you're gonna do that, go to the other room.
So what do you guys call? What's it called in Australia? I mate, your cranium had an oopsie.
No, we still say, "Oh, he had a stroke,"
but that means something different.
Well,
he had a stroke and he died with a fucking smile on his face.
He died, but
exactly.
But I mean, if you said, like, I understand what Jeff meant. We're talking about stroking out, like, you know, no, you don't. That's not the same thing. You're whacking it if you're whacking it. You're not stroking.
He died the way that he lived, by having a stroke.
Ooh.
If I were to die right now, like literally my boss would be pissed. I mean, like my family never even calls me ever unless they want something or they're yelling at me because I haven't done something. But if I were to die right now, My
Yeah.
boss would be pissed that I didn't come to work tomorrow. He would call. I wouldn't answer the phone. He would be angry. The second day, he would probably be really pissed, wanting to fire me. And I think like the first real idea that anyone had that I was gone was when the neighbors reported a smell coming from my apartment.
Oh.
And the locksmith would come into the house and they would just find the dogs eating my corpse. And so I've literally thought of this. So
Brandon.
Yes. But like, but yeah,
Chet
you
says
really
more drink, less will preparation.
definitely like 100% seriously though, man.
Oh no,
You're
and
an
I've been
attorney,
thinking,
for God's sake. You
I was gonna say.
and I've been thinking about this for 2 years.
Jeez. See, this is. I'll give you the advice I gave my parents.
I'm a procrastinator.
Well, so were my parents. I told this to my parents, and I've used this since then when I pitch it to people. You want your kids and your family members to say, 10 years from after you're dead, well, I miss my mom and dad. Not, well, they're dead, and God damn, it was such a pain in the ass when they died.
Yeah.
And I'm
no,
glad.
see-
It's like I hope it was painful while you're sorting this out.
I've done it with my dad. My dad's 87. My mom died like 2012, 10 years ago. But like my dad's 87. He's been living on statistical borrowed time for the last 9 years. Everybody in his family lives like a long time. So he could be here 5 more years. He could go tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And he was back then he was an over the road truck driver. And I'm like, dude, get away. But like telling him to get a will was forcing him to deal with his own mortality, and he didn't want to do it. And so it was 5-6 years ago. I said, God damn it, it's $400 to go down to XYZ law firm in Logan, Utah. I know the guy, he'll hook you up. Dad, I will pay for it. You don't have to pay a dime. Just sit there and answer his questions. He reluctantly agreed. We took me and my sister and my brother there. We all happened to be there that year. Took him there, sat him down. We set up an LLC in his name, did all the transfer documents to turn his cars and the house over to his LLC. And he became his only employee. We became the board of directors, so that when he dies, all of the assets immediately revert to the board of directors and we can distribute them accordingly. We're like, see, Dad, we're not going to fight over shit. We like each other. And
That's why
we're admonishing him. You worked for 65 fucking years of your life. We're all doing well. We don't want you to leave anything. Enjoy it. If your bank account is 0 when you die, you win. But we've done that for him. But for myself, I mean, I've got my son. He's like literally my only heir, but they have no idea what I have.
That you know of.
Yeah, but yeah, no, he's the only one.
It's like when I got to 35, when I turned 35, my godfather said to me, I don't know my godfather, but he's one of my dad's best friends. He's like, you're at that awkward age now, so kid's gonna walk up to you and say, "Hi, Dad."
We'll get there. Law Nerd Clips. Hey, Law Nerd Clips, welcome. Good to see you here. Don't clip anything of this. We've said nothing of interest. I see nothing. Do you order stuff online? My neighbor called my clubhouse because my package wasn't brought in for a week. My package goes on vacation with me. My package wasn't brought in for a week when I was on vacation. Glad someone cares. No, delivery service is awesome here. Literally everything is online in Korea. And they just leave it in front of your apartment.
Was that
and
before
Koreans don't. Yeah, it's just been that way. Korea is so far ahead of the rest of the world with online stuff, and they leave it just right in front of your apartment, and nobody fucking steals shit because Koreans are good people.
Oh,
yeah. There's all this Amazon stealing
There's no porch
shit that
pirates?
happens in the state. Yeah, and there's none of that here, and it's like they will watch out for your shit.
Oh,
it's
nice.
great. Oh yeah,
it's very wholesome.
Oh hell yes. No question.
Lauder, you need to go back about 45 minutes and get the Death Note part. Apparently, Jeff can kill people if he mentions their names.
Oh yeah, we didn't even finish that story. Brendan Lesko. Never ask a maritime lawyer if he'll have another drink because it's nobody's goddamn business how much he's had already. Seriously. No, like we were
guys,
just talking.
It's 6 a.m. I'm gonna have to bow out.
It's not 6 a.m. yet. You've still got 8 minutes. Hang around.
The sun's literally coming in through the window.
I don't care where it comes as long as it cleans it up. just stick with us for 10 more minutes and we'll shut this whole thing down. Flux says beaver fish tacos. Well, that's your area. Well, I guess that's both of our areas of expertise. So hey, I got you covered. But no, we were talking about Coolio. Me and my friends were talking about Coolio literally 3 days ago. And because we were talking about how Koreans don't have this kind of sense of, they don't pay attention to lyrics.
Right.
And so you go to baseball games and here Korea has cheerleaders for the base. Each team has their own cheerleaders. They have their set songs and their dances they do. And they're always like these rap songs with like little N-bombs just blasting through the speakers in the stadium and whatnot. And I remember when Gangster Paradise first came out.
Yeah.
I was in a department store and they were just piping it through the sound system. I'm like, what the fuck?
Is
I'm
it
like
just because it's American that they like it?
Well, that's just, yeah. Well, it's music and it's popular music, but they don't know the lyrics. So I'm like,
oh my God, that's so awesome.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
No, and there was this radio station, and this was the first and only time I've ever called a Korean radio station to be like, what are you putting on the air?
You old fogey.
I was
back in my day, we
playing
didn't say
some
the N-word
DMX.
on the radio.
Yeah. We just yelled at that people as we drove by.
My grandma did, but she was from Chicago, so you know, whatever.
Holy shit!
But no, there's this radio station that had this, like they would do this because Koreans love like poetry and music and artsy fartsy stuff. Nice, that's a nice background. I like that. It's the A Kangaroo 15.
Well, no, it's
yes, it's the,
wow. That's
we're
nice.
not under duress.
Oh, we need to do an update on that sometime to figure out where you are.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the DPP. It's really getting up my nose now. I'm really annoyed.
Yes. But yeah, anyway, so like this radio station that I have because I have like way bad, as you've noticed now that we're 5 hours into my 2-hour ADHD stream. I'm like borderline undiagnosed, but I seriously have it. And
I swear to God, half of us don't know. The rest of us need to get tested.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because I would always have to. I still even now it's YouTube, of course. I have YouTube streaming in my earphones all day so that I can. Yeah. I have that constant background noise
on the pulse. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if I don't have it, then like I'm getting distracted by the clock ticking, people walking back and forth, traffic noises. So I just got to have some white noise or background noise and my work, and I'm great. But there was this radio station I used to listen to they would have like poetry, like 2 o'clock every afternoon. They'd read some poem in Korean or German or English or whatever. And there was this English poem one day. It was about this father who went to pick up his son and to take him to his first baseball game. And he dressed his son up in this nice suit and he put a tie on. And it was an African-American poem by an African-American poet. And she was reading her own poem. And it was this nice poem about this father who was taking his son, getting him all dressed up in this little brown suit to go to his first baseball game, and how they got in the car and they were driving to the station. And then they get to kind of halfway there somewhere, and the father pulls the car over to the side of the road, and there's like, and then he fucked that boy. He fucked that boy up the ass. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, whoa! And I'm like on the phone to the radio station going, what are you putting on the air? And like, what do you mean? And I'm like telling them what it is in Korean, and they're like, oh my God, we didn't know. And I'm like, yeah, don't do that. I mean, it was just like, holy fuck.
I just want to go to the baseball game.
Left. Yeah.
I just want to go to the baseball game and they're dropping like DMX in the middle of it.
And it was this poem about this father that was molesting his child. And I'm like, what the Christ is this? And they apologize for it on the air and everything. I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, but it's a foreign language and they don't care because they don't know. But now they're starting to get a little more socially in tuned. But yeah, I mean, that was 15, 20 years ago. But holy crap. I mean, it was just like a train wreck on the radio behind me. It's a bread collector poem.
The bread collector.
I play
there you go.
this, but I will oblige and sing Jeff's Battleship if needed.
You should mail in death sentences to the radio station and read a page a day.
Yeah. No, it's like, why the fuck do that? No, because they clearly thought it was about a father taking his boy to the baseball game.
Oh, he definitely took something.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Satan writing poetry now. Right. No, but I mean, it was just like, what on earth? They just don't pay. It's like we all say, well, I don't pay attention to the lyrics. They really don't pay attention to the lyrics of anything because it's a foreign language. And so now I'm like, every time I hear a German song or a French song on the radio, I'm like, I really wonder what this is about. Because I know what the fuck the English shit they put on the radio is about.
Well, that's like when I sit and watch anime. Half the time I'm listening to these Japanese lyrics for the openings and closings. And, there's just random English words thrown in that don't make any sort of sense. But at the same time, I'm sitting there thinking, what the fuck are they saying?
Well, see, the Japanese has the advantage that they use a different set of characters for English words or foreign words than they do for Japanese words. So you can easily identify, okay, this is a foreign word. You might not know what language it is, but Koreans just use the Korean alphabet. And then you're looking at something that is distinctly not Korean. And you're like, what the hell is that word? And you're like, oh, that's Coldplay. Like you're just like reading along and it's like hitting a linguistic brick wall. He's like, okay, blah, 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 Korean. What? Global. Okay. So yeah, there's no way to differentiate if it's a foreign word or a Korean word. Brandon Leska.
I was gonna say with the rap music, is there a hard and a soft A in Korean? Just asking for a friend.
Since we're pondering life while Hayden is watching anime, have a shot. Oh, you're so close. We're like $5 shy of the next shot, so no luck.
Yeah, Hayden, somebody mentioned it. South Park does a good version of the making fun of anime.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They it's like, oh god, I forget how it goes, but it's so funny. It's so amazing.
Well, thanks for sharing.
I'm trying to remember.
Sean.
He can look it up.
There was this really hilarious thing. Can't remember what it was, but it was funny.
It was on South Park. It was on South Park. They end up doing like an anime opening to it because it's when they get all the it's where they throw the throwing star in Butter's eye.
I haven't seen that one.
And they have all the weapons from the fair. They bought all the martial arts weapons.
I haven't seen that one. All right, but just okay. Brandon, let's go. $2 super sticker. That puts us like close. Oh, okay, Flux. All right, here you go. Another shot. We're there. We're there. Stop.
Just drink out of the bottle. Just take a swig.
Xcomer $5. That's like my favorite. My favorite profile picture of all time.
Is NOK? Is that North Korean?
No, that's Norwegian kroner. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Wait, they're not on the euro.
Because they're smart.
Yeah.
Smooth Buffalo Trace. That's so far below what I was drinking before I came on stream. But I like Buffalo Trace any other time, but not compared to the stuff I was drinking before. Sean, how are you doing for time?
I've got nowhere to go.
So you're what, like 4 p.m.?
Yeah, it's 4 p.m. here. Yes.
Yeah. You've got 6 a.m., 6:01 a.m. Well, it's
Yeah.
just like it's probably getting light there.
And I will be doing stuff tonight. I'll be screwing around online tonight if people are interested. I'll be on early. I'll probably be on like 10 o'clock because I know Nick is on tonight. So I don't want to try to compete against him, but I will because I know Joe's not.
I've already got things because he doesn't usually do a Friday stream, so
he can't because of the Sabbath.
I mean Nick. Nick doesn't usually do a
Nick
Friday.
normally doesn't
thing.
do a Friday, but I guess he's got somebody tonight.
Yeah, and I'm already committed.
He's got a special guest.
So do
Yes.
I. Yeah, I do too. I have my special guest for the fair and balanced stand-in.
Yeah. What time are you guys on?
11, same as Nick.
Oh, 11
basically.
is, oh, Nick. Okay,
well, it's 11 a.m. here, which is like 10 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, I guess.
So it's a little bit earlier than Nick.
Oh, okay.
But not much. Hey, y'all. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hayden, what voices can you sing Binga's Paradise in?
Not a single one.
Smart man. Stay away.
Oh,
Don't touch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's got Eliza Schaefer tonight. Yeah, that's who he's got.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've just got a special guest I can't talk about until they actually appear on stream. Secret government agent thing. Not really, but sounds cool. I do have a special guest, though, that I'm not allowed to talk about until they come on stream. Legal Vices, is Farron still alive? Yes, Farron is very much alive. She went to a Taylor Swift concert or something like that.
Taylor Swift concert?
You know, Taylor Swift used to be the drummer for the Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
Farron, if you're listening, I'm sorry. I know that was a sacrilegious, blasphemous joke. But I just forgot. I'm drunk and I forgot the guy's name. It's Taylor. What is it? Taylor Hawkins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian Daniel Hawkins. Yeah.
Oh, is she a big Foo Fighters person?
Yeah, she's a huge Taylor Hawkins guy.
Oh.
Joseph DiMartino, thank you so much. There's a Swedish language school commercial that has a family of 4 talking about learning English while listening. I want to blank you in the blank. Okay, now what I want to do here, if it's cool with you, Hayden, if we keep you over time for just a couple of more minutes, because that's what
That's
ADHD
fine.
is all about.
At this point, I don't care. If the wife wakes up, she's going to know that I've gone the whole way night through anyway. So
She'll
I'm just going to
feel
sit
sorry
here. If I start snoring, you know what?
No. This is like literally the last thing I want to do, because this just reminded me of it. And that's the beauty of borderline ADHD. Things remind you of other things, which remind you of other things.
Mm-hmm.
Please sit up. I don't want to look at her. It's like creepy having her lurking over your shoulder like that, with that stern look on. That's a still from the press conference they did, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's even worse. No.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
It's good for you. Oh, there you go. Rawr. Now this can't possibly be yeetable. This is one of my favorite commercials of all time. Let me bring this thing up. It's hard to type when your fingers don't cooperate with your brain anymore. Let's see. I can't say this out loud because it'll give it away. This is a commercial for a Berlitz language course.
Oh, this will be good.
No, this is beautiful. This is a beautiful commercial, and I was reminded of this commercial by Joseph DiMartino. Let me cough. It's the English language school commercial. This is a Berlitz English language commercial, and it's beautiful. And then we'll all let you talk about what you're doing, and then I'll talk about what I'm doing, and we'll wrap this thing up because I have to be doing my stream in 7 hours.
You need to take a nap. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go. All right.
Das hier ist mein Sektor. Das hier ist das wichtigste Gerät des Küstenwächters. Das Gerät und das Gerät. Überlebensradar.
Mayday, mayday. Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about.
That is the most beautiful commercial ever.
Did you find one of our U-boats?
We are sinking. We are sinking. What are you thinking about? That is one of my favorite commercials of all time. Let's see if Joseph DiMartino thinks that's funny.
Good. Yes. Yes.
Yes, the chat likes that one.
This is the Dutch Coast Guard.
What are you thinking about? The Aussie decking ad is funny. I don't know what that means.
Oh, we can't. We'll get. It'll get copy struck like that.
Oh,
What's? Oh, really? What?
Yeah, it's
on YouTube.
Give us your. You can Google recreate it for us.
It's literally a guy talking about how you need to rub moisture into your hardwood deck so that you can make sure that it's well looked after. And there's a whole series of them. It's then you talk about the putty or the.
Oh my! Is it the guy wearing like a plaid shirt?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh my God, he's got the best accent.
It's probably Australian. I guess.
No, I know he's got the perfect Australian accent.
I'll have to check this out. That sounds.
No, he's from New Zealand. Sorry, yeah, he's not.
I was gonna say I was pretty sure he's New Zealand.
What?
Yeah. Because they can't say
that sounds funny.
Well, this one's. I found it on a top 10 commercials page, so I don't think they'll be able to do anything about it. This is fucking. It sounds good.
Bring it up if you want. It's fucking hilarious. But
here, I'll send you the link I got.
Well, see,
some Aussie ads are just they're beyond what you can imagine.
No, and see, that's great. Like in America, we do these things like for Viagra and Cialis, where you get Tom Brady or some sports figure who's very subtly throwing a football through like a tire swing.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, real subtle, pal.
And then there's like they sit there and they're in the separate bathtubs, like those commercials. Yeah. I just sent it to you in private. I don't understand why they just say, "Look, you'll be able to finally give your lady the dick," and you used to.
Wow, this is 2 minutes long. That's a long commercial.
Yeah, but apparently.
Hyper Shanta, thank you so much for the hot dog you always send. Let's just throw that down a big hallway. Thanks. Trunk Monkey was good. That's racist. Let's see. Where? Oh, New Zealand decking advert, YouTube. Yes. All right.
If you're like me, you find it very hard to keep your dick dry. I left my dick unprotected, and it was just out of
yeah, he's from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Shape in no time. I could barely recognize my own dick. Imagine that. Then I discovered Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. The best way to take 3 easy steps. First, wash your dick with soap and water. Then wait for your dick to dry. Once your dick is clean and dry, paint your dick with Schaefer's dick sealant. I used to be too embarrassed to invite people over to see my dick. But now, talk to the town. I even have pictures of my dick. Check out that dick. I want to see this. Barbara always loves to receive my dick pics. After all about spending time on your dick. I'll often have
oh my God.
people on my dick at once.
See, that's the thing is like the giveaway he was Australian there is when he said dick pecs instead of dick pics, the dick pecs. We do that in Utah too. We flip our vowels. Like we people sleep on pillows and they drink milk. And instead of saying like we were born in a barn, we say we're like barn in a barn. We flip our vowels like that too.
So Hayden, what do you call that wooden structure that's outside people's houses they can sit out on? What would you call? Oh, okay, I thought you were gonna say dick.
Well, see, I would say like the Australians would be more like deck with like an upswing on deck, but there's like dick in New Zealand.
Yeah, they literally say like dick in New Zealand, and it's deck. It's a deck here in Australia.
Okay, okay.
Because like Australian English sort of sounds like you're asking a question for everything you say.
Oh yeah. At the end of every sentence, there's always an inflection, and it's like it sounds like we're just Ron Burgundy reading off the teleprompter.
You sound like you're from the Valley in Cali.
Yeah.
You know,
totally.
So touts. Like, oh my God. over here in LA.
Lord God, Bofo. I had a Valley Girl girlfriend once, but
Really wear your dick out, causing dick splinters and
Dick
discoloration.
splinters.
But
That
with
would
Schaefer's
hurt.
dick sealant, my dick stays a nice golden brown colour. Who would want a golden dick? I used to never let children anywhere near my dick. My dick was too dangerous for cods to play on. But it seems like every cod in the neighbourhood's been on my dick this summer, and they've all had a good time. My dick's over 70 years old, but it looks brand new. That's part of the reason all my neighbours are jealous of my dick. Wasn't that right, Jim?
Yes, you've got a nice dick, okay?
His wife is always on my dick, begging me to know the secret of my perfect dick. If you like Schaefer's dick sealant, check out Schaefer's New Zealand style cock. I had a huge hole in my dick, but I fixed it by jamming some cock in it. You'd be surprised how many things you can fix by jamming cock into them. Have an extra large hole in your dick? Try Schaefer's African style cock. Just go to your local home improvement store and ask for the big black cock. Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. Don't put it on your penis.
Oh my God.
There's also a helpful number on the back. Hi, I've got a question about my dick. Schaefer's New Zealand style. Hey, get that squirrel off my dick. He knows he's not allowed to come on my dick.
please, for the love of God,
my
tell
God,
me
that's
that's
awesome.
a parody and not like an actual real commercial for a real product. Please, just put my mind at ease.
It's a parody, but that's one of 4 videos.
Yeah, I saw there's a cock one as well. Oh my God, that was good.
Oh my Lord, that was funny. All right, well, we're way over time here. 5 hours into my 2-hour stream. That's pretty normal, especially for a Friday. Aussie Overlord, go to Aussie Overlord, subscribe, like to everything he's ever done in his life. You won't regret it. He's an Aussie version of me, so we're good. Pimp yourself here for a couple minutes, Aussie Overlord. What are you doing?
Oh, hang on, I got to reboot my brain. So next week we have the Bruce Lerman trial starting on the 4th, which is basically the parliamentarian who's been accused of sexual assault and rape of a number of other female staffers in the Australian Federal Parliament. So he's going, he's in the federal court starting on Tuesday. I myself have court on Friday, so there won't be a Thursday stream. But aside from that, I'm just going to keep on doing what I'm doing, having law and laughs. And Sunday, so not tonight's stream, tomorrow's stream, we have Kinky Corner as usual, so I'm sure everyone will nicely tune in for that.
Should be able there. I should be there. Yeah.
Just past 3,600 subscribers as well.
Did ya?
Yep.
Woo! How are you doing, Aussie Overlord?
Well,
Where you at?
35, right? Wasn't it? Or
Did you get your
36?
4,000?
That was last weekend. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm almost at 37 now. I got 3687. So another 13 and I hit 37.
Okay, he needs 13 more people. Get over to Aussie Overlord right now, 13 of you, and subscribe. Once I finish the stream, I'll put their links in the description. But go over, just search for Aussie Overlord right now. Give him his 13 subscribers. Get him over the hump. Hump him hard so that he can reach that dick point and go ahead. Where are you at, Sean?
I'm at Potentially Criminal, and we talked about all kinds of criminal things. This week, Daryl Brooks is going to trial. He's the man who was held captive by the crazy murderous SUV, and he's representing himself, and he appears to be a sovereign citizen. So we'll see how that turns out. And
like we were talking, the quickest way is when someone says that fucking pro per, you know they're a sovereign citizen.
Yes. And I am.
And I did thank you for finally clearing up this fucking maritime law shit based on the gold fringed flag. We talked about that earlier.
Yes. Yeah. And it's now I have it's not my trial, but I'm involved in a trial next week, and it may not happen.
Wow, you're actually working. Cool.
Well, yeah.
I was going to say, how'd your standby thing go? Did you wind up having to get called up?
Nope. Did not.
Oh, you're standby counsel?
I was standby counsel this past week for
sorry.
a guy. Yeah, I've done it before. It's no big deal. I'm used to it. He took care of it himself. So I just got to sit there.
How are you on subscribers? Where are you at exactly?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, geez. 10,000. Well, let's see what YouTube says. 10,763.
So okay, so like there's 284 people here now. We can get you up to the next level if everybody here goes over and subscribes if you haven't already done that. So everybody get over to Potentially Criminal. Sign up there. You won't find him on Twitter because he's been banned like 84 times.
Yes.
He's not on Twitter.
And I'm protecting my Twitter account that I have, my personal one, because I don't want to lose it.
Shh. You don't have one of those.
Well, no, I had it before these, so it's okay. That's not ban evasion.
All right. Okay.
You could, if you have 15 Twitter accounts and then some of them start getting banned, you're okay. You can't start more.
It was a pre-existing account.
Yes.
All right, so you're safe.
Yes.
All right.
So yeah, we'll probably be covering. I might be involved with Daryl Brooks. That said, though, if the trial I'm involved in, although it's not my trial, I don't like. I'm kind of there for a third party. I may have to do that next week. It all depends on if this guy pleads out or not.
Cool.
So yeah, I'm gonna be busy next week.
I got 4 super chats to burn through here, and then I'll do my thing, and we'll see. Flux, you freaking rock. I have to drive home now. See y'all in a few hours. Still listening though. Ta for now. Yeah, I'm 6 hours and 45 minutes away from my next stream. Yeah. Please drive safe. We need your super chats. I love you, Flux. Jinver, thank you so much. On YouTube, look at the Gerald Poshman Dickens cider.
That's a good one.
Is it? Okay, I'll write that down. Let me get my paper here. Gerald.
Also, I found the one where somebody was talking about the I wanna fuck you in the ass commercial. It's a Polish it's a Polish learn how to learn English from a Polish company. And this guy turns on his car and it's playing American music, and the song says, "I wanna fuck you in the ass," and they don't know what it is, so they're just nodding their head along. And their kids are like, "Oh yeah, this is like got a catchy beat."
It's like the old Monty Python skit, like the Norwegian English dictionary guy who walks into the cheese shop. Would you fondle my buttocks? When he's like thinks he's asking for a particular kind of cheese. It's a chemist shop thing. It's a chemist shop.
Yeah.
Monty Python does a good job. Thank you so much there for that super chat. That is awesome. X-Comer, thank you so much for the kroner. Does Hayden's beard and chest hair connect? I need to know.
Only if I actually, only when I don't shave. The chest hair and the back hair definitely connect. But given that I'm usually clean shaven, except right now I'm really not. But yes, for the most part. It goes
Jeez, I thought I was a hairy son of a bitch.
So you just like shave like the collar line there.
Basically, yeah, and it just goes up because
So you're like Robin Williams. You're the Australian, not Robin Williams.
Do you know how long my chat has been trying to get me to take my shirt off the show? It's just like,
I don't
fuck's
care.
sake, people.
All right, Sean,
Tell
what's
them,
your hair
You
situation?
gotta get enough super chats. Tell them.
Yeah.
Write them out.
Oh hell yeah! There is a number. They just don't know what it is.
That's something that
Keep guessing. What's your hair sit, Sean?
I'm doing all right.
Do you connect?
No, they do not.
I have a little bit of a buffer between my chest hair and
I have a bit of a buffer.
chin. But interestingly, going back to your Colonel Sanders question, that's why I decided to go with the full beard, which I need to get shaved. I mean, trimmed. I haven't trimmed my beard in like over a month, but that's the reason I went to the full beard, is because I used to just have the stash and a goatee. And I swear to Christ, there was a KFC near my office about 15 years ago that had a statue of the Colonel out in front of it. And every fucking time I would walk past there, some Korean would say, "Oh, KFC ajishi," which means like, KFC grandpa or KFC uncle guy. They'd be basically calling me fucking Colonel Sanders, and they would stop and want to take a picture of me next to the fucking statue. And I'm like, fuck off.
That's
and I got
awesome.
so fucking tired of doing that, I just went to a full beard. And I shaved my head. That was it. Because I had hair.
Just once, I would have loved for you to take the piss and just walk out in a full white suit.
Yeah. Oh my lord, that got so fucking tiresome.
Speaking of content, that would be great content.
Yeah,
that is true.
I need to upload my
If you
pictures
did in
from
Japan, there
KFC
would
this
be-
last time.
Oh my god, if you did in Japan, it would be amazing.
Oh no, like I said, like this the world's first KFC franchise in Salt Lake City. There used to be a line of Japanese tourists taking pictures in front of that place every time I went
it's
there.
their traditional Christmas meal also.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, in Japan it's their Christmas meal, and yeah, they have this thing for Colonel Sanders, like he's some irreverent
Santa.
aristocratic person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, in Australia you're like, he looks like a good bloke.
Yeah.
He's a top mate. Yep.
Brandon Leska has apparently our last super chat of the day. More cock videos, please, while we wait for your OnlyPants.
A cock.
Okay. We've got that out of the way. I'll do my final grift pimp here for the evening. There's a spooky spoon. You have a super sticker. Got to scroll up. That is a fox with hearts coming out of its ass. That's really weird. Thanks? Question mark. That scares me. I don't like that. Okay, there we go. That takes care of all the super chats. No more super chats, please. It's time for me to leave.
The table's closed. No more
Yeah,
chats.
6.5 hours from now, I have my unexplained. Farron is on vacation, so we will have a super special guest who I'm not allowed to mention until
Is it Hannah?
we go live. And no.
Okay.
It's definitely not Hannah. A super special guest that I'm not allowed to mention until we go on air. So please join us. Screw Nick. Yeah, he can do his own shit. Just come and see me. Just kidding. He would crush me. And then Monday.
Yes.
Monday,
He'd love it though, getting crushed with his nose.
Yeah, literally my next week is completely up in the air, and it's completely at the whim of Pope Rackets, because he said he's going to be covering that stream, the Brooks stream, and he said he would be inviting Branka and I to reprise our role as Johnny Depp, Amber Heard sidekicks, and if he calls, I will answer, because every time I'm on his stream, I get a literal fuck ton of subscriptions. So my actual streaming may be very sparse next week. We'll just I have no idea. I have Maritime Monday planned. We're going to be doing a murder of a bunch of people by a Chinese fishing boat. Yeah, it was pretty wild. They claim they were pirates off the coast somewhere between Somalia and the Seychelles, but basically it was just video. People found this video on a camera in the backseat of a taxi cab. It was either New Zealand or Australia, and so then they turned it over to the authorities, and it was basically some Chinese fishermen that were just massacring a bunch of other people that were floating on some wreckage in the ocean. Yeah, just taking pot shots at them with rifles until they yeeted them all. So we'll be talking about that case.
In terms of maritime law, are you not allowed to do that?
Yeah, probably not.
But I mean, you're out in international waters, so it's like there are no rules.
It's actually a very complicated area, because the flag state of your vessel can still prosecute you because you're still committing murder under
the Chinese government.
I don't think China's going to give a shit.
It was a Taiwanese flag vessel, and they did.
Oh, okay, that's a bit. The Taiwanese probably care a little more than the Chinese about murder.
Yeah, a little bit more. So that's planned for Monday. Planned for Tuesday, a couple of things are up in the air. Wednesday is something that I have no idea. Thursday is my OJ Simpson day. We just may have to bump it up a little bit and curtail the time, assuming Pope Racket summons me. Friday is my 25,000 subscriber Fuck It Friday drunken stream, to which I will be sending both of you links. The idea for Fuck It Friday is we just talk about anything. We grift hard. We grift hard for as much money as I can possibly liberate from my viewers' wallets, so that I don't have to do it the rest of the month. And it's just fun. It gets drunk. It gets shenanigan-y. But this time, because it coincides with my 25,000 subscribers, I wanted to have everyone I've dealt with who's been a part of my YouTube journey on my stream just to hang out as long as you can and do things. You guys will be getting your thing. I have not figured out Discord yet. I've just barely figured out
Discord's
Reddit.
easy. It's
confusing as
figuring
fuck
out
to me.
Reddit. Reddit's awful. You should.
I know it is.
forget
but
Reddit.
I've just figured it out. But you have to email me, Sean, or send me your email so I can at least
I will
email you.
I'll send you an email, and then you can print out the emails I send you.
yeah, seriously. Exactly.
Make sure
but
when I
was-
send you the email, you better send it on to 10 other people, or you'll have bad luck.
Well, as long as it comes from a Nigerian princess, I'll be okay. Or someone whose father, General Ubutu, had $10 billion to give me.
Oh, just died.
Yeah, so I could be doing a lot of fun stuff next week, a few curtailed fun things next week, or literally fucking nothing next week. It all depends on Pope Rackets. But Friday, October 7th, will be my drunk stream. And it's kind of ironic because now I'm at 25,324. If Nick invites me on at any point during next week,
You might be doing
we could
a 30K.
very well have over 26,000 subscribers for my 25,000 subscriber stream. Telling you, Pope
There you go.
Nick is where the subs are at, man.
By the way, congratulations again to 25.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's kind of fun, but I'm still addicted to like checking numbers like 5, 6, 8
Yeah.
times a day. I lost a subscriber.
I don't
Well,
think
has
you can get out of that habit.
Has YouTube ever? Have you cleared it to the point where YouTube isn't going to call a bunch of them? Because
no,
when I got to
they still get
10,000,
called.
well, so when I got to 1,000, when I got to 1,000, they took away like 200 of them.
Yeah,
And then
no,
when I got
that-
to 10,000, they took away like 600 of them.
That happens pretty regularly. Like I'll just wake up and I'm down, like 80 subscribers. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it was weird.
Also, 25K, that's a little less noticeable. For me, I lost 40 last week, and I have no idea how or why.
Yeah, well, that's why I always say, like I'm going to say right now, everybody go to Aussie Overlord, subscribe to his channel, like his videos, do the same with Potentially Criminal. Go there, subscribe to him if you haven't already done so, because they both deserve it far more than I do. Like their videos. And for me, please like this. We have 509 likes. We could have done 600, but you guys were lazy, you lazies. But do that on your way out. Please, on your way out the door, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And as I say every damn day, those of you that think you're subscribed, check down there to make sure you are still subscribed. And
Exactly, 'cause
hit the
YouTube is knocking
notification.
people off.
Yep. Hit the notification button, which apparently works about 50% of the time if you're lucky. But just do it anyway.
I'm starting to have that problem now.
I
Really?
have never been notified of any video of any channel I've ever subscribed to.
Oh, well, I get notified of some things, but I have people now are telling me, like, I never got a notification. And I'm like,
Yeah. It's happening.
Yeah,
more
I don't
and more
control
regularly. There's
YouTube
either some sort of glitch
recognizes
in
they're
YouTube.
scared. trying to kill me in the crib.
Yeah. Well, folks, 5 hours and 17 minutes into our 2-hour stream. That's pretty much par for the course. Good to see you all here. Aussie Overlord Hayden, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you.
No, it's always lovely to be here. Thanks for having me, Jeff.
What's this? Janina 2. Can your subbies be stone cold sober due to a work? Yeah, if you have to, go ahead. No harm, no foul. Grifty, grift legal vices. That's nice. that was good.
If someone doesn't put that together for next Friday, I swear to God.
Yeah, someone do me a grifty video. That would be awesome.
The magic grift bus. There we go.
Magic grift bus.
And make sure it's me coming all over a bunch of students. Potentially.
Yes, over a diverse group of children. That's perfect. All other teachers supervising.
Old white guy just spraying his seed over a bunch of diverse kids.
Be fruitful and
well,
multiply.
I'm sure that part's happened over 34 years.
Oh, Christ. Potentially criminal Sean, thank you so much for joining. It's a pleasure as
Thanks for having me
always.
on, Jeff. It was great.
Oh, God. And Patty coming in right under the wire with the super chat. I sent you an email about the Bonhomme Richard. I got it, and that's on the list for Maritime Monday.
Are you talking about the Bonhomme Richard? Both
Yes.
Bonhomme Richards were losses. So the original Bonhomme Richard that went down, or the
original?
Oh, so and when they with the flag, okay, because that's a neat story.
Yeah,
it's one of the coolest American flags out there.
That's what we do on Maritime Monday. We do disasters, maritime disasters.
Well, the original Bonhomme Richard wasn't a disaster; it got sunk in battle. Are you talking about the one that burned down?
The one that burned down is pretty tragic too.
Yeah,
we do them all.
Okay.
So thank you, mods, for doing your jobs tonight. You guys are so freaking amazing. I can't think. Oh, and Scott Cardinal sneaking in under the radar. How much moolah to take your shirt off, Hayden?
You'll never know, Scott.
You'll know when it happens.
He won't charge you, Scott. That's for when you guys are privately chatting.
Oh, speaking of which, Scott, while you're here, I did manage to track down a copy of that movie. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to watch it in time.
What Butt Bandits for?
Weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction. Love it.
What movie are you watching?
Yeah,
I can't let it out because it's still on the download.
Oh, okay.
It's for our little the sort of series we're doing on legal and crime movies.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So,
wait, I thought I was part of that. I thought I was part of that. Tell me what I'm supposed to be watching. Just because I didn't make the stream the other morning.
One Night in Paris is not a legal movie.
Get the butter.
No, but the story surrounding One Night in Paris and how it was leaked might be.
Get the butter.
You might.
Get the butter.
Get the butter.
So what? I'm not part of the little theater group anymore, you two losers? Just because I couldn't be there for Atticus?
Oh, you missed a great stream. I'll be perfectly honest.
No, I was telling Scott that To Kill a Mockingbird, the book and the movie are kind of one of the reasons why I became a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
But I just couldn't make the time.
No, it's fair enough. It was a crappy time. Like it was basically set up because
How did you make the time? You work for a living too.
Yeah. No, I took the time out of my working day to sort of block it out to do it. But
my boss would just say, "Oh, you want to take an hour off? How about you take the rest of your fucking life off?" That's what my boss would tell me.
It is one of the good things about working for yourself. I can sort of I can tell my boss to get fucked. So
yeah, he probably does.
I do that every day. I agree, David.
You lucky bastards.
Yeah, it's got its own drawbacks though.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
very much so.
Mods,
it's really hard
so
getting a
much.
raise.
Yeah. Love the mods, and unfortunately, Sean, Hayden, I have the best chat on the entire internet. The Vice Squad rocks, and they even named themselves the Vice Squad, which was something more creative than I ever would have come up with. But thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Thank you for all of the super chats that came in. Thanks to the guests. We are all awesome. You're all awesome. And we will see you in approximately 6.5 hours with my super, super duper secret special guest for The Unexplained. Take care. And until we meet again in 6.5 hours, don't forget to enjoy your legal vices. I'm out. Bye.